Greetings, guys. Hopefully, you're with us. Welcome. I just started the topic. Not yet started, but want to welcome those who are here. We'll be with you shortly. Just please bear with us. We're sharing it, and please share it in your pages. As you know, our enemies always try to block us. They try to kind of like stop us, and those enemies are many, unfortunately. Enemies of progress, enemies of Equatoria, enemies of any good knowledge that can help the people to wake up from the chain of slavery, the chain of ignorance. And let me also open the mic in Clubhouse because, yes, the chain of ignorance, the chain of slavery, and what they're doing is they will not want us to be in any, uh, better knowledge where we can, advance ourselves, where we can actually, you know, if how could I describe it? Sorry, I'm hearing echo. I don't know where this come from. Um, I'm hearing an echo. Just give me a second. I'm trying to make sure that this echo must not be. I hear it coming from my side, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So yeah, this is what we want to talk about today. It's going to be a main topic is Kiir Amnesty Games. Will it get anywhere, and what's behind it? Of course, we're supposed to have a topic today about who are the opposition, but we postpone it to the next time because today we want to just be brief on the analyzing the regime, because remember the regime is our number one enemy, the enemy of our people, the enemy that displace our people, make sure that our land be occupied, and where our people have no hope. As long as this regime and their spawns, when I say spawns, those who used to be part of the regime and empowered the regime, and now they want to work their way in, or they're trying to improve the regime into being more stronger in power. And I could see that because the anything about the regime is still out there, still trying to create confusion, trying to create this divisiveness which is already there, because the regime, from like we say, from its structure, was against our people. When it was founded for purpose of how to stop the kokora, adding to it also to make sure that Equatorians will pay for what they presume to be violation against them, because they felt like they were treated harshly when Equatorian have given them many chances. Even their leadership at that time was from Upper Nile, and unfortunately, this regime have played its dirty work. Before it was a regime, it was a militia calling themselves Liberation of Sudan, uh, you know, People Liberation of Sudan, but unfortunately they failed to achieve that. They never even liberated the people mentally, nor they liberated the people physically. Look at today, our misery as people of, I'll say Equatoria in particular, but looking at the other, uh, side of the whole country, you could see the mess, the anarchy, the tribal anarchy that is still going on, is still, waged on, and the regime is getting day by day stronger, but not to the extent that it's not easy to be defeated or be eliminated. We know the key how for us as Equatorian is our self-determination, and I know it's unwelcome and unpopular by those who are not Equatorian. Sorry to say it, because I've seen a lot of them, in particular in Upper Nile, they see Equatorial separation. They look at the consequence after separation. They look at the outcome and they have fear. But instead of them focusing on us, what are we going to do with our house? How are we going to build it? How are we going to paint it? How are we going to make it right? They're supposed to look at themselves on the side of how can they fix themselves, so they don't be in that fear that they're afraid to face them. But they do not want to see that. They do not want the good. They want to see destruction, because they never learn how to build. That's why destruction is part of their culture. And I'm sorry to say, but this is what is being going on. And the regime today have found an access and found an asset within Equatoria, which is Juba, became a place where they can control and do whatever they want because somehow our people naively have opened Pandora's box where we find ourselves today suffering because of this. And also started with before the Pandora box even opened, we can go back to the day that Equatorian have joined the SPLM. That was a disaster that will always be we're gonna hold it, as our responsibility as Equatorian, and I would say as all of us as Equatorian. Welcome, brother James. Thank you for joining us. But I would say as Equatorians who joined that SPLM naively, because SPLM purpose was to, make sure that they destroy what they see to be dangerous to them, which is Equatoria in particular, and that's why Juba was. Their main goal, their main objective, and they did succeed. Especially the peace agreement or the comprehensive peace agreement played a big role where it brought the SPLM to power and to Juba in particular. And today they are ruling illegitimately into the country that none of them able to liberate, if not for the U.S. and all the troika and the international community. Yet U.S. came and supported us. Does not mean that you know uh, U.S. at that time really wanted you know um, they wanted like the best for us. But what happened is that U.S. did it for their own interest, and that's why some of our people, and I won't say because some of these who are trying to confuse our people by saying that we can actually play a role, like that, like you see the now the propaganda and the game they're playing for people to go and do some things that they feel they can use it for a purpose of power. They think that US will be able to help them on that way, but they are naively. I mean, and like everybody say, that even there is a audio or video I can play it in a minute. It's like even we agree that there is no politician in South Sudan. Those politicians are only opportunists, wearing suits of politicians and playing political games, thinking that they are actually wise enough to understand the game. And what they're doing, actually, they're doing more damage and disaster. So I won't go far. Let me just play the music first of We Are Equatorian. And then from there, we will go with, analysis on the Kiir Amnesty games that he's playing or the games that he's playing and the tactics. And will it get anywhere? And plus, what is behind it? Because, this thing, we're supposed to talk about it like a couple of months ago when you remember the Kit-gwang and the Agwelek um, you know treaty that they made. Of course, we have nothing on that matter. We're not going to demonize it, but what we are saying here is that we need to put a question mark to things that sounds good, but is it really beneficial? This is the question that we need to put, and we need to learn from this as Equatorians. This is a very important lesson for us, my fellow great Equatorians, because these things, what we see, we have to look at it in the bigger picture, in the wider opening mind that whatever is being played here, it's a game because this is not real peace. I mean, how many times these guys making peace, even with the opposition who are right now in the outside, they made cessation of hostility, they made peace negotiations, and all those things day and night, and we wonder. Is there any benefit from it? And for us as Equatorian, do we really understand these games? Because that's why if Equatorians understand games, if our people understand it carefully, we will not even bother to to involve ourselves with anything coming from South Sudanese. I'm being honest with you because South Sudan itself is becoming a stigma to Equatoria, a stigma to even to the world society, to the whole international society, international community, because there is nothing there proof this country can provide. In particular, uh, those politicians. They have given them all the chances, but they failed. They failed miserably, and they were not able to even bring anything. It's just, you see them, they're really power hungry to the point they will do anything to get there, and they will do anything to be up in power. So you wonder why this country, since 17 years, say since 2005 up to this moment, this country never progressed. The question is because there is something wrong. Nothing. If you put a plant in the ground, because we know every seed, every good seed grow up and become a great tree, and makes many fruits, right? So if those seeds seems to be corrupt, it would not grow. And if these seeds fell in a corrupt ground, it will not grow. So there is two type of things. There is one seed that is already corrupt, it will not grow. It will just die in the ground. And there is good seeds that falls in the corrupt ground, and it will never go anywhere, because it will be suffocated by the ground that is poisonous and will kill it. And this is where Equatorians are. Equatorians are the good seed. I mean, I'll say this, let me be blunt. Equatorians who wanted the solution, because we are not part of the problem, but because there is some Equatorian who playing like the seed who's falling in the wrong ground, they get suffocated and they will never grow, they will never even improve themselves, and they're suffocating the whole generation. Because remember, one seed makes many trees, right? But imagine such seed that so good that if it put them in the right ground, it will grow. But apparently, some of our Equatorians who want to involve themselves with the failed politicians will stuck themselves in the wrong ground, and they will never grow. They will never even make a betterment for the world that they want to see, if they ever have that conscience. But for good seeds, they will always rise. So before I go far, let me play the music, and then from there we start. And I want to welcome those who are here with us in Clubhouse and those who are with us in Facebook. And if you don't mind, share it, pin people who are, you see them wise enough to come to our room, in Clubhouse in particular, because I know not every person wise enough to be in our room. Only the wise will join us and listen and learn something, and also participate with us in ideas and also in discussion on analysis and what's going on. But those unwise people, of course, they will go with the majority fool, as they say them, and they will join these kind of elements because it's all about gang initiation. It's like almost like they have to be around these circles of thugs and intimidators, and they feel they're doing something. They want to be part of the crowd instead of being, unique or being themselves. And even that would show the characteristic of people who don't understand. But for us, the few, we are proud, and let's continue fighting for our right. Long live Great Equatoria, our land, our people, our power, because Equatoria is our ancestral land and no one can take it from us. And I'm honored with all my fellow Great Equatorian. We're going to continue to fight, regardless few or many. And I know our people back home, they believe in us and they trust us, even if they don't see it. Like I said, sometimes when you put the seed in the ground, when it grows, you don't see it. But time will bring all the answers, because tree, when this seed grows up into a plant, it will become something of great beneficial and fruitful to the generation and society. So I won't go far. Let me play the music, and thank you so much.
G.Equatorians. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na, anina wani, anina sawa, oh yeah. Anina Equatorian, na sawa, anina Equatorian. Bele dwahe, anina Equatorian, anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio. Kanita mintori, weleta min juba, yeah. Anina Equatorian, Teresia samagesi manina, yeah. We strong, we stand together, yeah. Kanina guluwahi, Equatoria birapa, Yapilwa pijama, asan belet na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anena, Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, Kanita Zande, Kanita Mai, Aukukuye, Anina Equatorian. Kelena Hibona Fusina, Kebilia Kedema Feriganina. Sola Mwasahava, De Haja Derino, Hassan Belena Piraba, Arif Mapisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anena, Anina Equatorian.
Nina Kulu Sawa, Jama. So my Ngala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka, Edi balanda bari, Kakuwa kiliko Lambo lukoya, Acholi lukosa mundo, Nyangara morote mali, Mundare, Nyambara, Otumu mari makotulo, Lubara buga ya lope,
Lokosa, Mondo,
Nare,
Anakulu Nasi Sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena, Anina Wahid.
All right, thank you so much again. Welcome to you guys back in Facebook Clubhouse. As I said, we're doing our best. The funny thing sometimes, the enemy of progress or the enemy of Equatoria will try their best not to allow Voice of Equatoria to be heard. But we are not worried. We're not afraid. We're not intimidated because our mission is sacred. Our mission is holy. We believe in our land, our people who are suffering. We're not here for the interest or self-interest or fame or nonsense that is people, some of those futile-minded people always seek. We are seeking for a bigger purpose, a higher purpose, a purpose of, peace and progress. Our people have suffered for enough. 17 years is enough for us. We've been marginalized, intimidated, abused. And these games that is the regime is playing, and also, unfortunately, I have to say also, without any hesitation, even the opposition have shown to us they are not trusted. But this is not the topic today about them. We are going to focus on the amnesty games that will it get us? Kiir amnesty game, will it get anywhere? What is behind it? Because this is the main objective. And as we see today, there's a lot of things that's going on in this war, and this war, or the start of the war, was tribal. People now, if you see, some people are using different language, especially in the outside, which is the opposing side. They always have a conflicting words. Once they would say yes, it's a tribal, the next they would say no, it's political. But for us as Equatorians who are nationalists and clear with our understanding to the situation, and we see ourselves to be the victims, because it is not just seeing, is being aware that we are the victims of this crisis, this unholy crisis that happened to us. We saw that this is has a tribally rooted problem that they have, and like I said, the regime have always, when it was established based on a tribal grudge that they felt like they need to show themselves, and yet some people would deny it. But this is the truth. John Garang have done so many damages, and today, whatever John Garang idea is, people say is not there, the idea is living today, and South Sudan is paying the price for this idea, because this idea of John Garang was to take out certain people and to make sure they oppress the rest, and they tried their best. And today, SPLM have built up a hegemonic society, a hegemonic power, when I say hegemonic power, power of one tribe in particular, to dominate the rest. And you could see from bottom to the top, all of them. And then they put few elements within them just to cover up the image or the reality of what the hegemonic power is. And you could see this elements are always weak characters in character and principle. They have no value, they have no ethics, and you see them, they are willing to sell themselves, even their mothers, their fathers, their land, their ancestors. It doesn't matter, they are ready to do it, and we have seen them. And those people are now example of traitors, example of failures, example of people who are not wise enough to see the importance of their homeland, even the importance why they are here in this earth. But instead they are looking to empower themselves, to reach themselves, and then play whatever script that the enemy give them to go against the people. And they did it. That's why you never see a clear things showing up. And now again, the unfortunate thing when we see in the opposition side, I'm sorry to bring it up, but they have also used this kind of thing to confuse. And that's why today our messages to the world, if they ask us as Equatorian in particular, what's your case? Some people begin to associate themselves with South Sudan, when our case is completely different. Our case is that we are victim of a tribal conflict that wasn't ours. Yet they cannot put that clear. They're going to say, oh, Kiir regime is not good, we need it out. Really? We know this regime is Kiir, but who is Kiir? Kiir is one man. But who appointed Kiir? We did not appoint him. No anyone elected him as the people of South Sudan, if you want to put it that way. It was by that political party, Peru, of they call themselves SPLM, after the death of John Garang. They came in and took over. Plus that, they also make sure it's dominated by the tribe, because the tribe was one who are orchestrating things. And then later, exposed out to us that the Jing Council was behind all orchestrated games. Even there was evidence to it by even outsider, a foreigner came in and also proved that. It support what we're saying. But yet you see the other side, which is supposed to be in the right, pretending to play with the emotion of people, playing with the mind of the people, say, yes, we are on the right. So, and of course, they think that like people like us who are calling for separation, we are actually empowering Kiir. But instead, no, we're not. We're actually exposing Kiir and putting him in his last place, in his last time. But for those others, they have been there. They have been negotiating, talking, doing all that. And then Kiir is using this now to play the tactic of games of, the political games that he's now playing, where he will use these games to make sure that those who are seeking power, those who are confused in their political ideologies, will be easily susceptible to join in the regime, until the regime either give them rewards or give them higher position, or the regime hold them in control, where they will not go any farther or further to access their manipulative game. So these games have given Salva Kiir even the capacity to play even professionally with them now. And don't forget also, Kiir is not alone. Kiir is one man, yes, but there is people around him. He's listening to ideas, because Kiir now noticing any mistake he does is gonna cost him, and he will do anything to play the role. And it doesn't mean when I say this, we're not giving him an idea. Okay, this is just something we see it. He's doing it, and Kiir is an enemy to us, as anyone who's enemy to Equatoria, because he is the biggest enemy, because he's the one sending his people to go and take our lands, disrespect our ancestral graves and our sisters, rights, everything, and then also disrespecting our women, where the mass rape is happening, where genocide is happening in Equatoria. And this is something that we have to stand and speak out loud, and no shame and no shyness from it. So I don't want to go far yet. I will give a chance also to my colleagues and my co-hosts here, Mr. James, Miss Didi. Also welcome, brothers. Welcome, brother, and welcome, Didi. Thank you so much. And also welcome to those who are down there listening to us, and those in Facebook. Again, as I say, if you don't mind, share it in some places that that they are wise enough to listen and wise enough to join us and also participate in time they want. I hope we don't take long, because I really would love if we don't take long today, because sometimes we give people chance and they sometimes people come late, they want to speak. And one thing I want to also remind our fellow listeners, those in Facebook or Clubhouse, if you want to join, make sure please join, and make sure also you have either questions or you have a brief comment on what's going on, and so we can give time to put our thoughts in this. And then the next time, if you want us to also continue with this topic, we can actually continue it by next episode. So that's what I want to say at this moment. So right now I would open say thank you, Mr. James and Miss Didi. Please welcome. I want to give you a chance. Go ahead, speak while I wait for you. And I know it's funny that right now, because we have been challenging some people, we become under the challenge, under kind of like those people who want to say, they want to silence us, but we're not going to stop. Like I said, we're going to continue fighting, because this is a great holy war for us, because our land is holy and sacred, and we will fight for it. And I really appreciate our Equatorian brothers and sisters who are strong enough to stand their ground and not going to back up. So I won't go far, but we're going to put the discussion of Kiir Amnesty game. Will it get anywhere, and what's behind it? And then, of course, I will expand the questions later. Welcome, Didi. Please go ahead. You're welcome to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Odysseus. I wanted to pass my greetings to you and to James and Christiana. Thank you for being here always. I welcome you, and I welcome Bark, Sun, and my greetings to everybody in Facebook. I thank you guys for being here once again. Our topic here, today we're talking about the amnesty that Kiir is giving out, to the Agwelek. And sorry guys, I'm looking for my glasses so that I can see while I'm trying to stretch. To the Agwelek and to the
Kit-gwang, yeah.
To the Kit-gwang, yeah. So I think I lost my glasses. So yeah, it's like we know that this is a game like what you have expressed, Odysseus. Kiir has been playing this game long ago, and if we dig into it deeper, before we talk about the Agwelek and the Kit-gwang, we have seen this game has been played with Riek Machar and other groups that has decided to rebel against his regime, the system, and then he will always bring them back and promising them positions and stuff like that. And we have seen even during when they're having like peace talks and what do you call it, the abscess, the peace agreements and stuff like that. You see how the game that they are playing, it's typically funny. I wanted to compare the same thing. I wanted you guys to see something here weird. He will always try to extract people from IO into SPLM. Even when they become together, even one now, they still again the same one that he was extracting people from IO into SPLM, to form one people under him. The goal is like he does not want to have an opposition. He does not want to have anybody against him out there. So if you're in there working, you're working under the policies and under the agreement of the regime, advancing the agendas of the regime, period. There's no further than that. We all know that. And whatsoever people are saying, for example, that, oh, you got people there, the regime is not only those Filan and Muno, but we all know that we've seen from Riek Machar, who is supposed to be the powerful man, on earth in that country. It's supposed to be the first vice president and an opposition. We have seen there's none of his agendas are going on. Even the peace agreement that is supposed to be between him and Kiir, they just never go anywhere. They never accomplish. Kiir is just this one man, one party of the SPLM, and it's like with the agendas of the Jeng Council of Elders. They're ruling it as a family, as a what do you call it, matriarch or a family thing. And this is the agenda that is supposed to go. And people are playing naive, of course. People playing that this is not happening. But the truth is, this is just brainwashing people, and also at the same time gaslighting people that no, this is not happening. Like, I know even though it happened, but I'm gonna make a fool out of you. I'm gonna I make you look like you're crazy. So that's what gaslighting. So if you look at the Agwelek, like the video that you said you're gonna play, um, those people actually the agendas are really unclear. They're really so confusing. First of all, if you look at these people, they say they don't have any problem. They only want their land, to be given to them, and that makes them a very easy target, to kill. Because if you don't have any issue, you don't want to change the regime, you're okay with people dying, you're okay with occupation of lands, you're okay with annihilation of tribes, you're okay with assimilation of people, you're okay with what do you call it, as like I mentioned, assimilation of certain tribes all around the country, and including especially in Equatoria. They don't have any problem with you whatsoever, even in your place. And if you see these people, when they had their agreement period, you saw these people were jumping up and down wherever they were, in the bushes or wherever they are. They're making videos that saying that, and come on, they want to go and also, get some money and stuff like that. That makes them really the weak target here. So before even they go and sit down on the table. So to look into deeper situation of the Agwelek, we can see the pattern really if you look into the Agwelek and the opposition party and Kiir all together. These people, I want South Sudanese and Equatorians to look closely into this. Kiir are bringing these people in to sign peace agreement with them, and these people say they don't want to change the government. They only their government, which we call the regime. They only just their goal is just to get their land. But the question is, why would you sign a peace agreement upon your land? Why would you want somebody to return your land to you? Because if you're really gonna sign an agreement with Zoltani to give you your land back, that means that you actually lost your land completely. You've given authority to that person that has no rights to your land. You're the indigenous of the land. You own that land. You do not need anybody to give you the permission that comes sign here, sign there, like a mortgage, and then you go and live there. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna have it with a condition. Uh, um, so Kir is control, of course, and that's why he's trying to sign agreement with also the opposition parties, which are the one of the, what do you call it, the Saint Gideon, the Rome peace. So like you can see that he's like a fisherman that sits in a boat and then throw his net out, and then it's like see what he can catches. The fishes that he wants, he will pull it in, and the one that he doesn't want, he chuck it away back into the sea. So he's totally in power. Nothing is going to harm him unless a very strange and a very powerful power that is going to come to get this man out. The other thing is I want to talk about is like the game that I see the people of Agwelek are playing on people, dividing into two. They have the people who are calling themselves they're not Agwelek. They've been together with a politician, and then they've been running around in the clubhouse and stuff, and they've supported, even on Facebook, they've supported the Agwelek. And then at the same time, they wanted to sign a peace agreement and return in all of them. So the most weird thing is they joined themselves as one group together, and they're playing exactly the same behavior of the regime, the behavior of Kiir, the behavior of the abusive, the behavior of the demeanor, the division among people, among South Sudanese, division among us, especially us in Equatoria. We're facing so much terrible division because of this group, and they kind of like started even within their group. They're extracting people, like for example, like you got the Soma, you got the NAS, you got the MDN. So you find the and then the real SPLM, you got the MDN recruiting people, MDN recruiting people from Soma to MDN, I've seen that on Facebook long time last year or something like that. Until I say, "Wow, aren't you one people?" Then you see the people of the all opposition with those of Malong. Then they see the people of Malong extracting people from the people of Nas. You know, all these people are taking from Nas. You see, they're taking from Nas people out from Nas. You know, they took 1,000 people from Nas. You know, and then they joined to Malong. So you would ask yourself this question: are these people are not the same SPLM with the same mind? Do they really care about South Sudanese? Do they really care about South Sudanese, or they care about themselves? They care. They care about what they want. They care about power. It doesn't matter at what cost. Like for example, if you look at the what is happening today, the rally. Okay, for example, there's a hidden agenda behind the rally that everybody, even including people in the real SPLM, are questioning. You know, there's a two division among them. There's one part of them that are questioning so hard, and then looks like within the real SPLM, because the leader is like from Shiluk, so it looks like there's secrecy that is going on. You know, crosses to the MDN. So yeah, so because you see like someone like John Garang is questioning, even questioned by Gan and the rest of the people, what is going on, and nobody could face him and answer him. He's been talking. Nobody could face him and answer him truly, because he's been reasoning out. Even though I know I do not agree with that behavior of him coming out and lashing out, insulting Equatorian men and stuff, but he's been telling them, yeah, Jama, we're part of a peace agreement, you know, with the regime. We are part of a great peace agreement, and what you're doing, guys, it will jeopardize. You know, it will jeopardize what we're doing. You know, we're working on. So you cannot like, for example, run around everywhere where there's chaos. Like it looks like they don't know what they're doing. You know, they totally lost it completely. They don't know what they're doing. For example, they're still going to resume back the peace talks in Rome, and then at the same time they're going to rally. You know, they say that, you know, this is Martinin, these are the people who spoke, but obviously we know that it's not the people. If it's the people, you won't be the front line of it as an opposition person in place, as a rebel in place, you know, who's fighting down there. You will not be part of it, you know, of the people. You allow the people to rally by themselves. Yes, you can support these people if they need support, but you won't
Hello,
be
Dee. Just wanted to say
yeah.
something, because make sure we're going to have a deep analysis on that one. But yeah, but I just want to remind you, check your back channel too, on Messenger and Clubhouse. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, thanks. I didn't receive yet a message. I think maybe because of sometimes it does that, but I will click on your profile and go through it to see it. Yeah,
No,
so
in
I
Facebook,
just
yeah.
oh, okay, thanks. So I just wanted to say that um this amnesty that has been signed, um it's really something that is taking us nowhere. So I don't want to take it further. I just wanted to say that, sorry, it's not going to take them anywhere actually, because actually they've just been frozen somewhere there. I don't even know what's happening. I think I'll let you go ahead and James talk, and then when you play the video, and then I can come back and put in some point. Thank you. That's just my little introduction I can bring in for now. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Didi. Just one before I say something. Of course, because in just sorry, Didi, I also interrupted your thought channel of thought, because I know you were saying some important things, but I also wanted us to leave it for the coming days, because that one will be a really, really, like almost like putting everything out there clearly. But this one, we're looking at the game, and you're right. This thing all involve these guys. You cannot, wherever you go, you're gonna to talk about them. We don't want to be focused on the things that right now not necessary, because we know when we're going to speak on it. But I know you spoke perfect and awesome as always, and I want to say that our main objective here, as Equatorians, we need you to be enlightened. Like you have mentioned some important points, Didi. You said, if I'm not mistaken, correct me. You mentioned something about to give kind of like clear vision to the people. And I prefer, like, I look at ourselves like as Equatorian, this is for us importantly, because what we learn from this is the more we involve ourselves with this chaotic greed for power, tribalism that is being played by these elements, we are the one going to be the losers. Let it be clear. We are going to be the losers as Equatorians because there is nothing we're going to gain from this. It's like I said, if these guys are in cahoot with the regime, and one day they will go out in, and you have never seen them clear, not even clear with their people. How could you, as an Equatorian, put your trust on such? For us, Equatorian, our issues are clear. Our people have been abused to the extent that they are chased away. Even I wish they would chased away just like that without getting harmed physically. But they physically harm them, they rape them, they kill them. You know, they don't respect nor women, no child, nor men. You know, not even the dead in our ground, in our ground. Like they desecrated these places. So how could you continually want to be around people who desecrate even the resting place of your ancestors? Only a person with no conscience, only a foolish, mentally unstable person will fall for such wrong and say, no, we are all suffering. Listen, this suffering is not our cause. This suffering is their reason. It's their cause because they're the one who caused it on us. And they're causing it among themselves. They don't know what to do. They can't, like I said, they cannot even build. So how do you expect them they're going to, build the other one? You know, if they always live in destruction, how could they be builders? You know, a man who makes demolition cannot be a builder. A demolition is just somebody who's going to destroy, tear things down. And that's what they're doing. They're tearing everything down. And they think they're wise. The only thing they do is they copy. Even sometimes when we say things here, tomorrow you see them, they begin to quote what we say, but they will always quote like to make themselves look intelligent, but it doesn't even fit with what they're saying. It's only just, it shows plain hypocrisy and plain idiocy. Because when they say it, it doesn't even fit to the section that they're supposed to fit on. You know, so I don't want to go far, but you have to understand our main objective here is that this regime is already a mess, we know. But two wrong cannot make right. That means the other side who are opposing the regime, who think they can deceive us as Equatorian, who are standing outside from this conundrum, from this chaos of, you can call it one, organization divided into many, then they want to deceive the people that we are all for you. And yesterday they were all in honeymoon, in cahoot with this regime, doing the thing that the regime want them, and they empowered it. Even up to this moment, they're empowering the regime. Don't think they are. And then they want to say we are not. And they are now, they're most worried about separation. They say, why Equatorial want to separate? We are all suffering. Listen, everybody have his own house. You go and clean your house, we clean our house. We do not have anything that ties us, only this international treaty that we are one people, one country. But this thing is not even yet developed to be a nation. We're supposed to develop ourselves to become a country, but we failed. Not us. I won't say us because I want to put this clear. We did not fail because we've never been given a chance to participate. Again, I repeat it. Equatoria was never given a chance to participate in even, a government decision. What they put there is puppets and collaborators, agents who are agents against the Equatorians. Those are the people who have destroyed us. And now some of them want to play us again. And we Equatorians, if we don't be wise enough to see it, then we are really don't deserve even to live in this earth, to exist in this earth as human being with the other human being, because we have to be exterminated. Like, don't you learn from other countries in history? There's some people exterminated. The most closest one I could say, the Native American, the Aboriginal in Australia. What happened to them? Those people were living in a different places, and when the European came, they destroyed them, they decimated them. So today you could see only few elements, not even original Native American. Some of them even are mixed mostly, and some of them have been put in the reservation because most of these people are the remnant of rape. The same thing like happened in Khartoum. When the Turk Ottoman came in there, they raped everybody in Africa, especially in the African North. And now today you could see the remnant, and now the crisis continues. Now the same thing this regime is doing to us, creating tactic of rape to control and destroy us, and creating also division by putting the weakest element. These things called divide and conquer. These things have been used before. We Equatorian, we need to learn this. and especially those who call themselves intellectuals of Equatorian, instead of selling themselves cheap, let them learn and help and save their people who need them. That education, let it not be in waste. That knowledge that you claim you have, let it not be in waste and in vain. Use it for the purpose of empowering your people. Let those fools fight themselves alone, but let us exit from this horrendous crisis. I don't want to go far again. I want to give it back to Mr. James, but I want to remind you, this topic is clear amnesty game. And the game, I will even get into it in a later, but I want to give a chance to Mr. James, because there's some things I want to also elaborate and clear so people can understand why I said clear amnesty game. Will it get anywhere? And I think Didi also have put a good, really good point there. Thank you. Go ahead, Brother James. Thank you.
يا شكرا الأخ أستاذ أديكا والأخت أستاذة ديدي أستاذ صن كل الناس اللي معانا في الغرفة والناس اللي يشاهدوا التلفزيون بتاع إيكاتوريا نيشن فيما بعد أحييكم كلكم. صراحة أخوي أتيكا والمشاهدين الفكير الرئيس الفكير حيكون مستمر في نقض العهود وعمل التكتيكال جيمز عشان يقعد في السلطة بأكتر وقت ممكن، حتى لو ما هو الناس نفس المجموعة بتاعته دي يعني. وده الشيء حيكون للأمانة التاريخية حيكون كده يعني. يقول شفتوا الاتفاقيات اللي هو عملها مع مشاريع الاتفاقية الأولى وأخير اتفاقيات السلام المنشطة وآخر اتفاق بتاع كيت-gwang ده ولا الميجينس. والاتفاق ده لحد هسه الناس ما دارين يتكلموا عنه وما ظهر جنود شنو إذا عمل فيه شنو، لكن ده هو جنوب السودان. هو الموضوع حيكون كده يا أخوي أتيكا. يلا ده as usual لأن إحنا دائما بنركز على إيكاتوريا. دورنا شنو يعني عشان الخداع ده ما يشملنا. ده طبعا sometimes it's not good to blame people all the time. yes نحن إيكاتوريا مظلومين. إذا هم شافوا نفسهم إنهم مظلومين ممكن يجيك واحد يجي يقول هم مظلوم. let us say if they feel that they are mistreated بطريقاتهم بعد يختار. إذا أنت مظلوم دورك شنو عشان أنت تطلع من المسرحية اللي بيعملها الرئيس الفقير ده. شغل كتير وبيحتاج لعمل يعني. أنت ما ممكن ما جنوب السودان براه في أي محل في الدنيا الظلم موجود. يبقى الزول المظلوم ده هو أوراقه وهو بيتحدد إنه الظلم ده حيشيل كم وقت وليه، وإذا ماشي طويل ليه حيشيل فترة طويلة، وإذا ماشي يتحل حيتحل كيف. أنت إذا ما خطيت الآلية للأسف الشديد حيستمر الظلم يعني. حيكون قاعد كده وبعد ذاك حيكون سياسة أمر واقع بعدين تتقبله وتتعايش معاه على حسب القوة حقتك. أنا ما أقدر أفسر في الموضوع ده كتير، لكن العنوان بتاعك في محل أخوياتك أنا حاجيب هنا يعني حاساهم فيما بعد من النقاش يمشي طويل. شكرا.
Thank you, Brother James, for your input. Well, نرجع للعنوان topic. Thank you so much for what you said. Let me just get to read it here for a second. طبعا, as we said, Kiir has granted amnesty to Agwelek and SPLM breakaway faction Kit-gwang forces, which is a couple of months ago, if I'm not mistaken, which they celebrated it into something of achievement and victory. Both sides saying they achieved something. Achieve peace, of course, that's what they said, number one. And also they said they achieved their objectives. I don't know what type of objective is that, but I think they even mentioned one day they talk about land and making peace. How could you make a contract if this is your land? If you know your land is so sacred, you don't even have to make a contract with the one who's occupying your land. You have to chase them away. That's how it is. And this is why we Equatorians, We are proud to say, Equatorial nationalists, we are for our land, and our land must not be negotiated or compromised for anything, because this land is not negotiable. Never ever seen, even if you look at Israel and the Arab, in the fight, they never negotiate land, you know, even though some people try to force Israel to do it. But some of the Israelis have noticed that this is a biggest mistake because they will not allow it. And that's why you see some people are very radical, like Israel must stay, Israel will claim its land no matter what, and no one will come and chase us away from our land. The same thing as Equatorians, we also see that as important. And we as Equatorians, the land of our ancestors is an old history that connect with our people. Now people have been there for centuries until European came, Arab came, and we're still there. We're still there. This is our land. Now today, these elements, those who have no land, coming to chase us away and to claim that the land you can live anywhere, the land belong to the government, and all these nonsense that they're using and putting out there as an address to make people like do not feel like we are divided. We are one people. We are one people on what? If we have different language, if we have different cultures, we're not one people. We Equatorian, we can say we are one people because we have so much history we built together. We never went to the extent of trying to divide ourselves, nor even allowed that thing to happen, because we saw our strength have built up in the spirit and also in the idea that we are one people. That's why you see us today, we are so connected. Even today, we are proud to be the generations of Equatorians from the founding fathers of Equatoria, that we are having the blended blood with all these Equatorian tribes within us. And that's what makes us even want to be together more. That we will not be able to allow, we will not allow such, divisive people who are coming from outside to divide us by calling us things that is not true and not right. They don't even know our culture, don't even know our history. So our people were wise enough to understand it. But those guys over there, they have always been in conflict. So again, like you mentioned, if that's your land, you will not negotiate for it. Again, of course, Kiir is using it, as we know, he's really empowering himself now. He's using it as a delay tactic. Of course, we have the peace agreement that they have done in 2018. That's one of the main game right now. I could say the board game that he's playing on, because now he's holding this as an asset. This peace agreement 2018 is an asset for him. And you don't be surprised that Kiir can even, able to defeat all these, if the opposition side or anyone, if within the regime, inside the country that have made deal with the regime, because they already did it. They already have proved themselves they are able and powerful. They have played a game where not Equatorial, but in particular those oppositions who seem to fight for their people, yet they're playing this power power focus, like they focus on their power. They want to gain positions, or they have disagreement with their former parties that they were once. Because remember how many political parties or so-called political parties, those who call themselves opposition, have divided themselves into many. They have divided themselves because they were focused in how to be in power, not to focus how to fix their weak things, and to be able to challenge this regime. Of course, they will not be able to, because all of them have this egotistic mindset that we are not going to let anyone else outsmart us, outchallenge us, and they will try everything, even by doing manipulation. And that's what they're good at, manipulation. They are really good because they know a lot of people are naive enough to be manipulated, and some people are even willing to be manipulated. So Kiir even using the same game they are using on the civilians outside, they're using on them within the regime. They're playing them in the game where they would say, let's come together, let's sit down, make peace agreement, let's talk about it. How can we end this problem? Because it's not good. We are one people. We fought together. And now giving all these weak narrative that, oh, we fought together, we were one people, why we're dividing? Just because power, we have everything. So of course then they will make a deal based on what is offered to them in that table. Of course, most of these deals are not known to us as the public, but is known to them as the people who are behind the scene, who are working so diligently and hard to conspire against the people by getting what they want. Of course, they will try to tell the people that we are fighting for you, but when you go in there, they're going to fight for themselves. They say, yeah, I need this, because they get them in a table where they offer them a charitable kind of like offer, where it will be seductive to them because they feel like they needed it. They're tired being in the jungle. They're tired being in exile. They want to go back and get some place where they can, be praised and call them, honorable and I don't know what they call them. I call them horrible, but honorable and desirable, because they want to be desired by, by even I wish by the people, but desired by the job that they love so much that they want to hold it and gain riches from it, because they're not looking for empowering and improving the life of the people. They have been there before. Remember, those are the same people that have been there before. They played the game well, where they did not even put the people first. They just use people who are, naive enough to be in the military force where they can use them when they need them, but they're not going to be important anytime they can be abandoned. And then looking back, Kiir have played these people because he saw what they want. And then you go back and also interpret this in Equatoria. They begin to use elements in Equatoria to do the same, to do the same, where they are using the weakling. But the good thing they did not know, and good thing for us, and bad thing for them, is that we Equatorians have always, when we see something is not right, we, the people of Equatoria, make that decision. It's not them who call themselves leaders among us. It's not them we call them self-promoted leaders. It's us, the people. Because Equatorians always live in a collective, egalitarian society. Even though it seems like a hierarchical society, but we have egalitarianism in some part. Because what we do is we want to share things together as community, to benefit each other together. And we have some, I wish those people were still alive. Some great leaders during the time of Anyanya played a great role, where they really looked for the future and the improvement of the people. And they really sacrificed their life, even though they came with nothing. They went there with nothing and they came with nothing, but they gained something. They gained a chance where the people will never forget them. And they also gained a moment where they gave people a chance to learn, because there was a generation who have well educated now, even some of them who are today, unfortunately, did not see the sacrifice of these elders of ours, went to the extent, to go and help them to get the education, the proper education for them, by making that agreement with Khartoum. And the Khartoum, when it was terrified by what Anyanya could do, they felt like it's time for them to make agreement. And they did not know, unfortunately, that there was a plot behind the peace. And at the end, they defeated them that way. But they did not do it out of power, because when they did it, they felt like, yes, it's time for our people to get the proper peace, the proper education, the proper advancement. But with those guys in the SPLM today, and I call them because all of them are SPLM. It doesn't matter if they're opposition, they're regime. All of them are the same tree, the same fruit. They've never looked for the people interest. And to prove to you, it starts from 2011, even 2005. They never spoke to the people in the right way to tell the people, be careful. You guys are the one who's supposed to decide. But they instead wanted them to promote themselves, either as self-promoted leaders, or either they are members of SPLM, and tell the people what they want them to know, but not what the people need to know. They want people to know what they want them to know, and not the people what to need for them to know, the proper knowledge that they need to know, so they can defend themselves in any future conspiracies. They did not do that. They went against our people. So just to put it here, they went into the point where they are going onto these peace negotiations, and the regime is holding this as a way to empower themselves. Now, when just seeing them, they are not able to, then they're using a new tactic. And you remember, they devised a new tactic, and people are talking about it today. This devised new tactic is not going to help for the other side, because we're going to even expose it out. This game is just a joke. They're using people again. But I want the people to open their eyes, especially Equatorian. When are we going to learn from this? And I would love to see, because we're waiting for Mr. Charles, because he has some also background knowledge on the SPLM in part, because we want to kind of like look at the SPLM history in a brief, and if you can enlighten us also with some of the points is that I really want to hear and I'm not familiar with, because I know SPLM in its roots have done so much damages to Equatorians, in particular when Equatorians have joined them. And when some Equatorians were promoted into higher rank, those Equatorians who was higher rank did not serve the Equatorians. Instead, they were serving these people who promoted them, because the interest of the people who promote them was more important than the people who are fighting in the ground, or the people who are suffering in the ground because of what's happening with SPLM. So today, you could see when those of Kit-gwang and Agwelek have been brought in, even though some people say it's actually good, I doubt it, because like and clear to it. Thank you, Didi, for mentioning this very important and powerful remark. Is that how could you negotiate for your land if you know that's your home? You know, you make a contract with your own land. I mean, it doesn't make sense. So this is a contract now they're doing, and then you just go for land, and then you're still not in peace. Your people are still under threat. Your people still in United Nations camps. Your people still living in a disillusioned world today. Like the disillusion that's happening in South Sudan is so extreme that even the people are no longer knowing what they want, because they become very much confused, because they don't even have the capacity or the knowledge that this is their land, this is their history, this is their people. So for us as Equatorian, we are clear. We want Equatorian to really step up, especially those in diaspora. We are preaching to them for the sake of that you guys don't be left behind, because tomorrow some Equatorians in back home, they will really despise you. You will not even dare to come back home. You will be living and dying in exile, because you want to be an appeaser to your enemy. You don't want to help to change the situation to your people down there. Instead, you want to work with those people who can give you easy access to power. And that's why Kiir is using this kind of game, because he see how weak and how gullible and how foolish you are, because you're giving them all the power, all the mechanism that they need to destroy you, because you are focusing power. You are focused to be, promoted or self-promoted leaders. You want to be in a contract where you just live good and the rest you don't care, and say, oh, this is the world. What can they do? We're trying our best. And then when they kick you out again, you begin to complain like a child. You want to go and beg and make all this way you can get back in. And then when you get back, before you get back in, you have to go also and deceive the people again. How long are you going to deceive us? And how long are we going to be deceived? Remember, Equatorians, how long are they going to deceive us? And how long are we going to be deceived? This is the two things we need to put in our head. How long are they going to deceive us? And how long are we going or willing to be deceived? Because I feel like we are also in cahoot to be deceived by. Because you could see from their fruit you shall know them. But yet some Equatorians are not really wanting to get themselves out. It's almost like we always say, and even have this thing has been quoted in the Bible, and now I've been seeing it misquoted by some of these propagandists using it in an improper way. Because this thing Jesus said, like a pig who want to go back to the dirt, to the mud. And exactly what it is. It's like we become like those kind of like those animals. Not all of us, but some of us, some of our brothers, unfortunately, and sisters who are, living in diaspora and are selling themselves cheap, unfortunately, because they want to worship leaders, they want to worship popularity, they want to worship gangs, so they can be accepted, initiated among them. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the knowledge that can freedom. Because, when I always say, there is a quotation I love about Robespierre. Thank you, Mr. Charles, coming here. I'll give you a chance. There is a quotation Robespierre said, the secret of freedom lies in or depend or rely on educating the people, whereas the secret of tyranny is keeping them ignorant. Remember again, the secret of freedom, it depends on educating the people, the proper education, not the false knowledge, the proper education about themselves, about what they want, about who they are, about what are they, even their future, how it's going to be. Like, you have to inspire them and educate them and make them to do things by themselves willingly and capable. So they are ready to sacrifice for the greater good, not to waste their life for the waste, for the wasteful that is not beneficial. So the secret of freedom depends in educating the people, where the secret of tyranny is keeping them ignorant. keeping them in the shadow, keeping them in the absence. So that's why you see today when we are challenging some of these, rats who part of that regime who broke all that boat, and now they're blaming the captain when all of them were playing captains. They don't want us to question things for the sake of that. They don't want to be put on in the microscope that, hey, you guys were part of this failure, and now you want to use us for what purpose? Could you explain to us? They fear those kind of words. They fear those challenges. And anybody who put you on this situation for your right, because you're speaking in behalf of your right. It doesn't matter. We're not going personal with them. We're not going to ask their lives. We don't want to know who they are, their children, their family, their wives. We're not interested. But we're interested is that we need to know where you're taking us. Where are you taking us? Where are you taking us to the future? Are you going to throw us on the side like what you did before when you guys before we became a nation in South Sudan? You played the game of that. We are, if you want to be second-class citizen, be part of Khartoum. But if you want to be a first-class citizen and a better life, what do you call it? A progressive citizen, you need to be, a South Sudanese nation, and we can progress because we got oil. All these seductive things they said to the people, and people naively, plus the ecstasy of being put into to the idea that when we become a nation, we become successful, really played a role. And the people were naively enough not able to question themselves because they were captivated by a simple thing. It's almost like a child. You give him candy and he will follow you. Like, or I'm sorry to say, because there's some kids used to do that, but I'll say, like, an animal, you give a bone to a dog and the dog will follow you. The dog will become friendly to you. So they felt like we are dogs. So they don't want us to ask questions because the dog never asks questions. So are you a dog as an Equatorian citizen? I'm sorry to say, if you're a dog, you will follow things that does not make sense and is not clear and does not help you, does not benefit you. But if you're an Equatorian, a wise man, and you're not a dog, you're not because it's not us who's saying it, it's the way they behave against you. Look at the behavior they do it. They behave against our people as if we are lesser than them, as if we are not people. We are just, beneath them and they are the superior. And you could see even they undermine our leaders. If there is any leaders we have, they undermine them. They disrespect them. They put them under the ground. They put them in an image of weak, and while they self-promote themselves, and then our leaders, so-called leaders, cannot even speak, cannot even utter a word of wisdom and encouragement to the people, not even standing with the people. So this is why Kiir is gaining this momentum, while even the other side who were part of the Kiir regime also are playing their role, but they are not going anywhere because they have no power. This is the problem. Also, they forget power, respect power. This message was even said before, many centuries ago, by many greats who said it. Power, respect power, even uttered by Malcolm X, uttered by other people like Kennedy and others who have mentioned that power, respect power, because power has that initiative to end all corruption and all wrong, and it's good to have power that serves the people than power to destroy the people. What is happening in South Sudan today, the regime is destroying the people, and it's particularly is trying to eliminate the people of Equatoria, because this regime is tribal to its core. Its purpose is to eradicate us and to make sure that we don't have any voice. And that's why you see today, don't see those people today who are trying to say they're siding with us because we are opposing some things. They are with us. We are not with them, and we will never be with them, because our one thing is our land, and there's no compromise, like we said, and there's no negotiation. Because, and I thank Didi for mentioning this. How could you انت بتيجي تقول انت عندك ارضك ده تقول ده تعمل contract مع زول شال ارضك, and it will you look foolish, you look unwise, and you have interest for yourself more than your people. But for us Equatorian, we are fighting for our land. So I won't go for. I will give a chance to Mr. General Charles. Just Dahili, thank you for joining us. And I'd love to hear from you. Can you tell us a little bit about what do you think about the amnesty game that Kiir is doing with those who have been signing peace agreement? And of course, you see, this is the new game now. Kiir have been doing it. He feel comfortable. And yet they want to blame separatists, as you have seen sometimes. Say separatists are the one who empowering the regime, because we are against everything that come from both sides, because we see them, they are only playing the scenario that the regime is playing for them, writing it for them, and then they think they are in control, because who hold the power is the regime right now, and they are the one who's always giving them, the other side giving them chance by going and negotiating. And that's why you see the amnesty game that Kir gave them, where he made a peace agreement, got them, let's come in and let's work together. And of course, we know Kir has a plan for the uh, election, but even that election either could be extended or and I believe they're going to extend it because this thing is already look like it's going to be played that way. And of course, the world will, play their game and say, okay, but I don't want to talk about it. We'll talk about it later. But I want you to tell us, my brother, how do you see it? And of course, from your knowledge and understanding about the SPLM, please enlighten us more about it. So welcome and thank you for joining us. It's a great honor to be with us here today. Thank you. Comrade Charles, unmute yourself. I hope you hear me.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Kevin,
Koisin, alhamdulillah.
thank you. Just give me 5 minutes, just only I will be.
Okay, 5 minutes, no problem. So, okay, 5 minutes. So let me see. Anyone want to interject on what I said? Mr. James, please go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I can interject a bit. Like, I wanted to still focus on the fact that the Agwelek has really screwed themselves up. And then the other thing is I don't know what's happening with the rest, the Kit-gwang. I don't know whether they have the same case. But what I've known is the fact that to talk about your land is a very sensitive issue, and you talk about your people, and then if you come, they both come, the Agolek and the Kit-gwang. I haven't heard of what the Kit-gwang said, but mostly I heard from the video said you're gonna play. It's like they say that they don't have any political agenda, they don't have any, they don't want change, they're not about changing the regime. So that would really struck you really something really in your mind. If you have this massive people and very powerful people with they have arms in their hands and they could do something to protect their people, and protecting, part of it, protecting your people is claiming your land, and then you just easily surrender yourself just like that, because you say that you're not looking forward um to remove the regime out, but what you're looking for is just to move yourself in power. And they said they wanted to also get the oil money a little bit to enjoy, to indulge themselves. So people are exchanging themselves. If you see what is happening with this regime of South Sudan, it's like nobody quit. Like nobody is been fired off, or nobody has decided to walk away, that, oh, I'm not part of this anymore. Somebody will just remove themselves as an opposition or as a rebel outside, and then just to squeeze in what they want to fight, and negotiate what they want, and then they will be brought back to power. And this is what we have seen all these patterns with all the SPLM that have left, the regime. We have seen it, and I know that that's what the regime is expecting them to be back. But this time, I think it's really far dangerous than what people are thinking. The fact that the Agwelek is back, and the what do you call it, the Kit-gwang, and then yet they have not done anything much about them. It's just to lure. It's a trick that to lure the rest which are outside here. It's almost like when you're trying to catch something, or you're trying to catch a fish, or certain type of animal, depending on what they like. So you put a trap for them, when they see the trap, and then they come in, and then like boom, they get caught. That's what they're using now. So some people are thinking that, oh yeah, it's good, we all go back in there, we'll go and make a change from inside, which is never going to be a change really. What we're going to see is those people are going to be used like a puppet, and they're going to be used against their people. We have seen a lot of people. We have seen even people like, for example, you see the Juba mayor. You see the Juba, what do you call it, the governor of the Central Equatoria. You've seen And then you've seen Nas Boniga, you've seen Nas a lot of the list goes stretches on. So I don't think that South Sudanese are learning, and I don't think that Equatorians are learning. When I talk about South Sudanese and Equatorians side by side, because whatever they're doing right now, like for example, when people nowadays I see people keep telling us that, oh, um, you see, you don't, since you say you're separating, so we don't, this matters don't concern you. No, this matters concern us because these matters are happening in our land right now. We do not have Equatoria within South Sudan. We have South Sudanese within Equatoria. We have the government of South Sudan is within Equatoria, and whatever they're doing is affecting our people. Whatever those people are doing, those, for example, especially those group of this rebellion groups that have formed themselves outside. Whatever their consequences they're doing is affecting our people because they come in and they strengthen the regime. When they're returning to the regime, and they return where into Equatoria. They all hold power within Equatoria, and it's really sad. And then if you see, even if you listen even to some of them, even the opposition, these people have been even working into it's like the occupation of Equatoria, for example. You see somebody as an opposition party who بيتكلم هنا او بيتكلم بصدر واسع who يعني very بقول very confident بقول لك انا I have 2 lands in Equatoria, I have 3 lands. او واحد تاني هو بيجيب زول تاني من اهله كمان بيجي بانترفيو زول ده. For example, زول ده بيقول يا اخي for example we don't want federalism because federalism will make us lose our land, or we don't want separation will make us lose our land, and then that will cause a war. So if you think that if you guys see it this way, that's one thing that I went on South Sudanese and Equatorian side by side. It's like if South Sudanese could see it really wisely, if you're a wise person really as a South Sudan, and if you have a purpose in your life and you have an agenda, and you have a home, and you have a people, a relative, your community, okay, so your tribe, for example, is this what you want for your life? Do you want that your people to come and squat in Equatoria or in Juba just in a camp? Or do you want that the infrastructure to be just only in Equatoria? Is that the kind of life, especially if you're somebody that's living outside? I would have assumed, even though education is not your strength in this matter, but at least I know that, in these times that we live in, it's like learning is not something that you really need to look for. Knowledge is just there. People become wise, so I would think that you will want the same thing that you're having outside here. You want it for your people, even the surrounding nations. For example, the African nation, the kind of life that they're living. For example, the peace that they have. The infrastructure. Hospitals, the school, roads, and stuff like that. The things that they're enjoying, the simple things, the freedom you want your people to have. You want to have a very good, proper historical life event in your hometown. You want to able to have a biography that your people could look back and say that this is the biography of how long we've been. But where are those things today? Nothing. You don't have anything whatsoever even stretches back to the history. What you have is only just hearing about the arses, the peace talk, and oh yeah, the government is going to sign another peace talk with who? The delegation has sent people around the country, the states, and they acquire the opinions of people, whom ask opinion of people, and all people say they just want Kiir to be removed out of power. But also you have to know that these are just games that people are playing. Even there are people within, for example, the Gen Council of Elders who want to be in power themselves. There's a power struggle that is going. There's a whole lot of mess that is happening in that system, the regime, and within also the opposition outside and the opposition inside. And the fact that you see a country is led by a group of people that left the bush, but the bush have never left them. They've never left their thinking. It's really ridiculous, in this kind of manner. And you put your trust on this kind of people, you see. And that's why I brought the example of, like, you see them extracting people like the party and the regime outside, which are out there. I mean, the opposition, which are outside, they are running side by side, the same behavior, the same mindset of the regime back home, because this is what they know. This is they're copying the same thing. Like, for example, they will tell you this is what John Garang has said, this is what John Garang has done, and we have seen the legacy of John Garang, which Mind you, also the same, I think somebody has spoken. That's a good thing that someone from Upper Nile who spoke from his people that spoke that, the kind of the movement that he has, the kind of agendas that he has was really kind of a tribalist one that has really very divisive, and it was not right. And this is what I've been saying usually that, people keep saying the manifesto of John Garang has died, but I said no, the manifesto is what is being manifested in South Sudan, because the same things that have been done in the bush to people, starvation that has been done to people who are non-Jeng people, and people who are, for example, a lot of Equatorial brother that came and joined us last time on Equatorial Free From, I think a year or 2 years ago, told us that they lost a lot of Equatorians through starvation. They buried, he said they buried, and he was so emotional, and it was really deep when he was talking. It was really deep volume, really. He was saying that they have buried a lot of Equatorians, and these Equatorians did not die because they were sick, because they wanted to die or something like that, but they died because of starvation. Imagine you've been starved to death, and yet you've been woke. You've been put to work. You've been put to fight wars, battle, and yet if there is food, you're not gonna eat that food. That food is not for you. This is the kind of things that we're dealing with, and even the order of the organization of the leadership. In the first place, you see what is happening in South Sudan. This is something that has been arranged in the bush, and it's been arranged by John Garang himself. So, Charles, brother Charles, I just wanted to apologize that I took on. You said 5 minutes, but please, I just wanted to say hello to you and welcome. If you're ready to talk, please interject at any time. Stop me, and I'm just filling in while you're getting yourself ready.
Okay,
I just wanted to.
thank
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome,
And
please.
please,
I'm so glad to have you here. So I will finish my
you.
point later on.
may I
Good to
say
see you,
something, if you don't mind,
Honorable
before
General Chief
Mr.
Charles.
Charles?
Yeah, thank you.
Didi,
Just
can you play that audio, or later after Charles, that audio that we shared earlier? We want to talk
Okay.
about something that she said, the lady, but maybe after Charles. Is that good, or you think so?
which audio?
A video that was a lady, one of she's supporting Agwelek, and we just want to put a brief. It's like 6 to
Just
11.
put it
11.
on.
Okay, Didi.
All right, I'm getting it started. Charles, you can introduce yourself while I'm
Yes, please.
putting it through, and I will just intercede while you're introducing yourself. Welcome, and I'm really pleased to have you here, and James, and hello to everybody, Ricky, and everyone that is listening to us. Good to see you guys.
Thank you again, to our comrades here, our separatists, Odessa, Etika, and Didi, and Comrade James, and all our separatists here who are watching us, and those who are neutral, like Brother Lotole, Kanor Negit, Roma Negit, Arabi Juve, or Arabi Equatoria Tarnade. This is General Charles Pinson, the leader of the SPLM, SPLI, Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice. Of course, we're a separatist movement from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. My greetings to you, all our freedom fighters. My salutation to our citizens. This is a great topic. Kiir Amnesty Games will it get anywhere? What is behind it? Amnesty is given as always as a forgiveness, mostly to either children or to politicians. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Yes, or to politicians. But the way that for Kiir amnesty is a different thing. Kiir is trying to use the method used by the Nigerians during the Igbo Revolution of 1967 by Ojukwu. The Igbo separatists, some of them were bought, like some of them were also, enticed by given positions by the government, and others were given amnesty. But others, after being the top one, after being brought to the government, they were killed. Some of them were poisoned, some of them were assassinated, you know, using cars, accident, and all different types of assassination. So Kiir amnesty, look how many amnesty did the Kiir issue to the rebels, to the SPLM-IO. And if you look at that peace agreement that has been signed by Salva Kiir, okay, how many IO lost general get lost now? They died. A lot of them died. You don't understand how they died. But this is because some of them are portioned, some of them involved in car accidents, you know, different ways of killing them. Some will be dying in a process, you know. Kiir is not a person that you can trust, you know. He looked like somebody genuine, but he's not genuine. He's a dirty guy, you know. For us as Equatorian separatists, let us not be enticed by the word, you know, oh, they have given us amnesty. Okay, let's go. We are going for death. We will be eliminated. It can happen. It cannot happen. But it's a part of liberation. People use different tactics during a revolutionary struggle. You know, some use it as a tactic to mobilize, to create more awareness. You know, but these Dinkas, they are aiming to occupy our land. They are aiming to move to Equatoria. So for them, means if you are telling them to get out, you are a true enemy. Riak is with them because they share. They like to share Equatorial land. If you tell Riak now will leave Equatoria, you will be in your neck. Some of us who are focal, that's why, you know, we are not part of that IO. We have been isolated because we stand firm with our principles. We didn't join the IO because of other interests. Yes, we joined it so that, you know, the Nuer were genocided. And we also, as Equatorians, we have our grievances. That's why in 2014, December, I presented the self-determination ideology, whereby I said any state from the 28th state, from the 21 state of the liberated areas of the SPLIO, or if SPLIO capture, you know, the power from the regime, then any state that is marginalized, discriminated, oppressed, and not given services equally, have a right to self-determination. And that's where Equatoria fall now. Equatorians have been marginalized, whether in administration, whether in rank, whether in what, in the SPLM, SPLIO, whether in the government too. So this is why we are now fighting for separation, because our land has been occupied. There's influx of non-Equatorians in Equatorial land. And our people have been pushed to refugees camps. Our people have been gazetted in IDPs. Yet we did not cause any war. We did not go to any place to go and fight so that our people have been displaced. So it is our responsibilities and duties as Equatorian citizens, you know, to resist and fight for our objective, for our cause, for what we think is good for us. Let's not be dragged by those emotional unionists who are bugging on us day and night. Let's see. They will cry like this, they will join us later on. You know, the neutrals, Equatorians, I don't know for how long are you going to be neutral. You cannot be neutral when your families, when your community when your region is being occupied by the Dinka, by non-Dinkas, when they kill our people, when even they humiliate you, when they insult you, a man as a gay, or maybe our Equatorial Unionists give them amnesty. So this is very sad. I'm proud of you who are standing day and night, challenging these unionists, challenging this, who are, you know, in the morning they wake, oh, I support separation. In the evening he wake, oh, I'm a unionist, I'm neutral. Wake up. We cannot be cowards. A liberation means celebration. We choose, maybe if I add out of the topic, we choose not to go to the rally for the reasons we know. We cannot be insulted. We are not consulted, and we cannot be dragged at the end of the arrangement and say, oh, let's go for this. No. And we don't know what is behind it. How can you go to a rally where your separation flag is not being lifted up? Why you cannot put it high? You cannot talk about separation. So that's unfortunate. Alliance, we can do alliance with any unionist with our own interests put on table. We cannot do an alliance without anything on table. Without our separation interests. Anything to do without our interests, it is not for our benefits. Look, every forum they attack us, the separatists. As if we are the one who caused the war. We are saying to them to go peacefully. We did not yet wage the war. What about if we wage the war? What about if we resist the occupation? What about we respond the way they respond to us? So that's why nobody can give a right to them. If they attack us, let's attack them. Self-defense is there. So a Salva Kiir amnesty, it is just a trick to bring you in, keep you in jail, or kill you. Or you will be under his wings. That's the amnesty of Salva Kiir. It's not a true amnesty of forgiveness. So my brothers and my sisters, my comrades here, this is just my input. If I have time, I'll join you later on. It is too late here. I'm gonna drive. So thank you. Keep on. If you can play that voice quick, if I can make
Yes, sir. That's what we're going to do. Thank you. Thank you so much, Comrade Charles. Didi, if you're able, you're ready, please go ahead, play the...
I'm ready. Yep, I'm ready. I'm gonna play it. Alexa.
الانترنت صعب عندكم لكن انا احاول نختصر الشو ان شاء الله. يا بسلم عليكم باسم الخلق كلكم احبابي عبر كل العالم. اشتقت لكم اكيد وانتوا اشتقتوا لي اكيد. So ان شاء الله حيكون
I just want to know if you guys can hear me clear.
نوصل الرسالة
Can you hear the video?
كلنا ويوصل في عقلنا بطريقة المفروض عليه. ولو كان طبعا الكلام ما كله حلو هيجي ساخن شوية وبارد شوية، فهو العالم كده الناس عايشة على كده، يعني في شر في خير في سلام وفي حرب حب وفي كراهية. all this is ده حاجات ماشيين مع بعض وفي خير وفي شر عوض، ونحن نقدر نغير فيه نشي لأنه أصله اتخلقنا في الجو ده. So كيف تصلح نفسك ده الأهم، إنك كيف تعيش في أي جو you want to be، جو بتاع الشر والجو بتاع الخير. So نحن هنتكلم الليلة عن السودان السودان والسلام اللي قاعد يحصل حسي، ده الهدف بتاع So all of us I believe in سلام. So هنتكلم في مغالطات واحتمالات وكمون بتاع الشارع والناس هم القصة في موضوع بتاع السلام بتاع بلدنا اللي حاصل حسي. الجماعة عملوا اعلان كيت-gwang، عملوا ساين مع الحكومه انه يجيبوا السلام، وفي كلام كتير قاعد يقولوا في كلام السلام ده. وحقيقه all of us I believe we're looking for a peace. ما في زول في الدنيا دي ما داير سلام تاع جنوب السودان. لكن ما انكم صبر. المشكله بتاعنا نحن كجنوبيين بصفه خاصه عامه ما انه صبر. الحاجه الكعب بيرفعوه اكثر من الحاجه الكويس، وده الحاجه ما يعني الناس انا وانت ده الناس قاعدين في مرتاحين، ما زي الناس اللي بيحاربوا. الناس اللي بيحاربوا بيدعانوا ماشيين في القش تعبانين ما لاقين اكل، لكن خدوا نفسهم انه يحاربوا عشاني وعشانك. وكمان لازم نحن نتمنى انه يجون سلام عشان يكونوا زينا ويرتاحوا مع عيالهم. ده المفروض، ده الحاجه الوحيده المفروض اي زول يتمناه، مش ان احنا نقول انه الناس ديل سلموا نفسهم الدستران. لا، هم سلموا نفسهم وما ونحن بنتكلم ديل ما شلنا سلاح، ما حاربنا، ما عرفنا معاناه اللي قاعد يحصل لهم. انت لو عرفت المعاناه اللي هم بيحصل لهم الناس اللي بيحاربوا ديل، كان بيقول ان احنا دايرين سلام للناس ديل. لكن لا لا لا، احنا زيك وزيك ده بيتكلموا قاعدين تحت يقول سلامنا ما حقيقه، والناس دي بعد يغشغشوا فوقهم وهم سلموا نفسهم وباعوا شنو وعدون قروش وكلام كتير. وفي قبل يوم انه نحن دايرين السلام وجماعه دي ما دايرين سلام بسبيشال تشارج. جيني براوك عشان ادوك، جيني براوك عشان يجي المشاريع. يا اخوانا الفيديو الله يستر. شوارع قاعدين في محل البارد، عياله كلهم قاعدين. هذا كله يعني ما مدين فرصه انه بس نفكر في ناس بحاربوا ديل انه داير راحتهم عندهم عيالهم ودايرين وبحاربوا عشانك عشاني انا عشان حقك. في ناس ما شايفين انه حقوقهم قاعد يحاربوا عشانهم، بيشوفوا ممكن يشيلوا حقوقهم ده بالقلم والكتابه. السياسيين هم بيقولوا مثلا السياسيين اللي ما عندهم جيش، لان حاسس السودان السوداني يا اخوانا انت ما عندك جيش، انت ما سياسي قوي، لازم تخطوا في راسكم زي ده. الناس اللي بيطفلوا ديل ما يقعدوا يطفلوا علينا نحن وجنبنا. لا لا لا، انت في السودان، انت قاعد في ساعة السودان، انت السياسي وما عندك جيش، ما عندك مكان، عند ما في خالص. هنا المعارضه الموجوده كله في خلاينا، معارضه بتاع توماس، هنا معارضه تعملون هم بيدعوا ان الجيش انا ما اعرف ليه هيوصلوا يجيبوا 200 لما يقولوا سلام. ده اكثر ناس يعني السياسيين هم حسي اللي قاعد يحشروا في مخ الشباب والمكشعب انه ما في سلام اساسا. الناس لازم الجوبا ديل لازم السلام ده بيجي الا الفكير لما يمشي. ليه ما يكون في تغيير والفكير قلبه غير ودار يجيب سلام لبلده قبل ما يمشي؟ لان احنا وي ويت انتل هو يجي برا عشان هو نطلعه برا بقوه واسمه شنو وعشان السلام يجي. السياسيين ولا والصحفيين ولا هم الناس بتاع السوشيال ميديا ده كله بيقولوا بلسانه زينا وزي غيرهم انه الفكير must go. all of us بنتمنى في الحته دي. لكن لو الفكير change, if they have something is going to change انه هيجيب سلام في جنوب السودان، عندك اعتراض على كده يا زول السياسي؟ انا شخصيا ترزينا انا ما سياسيه، وانا هقول انه لو في سلام في بلد جاء ده مصلحه المواطن انا بحاربه عشانه. I don't care about السياسه داير يحارب عشان الكرسي. لو فعلا انه سلفكير قلبه يتراجع قتل ناس وعذب ناس وشرد ناس في بلده وقال لا لا خلاص يا اخوانا انا اسف انا هجيب لكم سلام ويعيشوا في سلام، ليه نحن الا نمشي الخلا ونحارب سلفكير ونشيله برا بقوه؟ طيب انا داير اقول لك معارضه، انتوا يا معارضه القاعدين برا بلون وتوماس السياسي المتحالف كله، انتوا وين؟ ما حاربتوه في السنين اللي انتوا برا ديل. انا ما اعرف كم سنه انت يا توماس انت برا، وانت ملون طردوك بمشاكل كل زول مشى بمشكلته الخاصه به. يعني في ناس اللي عندهم وطنيه انه في تغيير دايرين طالبين بتغيير، وفي ناس اصلا دايرين يمشي هناك عشان هم عذبون وهانون وزلون وطلعوا ودايرين ينتقموا. ينتقموا بالناس يعطونا الجيش المسكين بحارب من عشان ارضه. انا داير اقول لاغولك انت اغولك ده حارب عشان ارضه يا سياسيين. داير اوريكم ما حارب عشان تغيير بتاع السودان ده في يدكم انتوا دول ما سياسيين اساسا. هم ما سياسيين، هم ناس حاربوا من اجل شنو؟ من اجل الاراضي بتاعهم. قروج حارب من اجل السكيورتي عشان اهله قتلوه في جوبا. الناس يتلموا مع السامريات ورياض طلع سياسي فاشل وقام حارب ناسه ذاته وقد اللي ساعدوهم حسي ينفصلوا ودايرين سلام الحقيقه عشان يرتاحوا. اما المعارضه الموجوده كله طيب انتوا جيش حقهم وين؟ ما تمشوا تحاربوا سلفكير عشان سلفكير اصله ما هيطلع الا بجيش. انتوا وين يا معارضه؟ بدل انتوا تقولوا كيت-gwang ليه فات، كيت-gwang جا ليه وفاتوا ليه وعملوا سان واشترون وادون قروش. all this stuff is not gonna work because قروش ده قروش تاع السودان. قاعد ياكلوا سلفكير، ياكلوا المعارض الشاطر، ياكلوا المعارض الشاطر لو دير. ما في كلام بيقول انه نازل فات وين وجاي، لانه عارفين القوه. قوه معارضه اللي بيحارب وبيتحدى سلفكير ده ياو كيت-gwang الجديد ده، او بمعنى صح أغوelek. ونجي نقول نتكلم عن أغوelek كمان. أغوelek لما فات وحارب ما كان فيه سياسه، ده كان هو زو شال سلاح، مواطن عادي شال سلاح من اجل ارضه، شالوه وجناه وشرروه. البحاربوا ده الابهات شباب امهاتهم يغتصبون وعذبون وسوون. ده البحاربوا مواطن عادي ما عنده علاقه مع عسكريه،
لسه طويل
شال السلاح عشان يشيل حقه. ومبدئيا الارض ده ما بدا من هسي حرب الارض انه زول يحارب من اجل ارضه. ارضك ده من اهم الحاجات. لازم تفرقوا السياسيين دايرين كرسي، دايرين التغيير. المعارضه كله وينو جيسكم ما ماشي جوبا عشان يحارب سلفا. عشان يحصل تغيير لازم يكون في حرب. ما منظمه زي ناس زفاد وتحرقوا قلوب الناس وناس منو داك في السوشيال ميديا ويقعدوا يكلموا والله صوتهم وانا وناس ديل وسلام ده ما حقيقه وقشت وكلام زي ده. انت وين ذاتك؟ انت سياسي؟ برنامجك ما عندك زولك متبعك جيشك وين؟ الاعلاميين الموجودين كلها عندك اعلام تعمل كان قاعد هناك وفي منو داك والناس في قاعدين كتار. اعلاميين هم بيقولوا ده انتوا بتقولوا في شنو؟ ما وينو جيشكم؟ يتكلموا عن الجيش بتاعكم، ما تتكلموا لشغل ناس ثانيين. اغوelek وكيت-gwang ده ناس قايمين بالذات لهم 8 سنه 9 سنه بحاربوا. ما حاربوا من اجل التغيير بتاع جنوب السودان كله، حاربوا من اجل تغيير اغوelek بالذات، حاربوا من اجل ارضه. قروج وجماعه ده حاربوا عشان كرسي سابق فات جوبا خلاص، حاربوا عشان كرسي ولقى كرسي حقه والحمد لله قاعد فوقه بمساعده بتاع اغوelek. فضل قروج داير السكيورتي عشان ما يحصل حرب ثاني لناس والقتلون في جوبا. كيت-gwang هسي متقسم على اثنين، عندك أغوelek فوسس وعندك كيت-gwang. ده الناس الدايرين سكيورتي وتغيير. لو في تغيير المهم ما زادوا قضيه التغيير لان سكيورتي، لان البيس ثاني وريدي من 2018 بيس انتهى. الجماعه ده لسه بس الانقسام اللي حصل في مصر لان القرارات رياض مشار ما نفذ القرارات اللي هم نحن تحالفنا عشانه اللي هو أغوelek ما قدر ينفذ ده. فاد هناك ونسى حاجه اسمه أغوelek شاكل عشانه لما كان في لما مشى ساوث افريكا او لما مشى في كونغو نسى ناس ديل ونسى قضيتهم. عشان كده هم قرروا انه لازم ان احنا ننفرد لانه هو اللسان اللي ممكن يتفوت عشان الحقوق بتاع الناس ديل. لسانه قصر هنا بقى شغال لنفسه، عين لك اهله وخالته ماري نسيبه ومرته وقيامه وبس وسكت. حتى الشيف ستاف حقه الزول حقه ذات اللي هو خطاه هناك خانه. قرروا انه اصلا طالما احنا قاعدين وجيش انا هاري وقوتنا زول قاعد هناك عشان قوتنا احنا نطلع منه. ده كلام واضح ما ده له شرح كثير. طلعوا منه ده ما معناه هم دايرين السلام الحقيقي انه فوضوا بنفسهم. وفعلا عملوا ثانيه للشارع. قام الناس بتاع وشل اكاد بان رياض مشار. ايتين احنا ما مشينا لرياض مشار، كان يتا سياسه بيجي سياسه في النص هناك، ما مشينا رياض مشار عشان حبه لنا نحن يعني. مشينا هنا اهداف وشل اكوب يعني. هنا الهدف بابنا ده اول حاجه priority thing اولا
let's stop there.
ده كان الهدف الأول والأخير. هو بينه سياسيين ما بيوقع ما كان يجوا وجروا برا ودخلوا جوا القاعدين وين جروا للرياض وجروا للسلفة all this.
Can we stop there? Stop the play for a moment. Freeze it. Freeze it, please. Thank you. All right, thank you. Charles, I hope you get a chance. You want to comment, and then I have also a comment. I hope you heard it, guys, clearly. كلم بالعربي فتفضل.
I also just wanted to let you guys know, like, if you, I don't know what it does in the beginning or a little bit ahead. I think I was trying to balance things here. I think there was a part that you talked about that, you know, the people who are the politicians. I think that was halfway in the middle. That, you know, there's the one that are running around here, you know, online on social media and stuff. They don't represent them. They say that these people don't represent them. The only people that represent them is the Agwelek. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Charles, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Clear, loud and clear.
Yeah. I think that's, you know, for that one, you know, I don't really have any comment because he didn't talk about us, the separatists. He talks about, he didn't mention the separatists. He mentioned about Thomas Chirilo and other opposition on the social media. But, you know, and, you know, that's why you see, you know, the Kit-gwang Declaration Agreement that was signed in January 2016. It is not in effect now, right? Did you even see, did Teresina ask herself why the government did not integrate the Kit-gwang forces? I think the April 16 is gone, right? Today is what, 22?
Yes.
Right? 22. Where is the agreement? Where is the integration of the forces as they agreed in that Khartoum agreement? Salva Kiir is not a trusted person. Yes, everybody fight for their interests. That's why, you know, the Agwelek signed a different agreement, and General Simon Garwich signed another agreement. You know, and this is even surprising that, and there's no any comments from both those of Edward who are allowed on the Facebook, and even those of Emmanuel Ajawin and other parties to criticize this agreement. How come that, you know, the same movement signed two different agreements, right? The Agwelek talk about the land. They talk that they're going to be deployed 500 police from Agwelek in Malakal or Apana and those region, you know? And the agreement signed by Garwich has no land issue. You know, so if you look critically on those agreements, there's a lot of things need to be to be criticized. And for us as the members of the Kit-gwang before, you know, that's why I choose not to be again a member of Kit-gwang, because I'm fighting for separation. The interest of Equatorians was not addressed in Kit-gwang. The interest of Equatorians was not addressed by Dr. Riak. So we fought as Equatorians just for no reason. Our interest has not been served. You know, so any agreement that is struck by these two parties or any parties in this South Sudan colonial government is not for the interest of Equatorians, unless we have to sign as a separatist to make a deal with the government that will look for the interest of Equatorians. We don't have any interest, no interest being addressed. The land occupation of Equatoria has not been addressed. The moving of cows in Equatoria has not been addressed. The killing in Equatoria has not been, the genocide in Equatoria has not been addressed. And they are moving on in Equatoria. You know, we are not just only fighting the Dinka to leave Equatoria, all non-Equatorian must leave Equatoria. Equatoria belongs to Equatorian, and Equatoria for Equatorians. So that's just, I want to say this, and I'm sorry that, you know, I'm driving and my phone is gonna cut off.
Oh, that was great input, Mr. Charles. That was actually awesome input, what you put, exactly. Those things don't represent us at all. Hold on. Hello. Yeah, those things do not represent us. And as you see, what you have said is true indeed. And even to show you, South Sudan, like I said, this political game and get it happen, that to prove to you that Kid is playing the game well because he knows his people well. Like I say, his people, what I mean, like in Bahr al Ghazal, in Upper Nile, because he's a very acquainted with them. And you know, like Dinka is not only in Upper Nile, it's also in some part of Bahr al Ghazal where they have infiltrated, invaded, and occupied those lands. And those territories now have assimilated to Dinka culture to the extent that now those places are being declared as Dinka territory. Now they want to do the same game. They want to do the same game into Equatoria. And who's helping those people like Kir and the others who are all what I can call the protagonists in this game? Are those Equatorians who are selling themselves short, like I said, who are part either the regime or the opposing party who do not understand or see the consequence or the danger that they're putting their Equatorian brothers and sisters in. Right now, Equatoria need nothing to do with South Sudan, only focus on their own issues, their own land, their own people. And it's a logical thing. It is not something, we're not giving here a scientific theory. We're not giving here, you know what I call like mathematical numbers that is very complicated for others to solve. It's a simple point that we as Equatorians have noticed where the danger is, and we have called ourselves Equatorian nationalists, then Equatorian separatists, as they describe us. Yes, we are for separation. This objective, this is our main objective. But our long objective is already in a plan that's not going to be declared to no of these right now who are trying to compromise our mission, because the mission that we are focused on is Equatoria, because this thing is a very sensitive, serious, and responsible job. I know it's not easy. I know there is a lot of challenge, but when we see those kind of games played, and then we see some of the so-called Ecuadorian intellectuals running around and sleeping with the enemy, I'm sorry to put it in that term, they're giving more, they're putting us in danger. But yet, as much as they do the wrong, we are always there to fix it, because they are kind of like trying to silence the right of the Equatorian by involving himself with these kind of messed up things. Like Kir is enjoying it and is benefiting from it. And you could see today they talk about the land, those guys over there, the Agwelek or the Kit-gwang. And what happened is they went and signed a peace treaty. I mean, just look at the way, like Didi said earlier, once you sign a treaty, you already waived your right. You waived your, so I mean, you approve these guys as your master and they're the one who's going to give you a home or not. So if you really have a case, you will stand like us, like Equatorian. But it's not here for us to argue with them, or we're here to say whatever they're wrong or right. That's their own business. But our business as Equatorian is that we learn from such thing and never allow ourselves to be in this position. And we want the Equatorian. We're still pleading those Equatorian who are still confusing themselves, thinking that they are really playing a tactic or whatever game they're playing. They are in the lose. They are the losing side, because this thing is so open and clear. يعني أوراقهم مكشوف. هم كانوا فاكرين جايين يلعبوا outsmart the regime or outsmart the opposition as هم your opposition. They are failing themselves and they are wasting the life of Equatorian, and they're also putting Equatorian in danger to be occupied, even to the extent احنا ما بنقدر نطلع من العناية. عشان كده تلقى في some people will try to say we are intermarried with Equatorian. You know, you can live anywhere. Imagine this language, who brought it up? It is them. It is those weak Equatorian who allowed those people to put us in this decision. To the extent oppressor, the rapist will come and tell us we are married with you, so you can't go anywhere. We can kill you, we can rape you, we are married with you. That's like, it's almost like you control, you're my master. Who gave you the right? So it shows you the dangerous situation we're in. And I wish those who have the conscience to listen and to understand and to have the wisdom to learn and grow up and be the people they need to be, so they can save the people and the future of Equatoria. Because Equatorian people depend on us, Equatorian, not outsiders, not South Sudanese. Do you think those things are and we're going to talk about it, this rally really will bring the solution? You are being lying to yourself if you believe that it's going to bring solution. you know, because there is nothing that can bring solution. Only Equatorian are the one. And to us to bring solution is we need to work on one objective: Equatoria, right? Equatorial independence. Because some people say it is impossible because they are in their mind, they have never evolved intelligently to understand how, you know, you can do things that some others who are simple-minded would see it impossible. Equatorial independence is not that impossible. It's so simple. Even we have the upper hand to make it happen. We are so confident that our independence is something is of assured because our land is what it proves who we are. Our land, our existence. None of these two regions have our tribe within them. Don't tell me whatever they want to say. We have some languages similar with them. It doesn't matter. Even last time they tried to play the Lua card so they can bring some Equatorian to be deceived, so they can say, you know what, don't focus on Equatorial separation. We are all one people. You know, we got Lua with you. We have Lua too over there in Upper Nile. Listen, it doesn't matter if you're Lua. We are all blacks, first of all. We are all Kushites. We are all called Africans. We are in the continent of Africa. We still have the right to separate as we want, anytime we want. And our separation is not purpose of hate or purpose just because the sake of separation. There is so many things behind it. There's political issues behind it. There is strategic issue behind it. There is economic issue behind it. There is even social issue behind it. So our separation is so sacred and right that we need to stand on it. Because as you see, Kiir is manipulating those who have no standard. Like I said, and this is said by a great leader I admire him, Malcolm X said, a man who stands for nothing will stand for anything. You know, a man who stands for nothing will stand for anything. That means he has no value. ما عنده أساس. أي زول ما عنده أساس بيمشي لأي حاجة. زي يعني شفت الزبالة، يعني كان قلنا الزبالة جداته وين ولا هنا بيمشي أي مكان. تجدعه في أرض، تجدعه في كوشة، تجدعه في سلة الزبالة، سلة المحملات, whatever. This is what they are. Some people who have no value, they will go anywhere. And that's why تلقاهم confused. They really confuse people. وللأسف كم نلقى عندنا مجموعات, and I'm sorry to switch it in Arabic, there is some people who are easily يعني هم بس بيمشوا مع أغلبية كمهملات. يعني بس كان أغلبية كله قال كده ما بيسألوا أنفسهم ليه، بس بنطوا. بس كان في صف هناك قال صف ده شنو ما بيعرف، ماشي يشتري رغيف كان مفتري يفكر لإيش تاو، يمشي يجيب في الصف عشان يلقى حاله دخل في الصف الماشين هنا ده يعدموا ناس أو يخطون في الصف الماشين يجي يخطون في خطر، يقول ده متطوعين للحرب. So في even comedies make jokes on people who have no principles. بطريقة ده في 20th century when the world was changing politically, في jokes they made it in the comic TV shows, putting those people, putting them like how, you know, like if you look at Charlie Chaplin, I'm sorry to say, Charlie Chaplin was, once time he was working with some people and then suddenly he took some red flag. If anybody saw that, it's called, I forgot the name, I think Lime City, if it's not mistaken, Lime City is the title. He carried this flag and he was waving it and he didn't look back, but thousands of people were following him and he carried that flag, and then finally police came and he was shocked why the police are all coming to him, and then he was arrested. And when he looked back, he looked at a lot of people who were behind him. So he was the flag bearer because he was so naive. He was trying to give the wave to the guy, the construction guy, but the flag symbolized the red communist party. So automatically they thought he's a communist. So imagine, الناس اللي ما بيقفوا على standard يعني هم بيكونوا زي ناس طايشين بيمشوا في شارع بس بيشوف حاجه بيمسكوا في يدين اللي يجربوه في شارع. بعد شيء تيجي تلقى انت يا victim بتاع ناس. That's the same thing happened to us when incident Dinka Nuer happened, when Dinka attacked Nuer, killed them at night time, massacred them, because this is actually a crime against humanity, and the Dinka are responsible because non-Dinka stood up and protested against what happened against the Nuer. لكن هسه دايرين protest على حاجات أوهام عشان يلعبوا دور ثاني، وده ما كله Dinka كمان لأنه كلهم مختلفين. But I'm just saying this بنفسه Equatorian لما جد دخلوا في آيو, that's the day إحنا وقعنا في النار. لكن رغم ده I appreciate brothers and sisters are learned a mistake and they are standing up and say yes, we had an idea, we thought we knew it, لكن لقينا الناس كله دايرين يربطونا في حاجه مياه عكره او يخطونا في المد المويه الوسخان, and then we found ourselves to be the losers. again تاني هسه قاعدين يحاولوا يلعبوا معنا في منظمات اخرى. they are playing the game, the same game. يلا كير هنا ما تفكر كير قاعد, كير كمان قاعد يلعب جيم بتاعه. Kiir is playing his game, and he's actually using those fools out there to هدفهم كله في Equatoria. Let me tell you the truth. All these people are looking at Equatoria. That's why you see them, all of them will agree on one thing. Everybody have to live anywhere. You know? Everybody's anywhere. أنا عندي بيت في جوبا، أنا عندي كده. ده بيوريك شنو؟ معناته عندهم خطة. كاين إيكواتوريا لسه ما فهموا الكلام ده. أي إيكواتوريا قاعدين يتكلموا الكلام ده ما فهم، معناته هو زول. أنا ما بعرف بقول له شنو صراحة. ما بعرف بقول له شنو. I wonder is who's to educated. I wonder who's to كان عنده capacity to intelligence. Because بيتك بيحرقوه بيشيلوه بيغتصبوه أهلك أمك أبوك جدك وأنت لسه ما بتشوف ده تقول لا إحنا كلنا سوا. Are we part of this mess? Are we part of this disaster? Are we the one who creating tribalism? اليوم بقى بيحاولوا يحددونا قال into regionalist. Yes, this is my region. I am proud to call I belong to this region. Where is your region? أنت قاعد في عاصمة بتاعي يعني أنت ذاته بنفسك أنا بقول لك homeless president قاعد وأنت ما president أنا elect you but you sitting in my home. يلا ده قلت يا صاحب البيت. تبيتك كان صاحب البيت ما امشي حتى صاحب البيت اللي بيأجر بيت لناس عنده مكان بينوم فوقه عنده بيت بتاعه خاص. لكن ده يقعد هنا راس قوي يلا قال انا حررتك وانا مت اهلنا ماتوا عشانك واحنا بنقعد هنا وبنزوج بناتكم واحنا ذاته لما زوجنا خلاص بقينا one people. No. But imagine the language the ignorance اللي قاعد يحصل في المجتمع بتاعنا. وإيكواتوريانز كمان اللي هم بيتكبروا بيرفعوا انفهم فوق بيقولوا يا اخي احنا بنعرف هم ماشيين مع اوهام بتاع اغلبيه الجاهل وهم بس بيشللوا الشعب كله باوهامهم اساس اننا كلنا في الطريق الصح. You know? Yes, this woman have said وينو جيش بتاع اخونا ده يمشي يمسك جوبا وانت من إيكواتوريا. Imagine the insult اللي قاعد يقول لك ده. يلا انت هنا ده بتلم حالك مع ناس اللي ما بيقدروا يودوك لقدام. لا قادر تجيب مع اهلك لا قادر تقدر تجمع الناس اللي انت قاعد تقول قاعد fight for them. It's an insult. This is why we are fighting for our Equatoria because we know we are in the right. ما معناته قاعد نتكبر الناس، لكن قاعد نقول اخواننا wake up. والاغلبيه اللي هم بيمشوا بموضه بتاع اليوم لبس منو كلهم ماشيين يلبسوا اخضر، كان لبسوا احمر ماشيين يلبسوا احمر. يا جماعه let's wake up. Equatoria is in danger. انتوا كان انت تصلحوا طريقة Equatoria، انتوا في الخارج عندكم الباور، لكن the way you want to work is to come together. لانه اليوم this language اللي هم بيuse it they don't want to hear Equatoria to speak for their right, speak for their land, speak for the injustice happening, no even for separation. خلي بيك حتى الفدرالية دي لما Equatorian كان بيكورك فوق كم سنة did they ever wanted to hear it? They were dismissing Equatorian. Even Riek Machar promised the lie that he's going to help to bring federalism. These people have no care for Equatoria what they want. They know Equatoria if they lose it they lose everything. And that's why عشان كده اليوم هم عم بيتكتفوا. تلقى حتى ناس من النظام شغالين مع معارضة، مع المعارضة شغالين مع النظام، ما بتعرف منو مع منو، ما هم كله نفس التيم. And yet عندنا هنا ناس this still don't get it. So Kiir is playing this game well. He's actually activating his tactic with his all the group. بعدين هسه اليوم جروب المعاودة they're very intelligent. I will give them that. ما intelligent to the extent هم intelligent، لكن عندهم الفهم يعني beat those guys اللي بس بيمشوا مع الأغلبية ده because they are really well acquainted, well aware, and they know the game because they've been experienced. حتى experience قال teach a donkey how to behave. يعني those people are now experienced to the extent هم they know how to play the game. They are using all these tactics to control. وكل يوم بيظهر لكن لسه في ناس دانيك في العينهم أدانهم وخشمهم ما دانيك يعني عامل زي like monkey see, monkey don't see, monkey don't talk, you know, whatever. So it's just like a joke لدرجة حتى قاعد make them look funny. And يا هو ده بتسمع من شخصيات بيجوا بيتكلموا حتى ما من إيكواتوريا بيتكلموا عن حاجة. لكن كمان we see back إنه هم زادوا بنفسهم still في a lot of issues. Because standard بتاعهم ما like our standard. Our standard is clear. The land of Equatoria is the number one objective. The people of Equatoria are everything is number one as long as it belongs to Equatoria. There is nothing we want to worry about the politics. لأنه إحنا كان أسقنا الأرض مسكنا كل شيء. منو بيجي بيتحدى إنه فينا نكون حكومتنا بنفسنا في أرضنا. Because أرضك هي أساسك. الناس اللي ما عندهم أرض خليهم يرجعوا أراضيهم. العالم اليوم بيصارع من أجل الأرض وكان من أجل المويه، لكن الأرض هو أساس. من بداية التاريخ لحد هسه human beings have fought for their lands. Whoever take the land حتى في Bible الناس اللي قروا كان Bible ولا القرآن ولا التوراة all of us have read it that Moses And people like Abraham, the prophet Abraham, the father of Israel, Abraham, Jacob, all these people, when God was talking to them, you going to the promised land, they had to go hard to find it. Even they fought for it, and God allowed it and blessed it. Say to fight for your land. Don't fight injustice. Don't fight for injustice, but fight for justice. And they stood their ground, and that's why they're blessed today. After 2,000 years, they returned back and they showed themselves that they are, the people who are called the chosen people because they stood for it. Ehna Equatorian, land bitana hinap, we are living there. Just because in the machine involve ourselves with some people who have no good intention for us. Now we want to also continue to be foolish to them because هنا في عندنا leaders ما بيقدروا يتكلموا, عندنا ناس قالوا هم كوادر متعلمة ما بيقدروا يتكلموا. If they can, the people will rise. زي ما يسوع قال كان ناس سكتهم في المجتمع. الحجر بيكورك. الحجر ذاته في الارض بيكورك. يعني التراب اليوم في إكواتوريا قاعد cry for the people of Equatoria to rise up to bring an end to this injustice, to bring an end to occupation. فأنا ما عاوز أكتر لكن you have heard this lady clearly. Even she's mocking those so-called intellectual politicians then. وانت شفتوا كمان سياسة جنوب السودان اليوم it's all about سلاح. Do we Equatorian want to be in this kind of life؟ يعني لازم يكون لنا سلاح ولما الناس يمشوا بالسلاح يدخلوا في حكومة ما ده كده معناته بيؤدي إلى شنو؟ ديكتاتورية. And the more we have dictators there is no solution. People will continue crying, but we need to end this habit or this cycle of dictatorship, cycle of أسلحة, cycle of violence اللي قاعد يودينا هناك. ديلك هم tribal, ديلك هم competing against each other. But for us, Equatorial, we do not even want to encourage it, nor even support it. Let's support to protect ourselves, defend ourselves, build ourselves, and then we decide. And the people are the one who decide because the people are the power. Like it might come people and build the people to be wise. When they decided to become proud. Like the people of Israel, when they came back, they decided to all come back and build the land of Israel back. They returned and they were proud of it. Remember how they stood up. Mafi Minnom Hassa regretting Huma went back and invested their life, even they got killed, some of them, for the land of Israel. We are now willing and ready to fight for our land by any means necessary. With the Molduk Tana, Azini Equatorian, you wake up. Lanul game bita Naskir, all these people, they are playing really a dirty game. And Equatoria haikun victim every day, who got involved themselves there. And now Azini open the eyes of Equatorian to see the danger. And Nasa Tehet already living it. الناس اللي برا هم ما شايفينه هم عايشين اوهام بتاع التبعيه وبتاع قاده تعبد القاده نحن بنورشب ليدرز بيكوز كل زول بيدوب السب بتاعه يا اخي حتى ما هنا سمينا قصه تاع زوس سمينا قصه تاع جريك ميثولوجي سمينا قصه تاع فرعون. Anybody saw them? But we see them in a higher extent in a way like sometimes we're like wow فراعنه they are so interesting characters. لو هم كانوا احياء كانوا انا متاكد في ناس كانوا بيمشي كانوا من ايجيبت كانوا بيقولوا عليه Pharaoh's God. Even when Pharaoh was speaking, people thought he was a god until Moses just defeated him. Moses قال انت ما God. There is a living God. Prophet شوف بعينك. He's mighty and powerful. That's what and God always destroyed those idols. عشان كده دايما نقول احنا today we need to stand for our right. And it's a sacred thing. ده ما hatred. وانا ما عاوز اكتب أصدي فرصة للإخوة. I see Mr. Sun. He was here earlier. Sun 01. Please go ahead. What you want to say or if any comment. Thank you for your coming, joining us. I appreciate it. Unmute yourself, sir. Son. أنا ما أعرف أنت قاعد تستمع. أنت ما فتحت ميكروفون. You need to open your mic so you can be able to talk. While you work on that, any comment من الإخوة من الأخ جيمس أو ديدي؟ عم تستمعوا علي مش؟
Oh yeah, we do. We can hear you clear.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead if you want to add something on that, on what
Yeah, I think, Son, if you are ready, just come in, please. Just intercede into Ali عشان تتكلم. Yeah, الكلام ده هو is like كده خطيته واضح وجيمس خطاه و Charles has spoken really clear into depth. المشكلة هنا الموضوع هنا people are playing games with people's life. إذا لو شايفين البلد ده South Sudan ده is like the whole life of South Sudanese they've been played political games. And politics is one of the worst dangerous game, really, to the extent that you can be played, you can be lied to, you can be manipulated, you can be broken down, you can be intimidated in many ways, to the extent that either you feel like you're a fool, you feel like, oh, you're not good enough, you feel like, the matters of the country, you can't talk about it because you're not a politician, or because you're not, um, you're not a politician, or maybe because you have not studied enough, or maybe you don't have hold a PhD or something like that. So a lot of people be Johina, and then they want to manipulate people around. So people should sit down and just listen to them dictating upon what is going to happen. And the circle of the ruling party should be the same circle of the people who are down there in the party. They're the only people who can bring the change. Nobody else can bring the change in South Sudan, which is not really true. Because if you look at South Sudan before, when it was, Sudan at large, it was the Southern Sudan was partly governed by different people who are not even SPLM, and different people who are with high levels of skill, and skills are not even necessarily militarily governed, So we have a lot of people that can bring change in that country, first of all, but they're not given the chance, because people are backing their people are backing their relative. Nonetheless, I spoke about it. I said that nowadays you find intelligent people and sound-minded people have been silenced. People who speak for truth, they've been silenced. But stupid people are allowed to speak. Idiot people are allowed to make mockery out of people and to tangle people up and confuse people, because it's the case of blind leading blind, and in the case of people don't want to admit the truth because people are intimidated most of the time. They're not confident of themselves, and they're not proud of themselves for some reason, because of the system that people have grown into, I think, or something like that. So you find like when people like that are coming to tell people the truth, and you begin to point the reality of the matter, that no, it ain't like habil de hasi habil de mulakbat, it's like being tangled up in this way. In order for habil de italo dar habil de jur tawil and you can strong, you have to untangle it. But people will get shocked, people will get scared, because they don't know these things. And then for example, people that don't even know you, don't know where you come from. And it's funny, why they didn't ask themselves why in the circle where they come from, they have not seen you. Why? That would have given them the answer who you are and where you come from. So yeah, that's why they have not seen you. They don't know you. And then like I have a lot of people attacking me, like grown men attacking me, sending me messages. Oh, well, that's why Ochang saying this and that about you and stuff. And especially using the words, that the words that I say even in the room when I describe the people, those tags that that are now,
Del
confusing people.
Barbara, sorry, I got that. Del Barbara,
Yeah,
Homa
dictating.
بياخدوها in the wrong way.
Yeah, the things that people are dictating, the dictatorship that is happening nowadays upon Equatorians and South Sudanese in general, and then they don't have a voice to speak really. And if you had to come up, you'll be silenced quickly. You'll be removed. You're not allowed. Like here, you can come in and speak your version of what you want, and we can disagree, and you can say, and I can say, and no, we can argue, we can stuff, and at the end of the day, okay, kalas, it's okay to disagree and agree, but this is my thought, that's your thought. But over there, they will, like they will disgrace you. They will disgrace you. They'll call you, you're out of town, you're out of space, your mind is not right, you're crazy, and munu. And it is that actually Bogok it as that we don't agree with certain things. We've been labeled that we part of the government, part of the regime. And then over there, the regime, they say that we're part of other people here, opposition. So I don't know, we've been put squats in the middle. So I just wanted to say that, you cannot allow people to interpret things for you. Do not allow people to interpret understanding to you. It's simple as this. You know what you want. You want people who have not let you down. You don't want thieves. You don't want thugs. Like if I started using this, somebody's going to use it too. Somebody told me that, send me a message that Ochang is saying that I'm a thug. I laughed and it's like, well, these are the things that I describe people. Group of people that are intimidating people around the clubhouse here, and then they recycle my own words and come and say to me. So yeah, and I was like, you got a group of thugs, really. You can see their behavior is a behavior of mobs. They act like group of mobs. They do not represent themselves well. First of all, representation is poor. even, for example, if we say the regime is bad, you find out that they've been working with the regime. If we say the regime is using nepotism, I mean, they're using nepotism too. You find the whole entire room is related, closely bonded, related. And then I will tell you on your face too that, so what if you're related? And then you see, you still want to back such people, and then they're dictating upon you the same way that the regime is dictating. So the thing that I was saying earlier before I cut my conversation short, I was saying that, just look side by side what they're doing. They're moving at the same pace. The regime is doing the same thing, extracting people from Riek Machar to them. And then you see the opposition are extracting people, one powerful opposition or two powerful group extracting people from one group to another group, and they do not agree with each other, but they will come and pretend in front of people that they put a front face, or front united front, which is really, you can see the cracks and the shaking of the unity that they're in. And these are the dangers that South Sudanese don't see, that they're replacing one regime with another dangerous regime. And then they say that, oh, for the sake of this, just we're doing to remove Kiir. But if you're a wise person, you think like this, okay? The removal of Kiir is never going to be a change, because what you're fighting against, you're fighting an ideology. You're fighting an ideology that has been embedded over these people for years, more than 30 years or something. This ideology it's like a tree. Like, when you put a tree in the ground, you begin to water the tree, and the tree has grown and has rooted itself. You can cut the tree from the branches, from the leaves. The leaves is falling by itself most of the time, but the tree is not dying. You can cut the tree. It's like sometimes I go for a walk or run in the park, but then you see a tree being cut down. Like most of the tree, like let's say like 80% of the tree has been chopped down, but the tree is very strong. You see the tree is growing again. So these are the things that I'm talking about. That if we want you to see this way, you're dealing with an ideology that is very impossible. This ideology has destroyed the country, has destroyed the unity of people in 1983. And this struggle has started far before 1983, and back then they used to beat people up, they used to beat people up with sticks and stuff like that. And this ideology is very strong ideology, and the same ideology is the one that has shifted itself, formed itself as a power, a group of power, and went into what do you call it, into the bush, and manifested itself like SPLM, So and the agenda behind it is really is one way or the other. It's not really clear, to people. But then they know one agenda that is clear to them. They have to come, rule, divide, conquer, and especially they have to conquer Equatoria, because the name, the target that they went, they created this regime for is Equatoria, and everybody can attest to that. Now today you see nowhere has been developed, nowhere is moving ahead. All the rest of the places, are stagnant, and people have been drawn to run into Equatoria as a safe haven, instead of saying that, okay, khalas, we wanted to govern, we wanted to rule, but you know what, let's not devastate the country again. What would happen here is like, let's maintain peace. Let's maintain everybody in their home place, regionally, in their region or in their hometown. Okay, let's roll out these programs, of what do you call it, of moving forward into development, building schools, hospitals, water, create companies for people to be busy to work. Because if you have idle people, sitting there has nothing to do, that's a disaster, especially if you have men. That's a disaster in its place. For example, if you have male who are sitting there doing nothing, they just roam around, they're going to be harassing people, they're going to be raping people around. You're going to have a generation whereby a generation whereby you have your young girls, your women and stuff like that being abused and stuff like that being defiled and stuff like that, because they got nothing to do, you see. So instead of creating these kind of things, and also to help build the economy, that people work, and creating a system of a taxation system, or GST system, that can empower the economy of the country. No, not at all. That was not the option for these people. allowing people to run businesses like franchises and franchise businesses and build companies, no, that's not the priority that they're in. For example, if you look in the Upper Nile, it's very fertile land. It's not really a poor land. I've seen it. I haven't been there, but I've seen it. I've seen it, and I've heard people talk about it. Name it, all the kind of fruits that they have there. The rain that they have there. They could even, become, it's like, pioneers for, rice and stuff like that. Let alone, that they could even, the cows that they have, they could really, start, numbers of, countless numbers of companies. They can stretch out of that. But these ideas were not there. And funnily, it's not only that this idea has to come only if you got, your people that you wanted them to be in power, and then they just empty heads sitting there, empty hearts, or like, and the empty heart, or whatever the guy is wearing. The thing is here, what about the people? What about the people? Why are you following an agenda that you know that this agenda will drown the country, this agenda will destroy the country, and later on you will say that you're accusing a tribe, but the tribe has followed this agenda. The tribe has believed in this agenda, and I say this because for even greater good of this tribe, that you may begin to think otherwise. You begin to think to like the value of your people. You see, the fact that for generations to come, you're going to be known as like you are the one that caused this. And this is not the first time that you have caused this. You have done this before. And every time you come to power, people die in your hands because of war, because of because of famine, and because of starvation, sickness, illness. You become like the apocalypse. I think is it the three hosts of apocalypse? One that bring death, one that bring, sword, killing people. The other bring, I don't know, sicknesses or what, You represent these things. And then the same people you want to talk about God. If you see these people are the same thing that had happened in 83, from the top system of governance today to the bottom, to church, to everywhere. They are there. And the same thing today, they're doing the same thing. They're everywhere, even to the church, to the mosque. But this is what I'm saying. Are you really, if you're a believer, you believe in God, are you really representing God? Because if you're representing God, you will see it clear. It say, thou shalt not steal. You see, you steal, and your people who are stealing, thou shalt not kill. There are people who are the one killing. Thou should not even, covet your neighbor's, whatever your neighbor has. For example, your neighbor's car, cannot say ox or something. Let's talk about a car or house or land or something, but you're doing it. But then we come here and we talk about God, and then we talk about we are one people. We talk about God has put us together, but we have never talked about, okay, we're different nations. In order for us to come together, we need integration. Before the integration happen, we need counseling, we need healing, we need a lot of things to happen. We need our people to be content from where they are, so that when they see other people's places, you don't have the need. Like, for example, if I go to Britain, I don't have the need from where I'm going. I don't need to go and conquer Britain, or I don't need to go there and say that I own that place, because I do not have what I have, that Britain have over there. Like, so you see the difference here. The fault that had happened in South Sudan, that there are a group of people that are supposed to be held accountable in what is happening in South Sudan right now, that South Sudan has fallen into this darkness. The very group which are which was the Jeng Union, the Jeng Council of Elders today. They before they used to call themselves the Jeng Union, but now today they are the Jeng Council of Elders, plus John Garang, who immersed himself in the past as a banner, the leader ahead. And moving forward, the tribe has supported it, even though people are saying that, oh, no, there's the average person in the village that doesn't have anything, but we have gotten an average person from the village who have moved to other different location that is not their location. They're not supposed to reside there. They're there, So this is the thing that we, like we're talking about. if you, a people that are not proud of yourself, you know, you're proud of all the wrong reasons. Like, for example, people talk about things like people usually focus on, like, you know, we are warriors, we are like me, I come from a tribe that is for example, in my language, that could be translated as let me say, like a warrior, it's like, like, you know and I've seen this a lot in some of my people. It's like they don't look for fight, they don't fight you, but whatever you start with them, they will finish it with you. But if they will sit and they will ignore you until you keep pushing them, but when they started it, you will not like it, you will not like it at all. But we do not start the fight. That's the difference here, so when you have a group of people that are ignorant, and then they focus, for example, into the wrong prides of, for example, a cultural tribe, let me say it. Even the system, for me, is not even, I want to say the system of that people should be governed by this old traditional person, traditional things, and, this sultan and munumun. I think we ought to move away from these things one way or the other very soon. We need to focus in especially, I would say that to my people, that if we become a nation, we need to focus really in a proper way that, you see what is benefiting the leading worlds today. That's what we need to be competitive towards to. Not moving backwards, because I'm not really against, I'm not saying that, against the things that have benefited us before, but I'm just saying, like, for example, if you look at the things that we South Sudanese are really just like holding on so hard, like tradition, and I must be, we are the majority, we are the warriors, and stuff like that. These are civilizations that, for example, most of them not necessarily a good civilization back then in those days. Some are good and some are bad. For example, sorry, somebody's knocking my door and keep distracting me. And that, it's just that, the things like, for example, if you look at tradition. I'm sorry. Can somebody can
Yes,
you take over?
yes.
Yeah, seems like this person is
Mr.
not going
James, you
away.
want to add something? Okay, no problem. Take it.
Yes, سيد أتيكا، شكرا. ومرة ثانية أنت عارف دي قالت كلام كتير، والكلام ده كله في محله صراحة. انت الظالم ده انت ما بتاخده هو واحد، ممكن انسان يكون ما هو يكون من نفس الشاكلة، لكن بيمارس نفس الطريقة. كلهم ديل بتخطهم في مركب واحد، وده بالنسبة للناس المظلومين هنا. وانا بقول إيكاتوريان المظلومين، لكن أنا بستخدم كلمة الناس الجهة الحاسة بالظلم عشان ما ندخل الناس في حيرة من أمرهم، لأنه في الآونة الأخيرة أنا متابع جيد. في ناس بقى ينفوا ذات الظلم، يقول لا 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 نحن ما مظلومين، كل ساوث السوداني هم مظلومين. نستخدم كلمة المظلومين عشان بعد الإنسان بعد يخط رجله في المحل اللي هو شايفه مناسب. اللغة المستخدمة هي واحدة، نفس لغة النظام أهل جيوان هناك، اللي هو الإخصاء، أنك أنت ما تقدر تتكلم معاهم أو ما تقدر ذاته تخاطبهم في قضايا البلد. بيحاولوا يدعوك، بيحاولوا يصفوك بصفة يمكن ما تكون موجودة فيهم على حسب وصفهم هم، وطبعا ده من حقهم، لكن تبقى هي الحقيقة هي حاصلة، وكله أبناء جنوب السودان شايفين. يلا تجي هنا المسألة تبقى للمظلوم نفسه هو اللي بعد ده يحقق مصيره. انت تاخد حاجاتك ادواتك 1 2 3، واحد ما اشتغل تمشي في الخطة 2 أو 3 لحد ما انت حقائقك تصل. لأنه في الدنيا دي يعني إلا الطفل هو اللي بيكورك بدون سبب. أصلا هو دائما بيكون عنده سبب، يكون عيان أو عنده ألم ما، لكن غالبا بعض مرات الأطفال هم بيعملوا ضوضاء بدون أي سبب. لكن الناس راشدين، وقضية بتاعت بلد يجب أن الناس شنو يعني ما تحورها، لأنه الظلمة دائما بيحبوا الحاجات زي دي. انتوا لو لاحظتوا يعني أهل جيوان دي قاعدين هناك في السلطة وبيتلذذوا وبيسرقوا قروش وحياتهم ماشية بالطريقة ما مفترض أنه تمشي. لكن ما بالك بين أنه الناس يكونوا خارج الجيوان وهم ما من الجماعة إياهم، لكن بيمارسوا نفس الطريقة. والمسألة دي تكررت يعني أكثر من حقبة تاريخية بدت من زمان. يعني نحن ما نكرر كلام كثير، لكن كلنا بنعرف التاريخ. فهي هالحاجات دي بقت تعيد نفسها. وأنا في رأيي الشخصي أنا شايف أنه الحاجة دي تاني حتتكرر يا أخوي أتيكا، لأنه دي قضية بتاع بلد نحن لازم نقول الحقائق للمصلحة العامة. الشغلة دي ما تتكرر تاني. تومي أنا شايف ما تتكرر تاني، وما تتكرر المرة دي برضانا يعني، لأنه زمان ما كان في ميديا، ما كان في وسائل بتعنن الناس تتناقل المعلومة أو تعرف الحاصل. كلها كانت حاجات منقولة وتكون قابلة أنك تصدقها وقابلة أنه ما تصدقها. لكن ده هسي حاصل قدامنا صور مؤكدة بترسل، مآسي حاصلة، أراضي بيشيلوها بقوة السلاح وبالرجالة وتحت مسميات ما موجودة في أي محل. العرف الدولي معروف، حتى العرف المجتمعي معروف. ربنا لما خلق الناس دين خلق أي إنسان في عنده محل معين، عنده محل في أي محل في الدنيا دي. فالناس يجوك بحجة أنه يقول لك يا أخي أنا I have right to live wherever I want. الكلام ده من حيث معنى يا أخواني الكرام هو صح. أنت ممكن تعيش في أي محل، لكن تعيش في أي محل كفرد. أنت تمشي كجنوب سوداني، تمشي كأفراد 3 4 5 6 7 8 سميها، لكن لما تجي بكميات كبيرة أو في شكل مجموعات بقوة السلاح وبتأييد من الدولة، وتجي انت الانسان اللي بتحس انت الثاني ده بتقول انا ذاتي مظلوم زيك، انت تجي تقول للزول داك لا لا اسكت انت ما براك مظلوم، كلنا مظلومين. في نفس الوقت انت عملت اتفاق سلام، عملت وفاق في ارضك. ما في حاجه اسمها وفاقيه في الارض نهائيا، لانه الزول لو انتزع منك حقك وبالقوه انت تتوافق معاه في شنو؟ ما خلاص اصلا لو انت بتتوافق معاه خليها له وعيش واقعك وتألغم معاه. ما في حاجه ثانيه، لانه ما في يعني انت ضربت مثل بالوضع الفلسطيني الاسرائيلي، وقبل اسبوع انا بتذكر انت كان جبت واحد اسرائيلي هنا جاء قال كلام يعني ده كلام في محله، انك انت دائما وحدتك وتقربك لاخوك بيديك قوه، حتى الظالم بيخاف. لكن سنس انه الظالم ده وانس انه الظالم ده خش بيناتكم حيحاول ينال، حيشيل حقك عنوتك. لانه الحته دي بعد ده هنا المساله بتاعت السياسه هنا بتختفي. انا لما اقول تختفي كيف؟ انه ما نسميها سياسه. يس الاليه السياسيه للحل موجوده، اي حل فيه آلية، والآلية دي بتسمى سياسة في أي حاجة. لكن الحالة هي ما سياسة، أنه في إشكال، في مشكل، والمشكل ده عشان أنت تحله أول خطوة أنك أنت تغير تقول أنه في مشكلة، يلا بعد ذاك الحل بيجي later on. لكن حقنا في جنوب السودان ده هل نحن احترفنا أنه قلنا في مشكلة؟ وليه دائما الإشكال لما يكون من جهة معينة بيقولوا لك لا 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 انت اسكت باسم القوميه؟ ليه في القومية دي ليه ما تكون في محلات تانية؟ نحن لما نقول كلمة قومية، القومية دي معناته حاجة شاملة كل البلد، لكن لما يجي في الصايد بتاع جزء معين بيقول لك لا انت اسكت. نحن هنا want to solve things in terms of nationalism. هنا كده انت تعرف هنالك شيء في يعقوب وفي نوع من الازدواجية، يعني double standard decision. الواحد يعني حلال علينا وحرام على بلابل الدح. شفت كيف؟ نفس الطريقة اللي كان بيستخدموها الجلابة، لكن الجلابة كانوا أذكياء، كانوا شطار. لما يخاطبوا المجتمع أو الشريحة بتاعت المجتمع عمرهم خطابهم ما كان فيه من نوع من القسوة. نحن نقول الحقائق. يس في التمثيل السياسي ذات very aggressive، ما بدوك فرصة عشان تعرف الحقيقة أو تقوم تشاركهم في مصدر القرار السياسي. لكن حقنا حق جنوب السودان ده واضح جهارا ونهارا، واضح يعني ما ده الاثنين ثلاثة. حتى في ذاته إسكات أنك أنت ما تقول الحقيقة. الحقيقة دي يقولها ليك زول تاني أنت ما تقولها. أوكي سكت. إذا مشيت تكلمت عن قضاياهم ما حيقبلوا، حيتعاملوا معك بالصلف أو بنوع من العنجهية والاستهبال السياسي. وده شيء واضح قدامنا. أوكي الأسباب دي كلها يا أخوي أتكا والمستمعين الكرام والناس حاجة يستمعوا فيما بعد، أنت لما دار تدرس أي سلوك مجتمعي لأي مجتمع ما، حتى الإيكاتوريين نفسهم، إذا في زول دار يدرس مثلا ظاهرة معينة أنت تشوف، خش في المجتمع نفسه وشوفه عايش كيف، ومن ذاك أنت حتقدر تعرف أنه المجتمع ده الصفة بتاعته شنو. وأنا هنا ما دار أقول كل الناس كده، لكن أنت تشوف النسبة المئوية. الأخت دي قبل شوية قالت كلام في غاية الاحترام والوضوح. يعني جنوب السودان ده أنت لو مسكته كله من ناحية جغرافية أو بيئية واحد، كلنا يعني ما عندنا صحراء هنا، كلنا ممكن ننتج وكلنا ممكن نقدم للمجتمع حاجة. أنت إذا مسكت الناس ديل أدرس، أمشي أبحث، أعمل ريسيرش، هل في مناطقهم في زول عنده جنينة مثلا؟ أنا بتكلم بالبلد كده، شوف النشاط المزاول هناك شنو. في زول عنده جنينة، في زول عنده مزرعة يأكل بها مجتمع كامل، أو حتى يجيبوا في السوق ويبيعوا يكون في منفعة عامة. من ده أنت بتقدر تعرف أن السلوك المجتمعي ده ماشي كيف. النشاط المزاول هناك زيرو. ما ضروري أنك أنت تكون مشيت هناك، مع ظاهر أن إحنا المناخ بتاعنا سافرنا غني، معناته الناس ديل عندهم الصفة بتاعت الاتكالية، حب الأشياء الجاهزة، زائد عدم الثبات الانفعالي. يعني ممكن يتخذ أي قرار في سبيل يكفي رغبته الآنية بالوقت الحالي، بس دار يحل روحه. يلا ناس زي ديل انت لو سلمتهم امرك كده الرماد كال حماد، انت النتيجه حتكون صفريه. ما حتكون مثلا مزله بعد ده بتاعت مثلا الزول يجي يقول لك مثلا ما من السابق من الاوان لا تسجيب ديم تشانس. انت بتدي تشانس لانسان اصلا امين، لكن عدم الامانه ظاهره في الممارسات وفي السلوك. يبقى انت اذا سلمت امرك لجهه زي دي يجب انك انت المظلوم ذاته تراجع نفسك، لانه حسن النيه في العمل العام ما بينفع وما بيجيب نتيجه. لازم انت تكون صادق حتى مع اهل بيتك، انت لازم تكون صادق، لانه المساله دي ما مساله بتاع الصداقه، ده صاحبي وما عارف ده قريبي وده شنو، ما بينفع، لانه النتيجه الحاجات دي عندها علاقه بالجنريشن. انت ارتكبت خطا الليله ربما ما تشعر به هسه في الوقت الحالي، تيجي تشعر به بعد 20 سنه. دي دائما الحاجات الكبرى المتعلقه بحياه الانسان بتكون كده، فواتير مؤجل. عشان كده الفواتير المؤجله دي نحن يعني نحاول، بنتكلم في الميديا هنا الهدف منه انه للتبصير، ما عشان مثلا يعني انت بتمشي غرفه انت معناته تابع للناس ديك، ده بيشجع المورد، ده بيشجع هلال، ده مريخ، ده ما عارف الملكيه جوبا، ما عارف السهم الرنج. نو، الحاجه دي يعني حاجه ما سهل. اذا نحن اخذناها كده في النهايه حقتها، انا حاختم هنا، انت الظلم ده اذا بقى عاده، بعدين الناس المظلومين ذاته اللي هي مثلا، انا معلش انا حقول كاتوريان، انا عارف في الاونه الاخيره دي الناس بقى في جزء ذاته يقول لك لا 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 احنا ما مظلومين ولا فصل. عشان انا امحي الحته دي حقول المظلومين او الكتله الصامته. الكتله الصامته دي ذاتها في نفسها ممكن نقبل الظلم ده. انت بتقدر له خليه يقعد معاك 10 سنه، بتقدر له اوكي، ما قدرت له يلا كواريكك ده في نهايه المطاف حيجيب لك نتيجه؟ ما حيجيب لك نتيجه، وما حتلقى انسان اصلا يجي يتعاطف معاك تاني. انا عشان اقرب الرؤيه للمستمعين فيما بعد والمعاني هنا، اذا عندك ولد ما يسمع الكلام، مراهق يعني تينيجر مثلا يعني، وانا ما عندي زول عمره تينيجر، لكن الانسان بيتعلم، نحن بشر ما قمنا كده دباب زي العشر بنشوف. مثلا ما بيسمع الكلام، فضلت تتكلم معاه لو عمره حصل كم 20 سنه هو جنان، ما حتقدر له تاني. في نفس الوقت انت بتكون ما راضي عن سلوكه، لكن في نهايه المطاف هو اللي بيتحمل سلوكه. انت حتنساه بعد ده بمرور الزمن، وحتركز لاخوانه التانيين النجباء. يلا الابن العاقده حيمشي الدنيا دي بتملطش. ده هو الوضع اللي حيحصل للكتله الصامته اذا الناس ما فتحت راسها، لانه الانسان ده في النهايه ربنا عشان كده ادانا الخاصيه بتاعت العقل هنا. بعض مرات في حاجات نحن بنقبلها عشان الكلام فيها بقى كتير وما مجدي وما مفيد وما حيجيب حاجه، بنكون متعلقين بعد ده بالامل. امل زي التمني، والتمني ده هو اقعب حاجه في حياه بني ادم. لما يقعد يتمنى always dreaming، في نهايه المطاف تتحمل المسؤوليه الشخصيه بتاعتك. الكلام ده واضح وماشي يسهر تومي. في رايي الشخصي انا شايف الموضوع ده خلاص ابتدى يحصل، وبعد ده الحشاش يملى شبكته الى انه كلنا نتعظ ونحتبر من الاخطاء السابقه، يبقى لنا اكزامبل انه ما تكرر ثاني. شكرا يا اخوي اتيكا للعنوان الشيق ده، ونتكلم غايته دي المسؤوليه الفرديه بتاع الشخص تجاه المجتمع انه يتكلم من اجل التبصير. ودي الندوات اخلاقه كده، يعني ما في زول بيمشي ندوه القصد منه انه الاشتهار دار او دار لمنصب او دار و كلها للمنفعه العامه، وبنستفيد من بعض. الناس بيستفيدوا من بعض. عشان كده ربنا خلق لنا انه لغه التخاطب، لكن ربنا بينا زي الالات او كالعصافير نزقزق بس القماري بيغادي الدباس في النهايه صوت، لكن احنا بشر عشان كده بنكمل لبعض. ما في انسان ناقص الا الانسان القاصر في العمر، والقاصر في العمر ده بكره حيكون انسان راشد فوق ال 18 سنه وحيشارك المجتمع يعني. شكرا جزيلا للفرصه اخوي اتيك.
شكرا جزيلا اخي جيمس. وانا ثانك يو. طبعا ما حنطول هنا ان شاء الله، حنختمها بعد شويه، بس عاوز ادي فرصه اذا. welcome to Mr. CJ. Didi كان طبعا you were talking, so I want to give you a chance to speak. طبعا التوبيك زي ما قلنا is Kiir Amnesty game. طبعا اللعبات السياسيه اللي هسه كير بيلعبوا بلعبه شنو؟ السياسات تاع الاتفاقيات والسلام. طبعا اللعبه ده ما جديد، اللعبه ده هو لعب من بدري، عشان كده تلقى كثير من المعارضات السياسيه فشلوا، لانه هم دائما يعني اعمالهم ويعني كله يعني نقول شنو مثلا
تركيزهم كله في مواضيع الاتفاقيه. وما تنسى النظام، الناس اللي هسه هم كان جوا ولا برا، ده كله كان تابعين للنظام، هم بنوا النظام واسسوا النظام لدرجه ما النظام بقى عنده قوه اللي اليوم بقى بيلعب لمصلحته. طبعا زي ما قلنا النظام هو نظام قبلي. زي ما انت شايف في لغات بقى بتغير من الجهات المعارض، انه لا ما تقول كده يا اخي، ده بس الفكير كان الفكير فات كل شيء بيتحل. يعني عاوزين يوهموا الناس، واحنا عارفين الاساس بتاع المشاكل ده بدا وين، وحتى تاسيس الحركه الشعبيه كان اساسه شنو، اهدافه شنو. احنا ما في، هم كانوا بينكروا هنا، معناته هم قاعدين يحاولوا زي ما انت قلت استهبال سياسي. بعدين هم بيحاولوا يعني ده معناته ذاته بيخليني اقلق انه زول زي ده ما بيقدر ينقذ، زول ده بيقدر يقتلني من ورا، يعني بيتعنا من بسكين من ورا. because they have stabbed us many times. احنا بغشامه قلنا يا اخي خلينا نمشي قدام نكون دوله. حتى في ناس كانوا بيقولوا انه يا اخي دينكا ايزي ما مشكله، احنا بنقدر عليهم، بس اهم شيء نلقى دولتنا، لانه الشماليين ده الخطر شويه، الشماليين ده المؤسسين من زمان. بعقليه ده وصلنا للفشل، لانه استوائيين ما قدروا يقيفوا على اساس انه يا جماعه كان في شخصيات زي وليد تومبي الله يرحمه، الزول اللي كان بده انذار للناس، هو زول متعلم. لكن لانه احنا مجتمعنا زي ما انا قلت، يعني بنلبس القماش، يعني بنشوف كان الناس لابسين قماش كله واحد نازل يلبسوا زيه، يعني احنا بنمشي مع الاغلبيه والاغلبيه الجاهله. يعني بدأنا نقيف على المستوى تاع الفهم تاع القضيه ده، او نقيف مع الزول اللي بيتكلم حاجه بيناقض الفكره اللي بيكون ممكن ما صح تساله ليه. لكن ده كان هذا في الجهات الاخرى ده ممنوع تسال. انت كان سالت انت بقيت عدو، انت كان ناقدت انت بقيت عدو. يعني اذا فرقوا بين النظام شنو. ونفس الناس ديل بيحاولوا يلعبوا في مشاعر تاع الأغلبية بعواطف وبأفكار غلط، بيخطوا أفكار، بيزرعوا فوقهم أفكار تاع، يعني أفكار كده عشان يكونوا زي متطرفين بطريقة بتاع الجهل. يعني عشان كده أنا متذكر في ناس زي أفغانستان وفي العراق ديل، يعني ده ويحاو المتطرفين ده كانوا بيتصرفوا. أنا مرات بستغرب ليه هم لأنه مخهم خلاص دخل في شنو، في الإيمان بأنه الكلام ده صح. وده اخطر شيء لما الانسان الثاني بيقدر يخليك تكون متطرف على بجهل، يعني انت مصدق انه الكلام ده بيوديك لقدام. عشان كده تلقى في ناس بيقولوا مستعدين يستشهدوا وهم ماشيين هنا، لكن في النهايه ربنا خلقنا في الدنيا كلنا جايين نموت، ونموت يجي هنا. لكن طبعا ده احداث ديفرنت، بس في جنوب السودان وفي استوائي بالاخص اليوم بيحاولوا يستهبلونا. وانت قلت كلام اخوي الكريم في موضوع بتاع انه الاغلبيه التعبانه ده، امين قلت كلمه كده انه ابغى تجميع الناس ان احنا كلنا الصامته ولا شنو. One thing I want to say on that point in regard, correct me if I'm wrong, في عنوان الكلمة
الكتلة الصامتة أتك
الكتلة الصامتة. Thank you. Yeah, الكتلة الصامتة. That's the good word. Yeah. الكتلة الصامتة ديل يعني كان راجعنا في حاجة واحد we have to understand. عشان كده عندنا استوائيين ياخذوا كلام ده بحذافيره. الوضع الشكل اللي هسه حاصل القدم ده، لا الشكل ده ما احنا اسبابه. ان كان في المأساة الاجتماعي في مجتمع بتاع على النيل بكل احترامي لهم ومجتمع تبع بحر الغزال، هم اللي تسببوا في المشاكل بتاع انفسهم. لانه ما في زول بيكون فقير لو هو ما داري انت كان زول نشيط الا كانت عندك اعاقه ده معلش ده ديفرنت. لكن حتى عنده اعاقه اليوم احنا في المجتمع المتحضر، حتى زول المعاق عنده في طرق بيقدر يساعدوه. لكن لما انت ما دار تعمل اي اجهاد تجتهد عشان تقدر تبني حالك، ولما تيجي تكون فقير ما تلوم المجتمع، ما تلوم الحكومه، ما تقول يا اخي انا ليه فقير، فقر بتاعي ده جا لانه ناس ظلمني. الفقر بيجي لانه عاد الكسل، زي ما بيقولوا قال الكسلان ما بيقدر ياكل. حتى ربنا كتب في الكتب المقدسه. بمعنى ثاني يعني حس ناس ديل هم اللي بيفايد ايتش اذر في مناطقهم. قبائل ما بيقدروا يتوحدوا، يقعدوا يشوفوا بعضهم كاخوان. هم بيقولوا اخوان شفهيين باشا بيدقوا بعضهم. انا اول مره بشوف اخوان اللي بينتهوا من بعض بالدم. بيوصل لمرحله ثاني عندهم نزاعات وضغائن يعني مبنيه من سنوات من قرون، وهم شايلينه معاه وهم بيبلبوا سياستهم وبيبلبوا مجتمعهم. والناس دي يعني ده بقى حتى حب القبليه، يعني القبيله بيخد قبيلته كانوا بقى هم ابناء ابراهيم. يعني كان بقى قلنا يا هو اسرائيل هو يا هو شعب الله المختار، هم هنا بقى بيعملوا حرب قانون يا شعب الله مختار because they want to put themselves into the highest level. يلا كمان بيجي لما نيجي في دور لما نيجي نتكلم مع المجتمع الاخر عشان يستغلونا يقول لنا كلنا جنوبيين. imagine ده هنا في تفرقه كبير، يعني في فرق كبير. عشان كده لما انا بشوف الاغلبيه اللي هم بيقولوا الاقليه الصامته ده these people need to understand. نحن كاستوائيين لازم نevaluate، يعني نعمل فوق evaluation ونختار نقف على حقك، لانه هسه العالم هنا اللي بيقف على حقه هو شريف، لكن لما انت تقف ضد حقك انت زول جاهل. فالشرف بتاعك هو في حقك regardless منو يا بكون ضدك، منو بيحاول يكاويك يقول لك يا اخي انت ليه بتقول كده، انت زول تفرق. انا يا مفرق الناس ولا هو يفرق الناس؟ هو بتصرفاته باهاناته بتهديده خلانا نوصل لمرحله نقتنع انه فعلا كلنا اجزاء براه. وديس كلمه بتاع السيبريشن والانفصال ده ما جاء ساكت، جاء لانه اسباب كثير بنعد من اسباب اجتماعيه، اسباب اقتصادي، اسباب اداري تاع الحكومه، اسباب حتى لحد تكوين الدوله، واسباب حتى في النضال حتى اللي بيقولوا هو النضال الثوره ده في اسباب خلى الاستوائيين اليوم يقولوا كلام ده ما جاء هسه، كلام ده اتبنت. يعني زي ما هسه كان لاحظت في FBI ولا all these when they build case they have to build case based on many things that will bring the perpetrator into stopping him from going further. وبعد كده بيقعد في سجن يا مؤبد يا اعدام. This is what we are facing. ان احنا هسه كاستوائيين عايزين نقول خليهم هم بدل يحاولوا يقول لنا ما نقول حقنا، خليهم يتكلموا عن نفسهم واحنا بنتكلم. لانه اليوم هسه خلاص البيت اتفرتك، هسه اللي قاعد يمسك الجنوب كله هو جوبا ده والنظام ده. لكن النظام ده اصلا حتما ما حيقع وحيتزال. لكن السؤال اللي بيسال نفسه هنا، هل استوائيه جاهزين يقدر يمسكوا حقهم، يمسكوا بيتهم، يقدر يكنترول themselves؟ لانه اللعبات السياسيه لسه ماشيه. اذا كير هو قاعد يلعب بس الدور بتاعه هو جوا جوبا، اتخيل الثعالب الاخرى اللي لسه ما لقوا اللحم الكبير، كانوا جو دخلوا جوا هناك. انت قالوا بيخلونا ديل بيجزرونا، شفت ما بنخلي. اذا هم هسه قاعدين يحددوا هنا في اصواتنا ما بيخلوك حتى تتكلم في منابرهم، يطردوك من منابرهم او يعملوا هنا. انت بتفكر لما ندخل جوا هل هم يدونا فرصه؟ ده اللي حيبيدونا، حيفتش اي زول بيتكلم بيصمتوني هاي، وده حيكون اخطر من الدبايب اللي احنا شايفينهم جوا. لانه اليوم احنا قاعدين نصارع الصراع بتاع شنو، بتاع تقرير مصيرنا بين حياه وموت. وزي ما انت قلت this is the life people هناك تحت. في ناس ممكن ما حاسين لانه ماشيين كويسين في امن، لكن البرة، لكن الناس الجوا هناك في خطر واحنا لازم نحميهم. هم فيهم يحددوا يعمل تهديد، وانا متاكد شعبنا تحت ده ما جبان. قاقونا لشعبنا السوري هم بيسوروا، لكن الثوره اللي هم بيسوروا لازم يكون ثوره نبيل بيجيف لمصلحه بتاعهم، وهم بيقدر التضحيه بتاعنا ويكون كلنا سوا، وكل ما في زول بيكون اعلى من الثاني. لانه ما اظن نشوف الوسخ ده ثاني يكون في منطقتنا. الحركه الشعبيه ده حركه زباله انا بشوفه، وساخه بكله كمان. انا ما بدنا نكتر، لكن Didi go ahead and then Mr. CJ welcome, you will come after Didi. Thank you Didi, and thank you brother James.
Thank you, Odysseus. Yeah, it's something you said, and James also said that that it's really important that that I don't know. I hope I don't forget it. Let me just remember what James said. I think I wrote it down. James talked about that I think he mentioned something to do with like you have to benefit, like as a people, when you're together you have to benefit in bad, and I think I remember I would agree with James in that. I think it's something that actually I kind of like share the same thinking. Like we always say that Alela itama mungkin, just because احنا, like for example I was talking about it earlier that it's very important when the country was formed. It was very important to keep all the territories intact, intact in places. You cannot just like mix people all of the sudden, like oh, you can move around, you can go somewhere. I'm not saying that people cannot move, but you cannot have a vast majority of people, just everybody, they are cattle and munu, they're moving and they're going, and they're not focusing in the area where they're living, whereby they have a lot of blessings in this area, in this place, whereby they can enrich themselves, they can dominate the economy, the country, they can govern the country by their wealth. They will be the one having the say, by their wealth. But the focus, of course, is not in that. The focus is in bloodshed. We all have to be in power, And even I don't even know, in like South Sudanese, in for example, in that country, people live in a very ignorant state, that thinking that if you're a minister and stuff like that, this is something really huge, and it's really something, it's like whereby when you see in the past wars, the people that are really being really valued this and having a say in economy and in the country, these are people even with no degrees, some of them no PhD, they're just rich people. And even the way they started their business, even sometimes they even farmers, they have money, they have safe, you know and these are the things that things that, especially if you look in this past world, things that you do, like handiworks, the things that you do with you're very inventful with, very skillful with your hands. These are the areas that pays well, rather than you're just going to sit there in the office and then at the end of the day you pay no money, less money, that you even struggle, then you have to steal, then you have to do this, you have to be corny if the system is not really put in place well, you know so and this is, I'm talking like in a country like in South Sudan and stuff like that. So and then you whereby you say that, oh, everybody, the excuse is that everybody has to move over to Juba because the capital city. This is why I hear people were saying this kind of things yesterday, that the reason why people move over there because of the capital city. So uh just because there's a capital city in where I am, I did not move to the capital city. Oh, people don't need to move over there to the capital city. When we were living under the Treaty region, when Juba was capital city, a lot of people do not even come to capital city. In fact, you find a lot of people which were in capital city move back even to the, to the rural areas, to the villages, and to the, the towns which are outside, the capital city and stuff like that, to furthermore develop, to furthermore, make a life over there, because there are things over there, you can thrive. You cannot only just put your attention in the capital city, that because this is a capital city, I must live here. So then where is this agendas that, that people are defending SPLM and they say that taking the town to the village. And then now people bringing the villages and everything into the town, bringing the bush actually into the town, you know. So this is really, it's weird. And the fact that people feel entitled that I must be over there in Equatoria because the capital city is there. It's like, it's just ridiculous here. In order for you today to deal with somebody, I have to have a benefit that I'm benefiting from you. I need to benefit from you. Life is all about give and take. Okay? You have to be over there in your home. You have to be building your home. And we have to deal with each other. We have to have exchange with each other. I need to go over there to you, sell my business over there, or do whatever I wanted to do over there in your place. And also that means that you're gaining from me. You're benefiting from me. And when you're coming to my place, I'm benefiting from you, and you're going back to your place as well. This is what is this is the order that is here, how you advance a nation, you advance a country. And also not to forget that I say that South Sudan is a country that is of nations and kingdoms that have come together just for the sake of one thing, to separate from the north, the agenda that has been put out there, that people are fighting for their freedom, but people have never integrated very well. We have never got a chance even to integrate, to become a one people. Where? Never. We have never. And God has never put us together. Let's not lie. And the lies that we talk about today, sinin. Ito kan sahi ma kazabina nasal bigulu kida. The people that are, blasphemy, talking blasphemy, saying God has put us together. God is not mistaken to put us together. Blah, 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 blah. If God have a hand in putting these people together, why this country have never stabilized? Why South Sudanese are struggling continuously for decades, for centuries? There was a colonial. After the colonial, we just have to figure out that, we have to, get out of this, you have to fight your way out of this colonial. And what the similarity that able to bind us a little bit together is the fact that we have a common abuser, a common master that have been enslaving us, marginalizing us. But that does not mean that we are one people. That does not mean that we know each other. It doesn't mean that we are related to each other. It does not mean that. If you talk about marriage, we have intermarriages with those people that have, it's like have conquered us. We have kids from those people that enslave us. Why we did not say that let them stay? Let's just stay together. Why did we separate from North Sudan? We could have just said that let's just stay together. You see. So these are the things that we have to think about all properly. You know, it's like you cannot begin, like, for example, join your house and the house of the neighbor together just because you're familiar with each other. You walk the same street, you know, you live neighbor, you know, you driven in the highway together, or you know, you had to struggle upon the common gang or the common thief or something like that. Now, okay, your house is together with the neighbor. So the thing is here, you can fight against a common enemy, but you know, you still, you know, have a long way of knowing each other, because each person come from a different hole, each person hold a different value, each person hold a different culture. You know, there are things that are sensitive to me are not sensitive to you, and there are things that are sensitive to you are not sensitive to me. For example, you cannot come and say that, oh, you should understand that this is my culture over there, the culture of rape, the culture of killing, the culture of aggression, and you should understand that. Who are you to tell me these things that I don't even, I don't practice in my belief and in my culture, and you want me to excuse you, for example, okay? And then yet you don't excuse me, saying that, okay, the fact that I'm gentle, okay, not that I don't know aggression, the fact that I deal with you upfrontly gentle, you should respect yourself. Even the fact that Anna is like, you see the lack of people, the lack of respect, and the lack of dignity for undignified people. Ita بتلقى الزول بيعلق نفسه فوق بيتكلم and for example زول تاني that you don't even know these people. These people are not related to you. For example, people have a lot of say about Equatoria. ولا إيكوتوريا ده ما بيتقسم، ولا إيكوتوريا ده فوقه كم قبيلة، هم كان يتقسم بيقتلوا نفوسهم، ولا the most outrageous claim that أنا بسمعه بقولوا ولا إيكوتوريا دي Azande are the majority in إيكوتوريا وأزاندي دي ما بيخلوهم كالف. But this is blasphemy what you're saying, my friend. Azande is not only the big tribe. The thing is, it comes down to you don't even know Equatoria, Kanzara. You don't know Equatoria. If you're gonna tell me Azande is the big tribe in Equatoria, the majority, and they will ended up, you know, marginalizing everybody in Equatoria, that's where you fail big time. You do not understand Equatoria. You do not know how things work there, and you do not even begin to understand who are the majority in Equatoria. You don't even know, you know. You don't know these things in Equatoria, and you don't know that there are certain tribes in Equatoria that are living by extension, and these are the same people. And you don't know the existence of the rest of the other tribe that extended from here to the neighboring country within Equatoria. You don't even understand. So you're making claims that conspiracy, that you have a chat, your little narrowed minded little small talk of a simple mind with somebody, or your assessment, and it's a jit hina kalas, you're talking about it big and conclusion, and elevating yourself, thinking that you're making sense when you're not. I am one of the biggest tribe in Equatoria, but I don't say that. I don't do that. I don't do that. I'm not a Zande, you see? I'm not a Zande. That's the thing, that the fact that you dare to tell you that you don't even know Equatoria. You live around us, you heard about us just because of after the war, during especially this short time, or during the SPLM, so you thought Equatoria better. You don't. Just leave the things that you don't know. And deal with yourself. The fact that you could not even deal with yourself, but you think you have the audacity to talk about someone else, yet you cannot even get the speck out of your eyes. At least you're worried about that in the future. You're too busy worried about in the future that Equatoria will kill themselves, but you're not worried about you killing yourself and you killing the rest of the people, and then you killing Equatoria, you occupying people, and you and let me say that you are integrating, people into your culture, into your tribe. You are creating massive genocide, land occupation and stuff like that, displacement of people. You're not worried about those things. You're not worried about how you and your brother and your shadow, you don't get together. You don't even recognize that the fact that the disaster that happened in the nation, a great nation, even a great countries that are yet to become a nation, great individual countries that are yet to become a one big nation. You have destroyed it, and you have destroyed it twice in a row over a space of decades. Twice in a row you have done that. You do not have the time to acknowledge those things, but yet you're looking forward. You don't want to look at your mistakes, and that's why you're not able to correct yourself, because you don't stand and look at the man in the mirror. You don't. So all you do is just hit and run. You see, you create a disaster here, No, I'm not going to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's not me. It's the system. It's the Munu. But you're not looking. But then you're able to point somebody's, like, someone who's faultless, that, you're going to be having a fault. Something about to happen to you. I'm just warning you, something about to happen to you. But that thing that you're warning me had not happened. Equatoria has lived by example in 1983 after during the days of Kokora. Equatorians have never killed themselves. They have never displaced themselves. Azande have never attacked Equatoria. Azande were all living in their village. And even in fact, the biggest tribe that is in Equatoria, even the biggest extension of the tribe that is in central Equatoria, this is one tribe to begin with. There is no division in between them. They have never dominated and said that we must govern. They have never said that. But somebody from Azande was the one governing, which is his name I forgot his name. I remember Brother Robert was sharing his photo, and I was really glad to see his photo, when Robert's mentioned it. I was like, oh, that's really great. You see, we are not hungry for power in Equatoria. We do not see ourselves as, I am the big tribe. I am this one. I must be this one. Instead, the biggest tribe will decide, to balance themselves into making sure that there's a stability, to making sure that there's a power balance in the country, that what the country will not collapse. This is what Equatoria is. Because if we live in this state, you will see us fighting. You see people from the east, from the west, from the central. We will be killing each other, but that has never happened to us. That's why we are so confident in ourselves. And upon saying, when people talk about so that's why I want to say that don't run around when, and then you look like an idiot, you sound like an idiot, and then someone like me just is laughing at you. And we have an evidence of generations that's why in recent couple of days I was rebuking them. That's why some people got angry with me, because I've been rebuking them, because they have reaped the consequence of the maximum benefit that they have benefited during the Kokora, but yet they allowed the disaster that is happening to the children of Equatoria today, the displacement that is happening to the children of Equatoria today, and to the elderly of Equatoria, and they just never want to speak. They are scattered. Even most of the majority of the people that I know, the children of the ministers, those who have great lives, that I've walked over, live, side by side with them, studied in this private school, back in Equatoria, back in the days when they were little, they're not talking, they're not doing anything. Everybody's living their life, but then they reap this benefit of what they have, the aftermath of what Kokora has given them. You see. But they just confused. And then there are those which are now adult, that are grown in advanced age. They're not trying to shepherd Equatorians, to shepherd the young generations of Equatoria. They're not shepherding them, they're just there, so you just don't know, so I will just come back to my conclusion in saying that Odysseus, you have mentioned something that I didn't find time to mention it, but I thought it was something that you said.
Mention it.
You have said you have said something at the end that I didn't get a chance to write it down. That I thought I would remember it, but I didn't. But you've said something that was very important. I wish I could remember it, or you could remember it.
Even I forgot. I will try to remember what, because I was paying attention to other things. So, but yeah. Just forget it right now. But yeah, I think if you talk about is it استهبال السياسي كان قبل قاعد نتكلم فوق
Yeah, I think so, but I specifically كده أنا ما بتذكر هسي.
It's
so
okay.
I just wanted, I think, let me, so that I allow CJ to come in. CJ, apologize that I took so long. I just wanted to say that even if nas bugulu gali yake Equatoria might fassal nama nafassalu marshinu, and people try to create vast speculation of the wrong version of why we are separating, and that mean that what is that gonna mean to other people who are not Equatorians and stuff like that? Why are you worried about somebody that want to clean their house, want to build their house? Why don't you be inspired by this and say that, look, if that person has managed to do it in the past and they are advanced than us a little bit anyway, why can I copy the same model and say that let me also do the same? Because the only way to advance a big country like that, a big union like that, you know, if you have, for example, look at the people that have many kids and many wives, mostly you find a failure over there. Most of the children have been let down. Most of the families have been, because you cannot be this one man and you say that in a day you can divide yourself. You cannot even, are you going to hologram yourself to be in those houses and at the same time? This is just disaster that you're doing. You know, one way or another, certain individual group or certain family or kids, they're going to be hurt, you know. And this is what I'm saying. If you look in the ancient history, like, you know, for example, in the ancient history, most of these big countries, you know, or even in the West, you know, that have been colonized or subdued by other individual ancient leaders and stuff like that. In today's world, they have liberated themselves. They're not living anymore under this conquerization system, because they've seen that it's not doing them justice. It's not advancing them. You have seen it from Asia to Europe and Western cultures and stuff like that, and nobody wants that anymore. So why should Africa be subjected under this kind of rule? Why should South Sudan be subjected under this kind of rule? Why should Equatoria suffer the consequence, you know, of a border and a coliseum that is being drawn by other people, and then watching people being killed, being eaten by these people that are acting like hungry lions, eating people, you know, like vampires that are sucking blood of people, not allowing people to move forward, you know. And people are reduced to the mentality from intellectual people to into the degree of saying that let's just live along with each other and we kill each other. And you just have to have guns. You just have to shoot each other. You know, you have to shoot these people who's powerful. That's not your purpose, or why you created on this earth. You do not create a life. You do not have a rights to give, to take away life. You see, but you could have a better chance. You know that, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna fight for our home. We're gonna fight for our land, just as Equatoria is trying to do. I cannot go fight for you over there. But of course, if I manage to secure my home, I manage to clean my home. Even us, the separatists that are called the separatists, we still have a greater purpose and greater work to do ahead of us, because our hearts are not only set into only freeing Equatoria only. You know, this is the difference between us. And the difference between us, we do not like the people that we do not want to manipulate you and say that, look, we want to be together, manipulate you so that we make use of you so that you can go kill your brothers, or you can go do this and stuff, so that I just wanted to be in power and stuff like that. No, we want to free people completely. You know, we want to emancipate people from this slavery mentality, this backwards mentality, that we just have to stay together, squat together, just even though there's no benefit of squatting together. We just have to squat together for the sake of squatting together. Yet, you don't like me, I don't like you. So I just wanted to say that, at the end of the day, people has to be careful with the choices that they made. For us, we have made a choice that separation is the way. If you South Sudanese want to still go in this long run of the same people, you can see the same pattern of the same people, because these people are identical to the regime. They are the same DNA series. Their series run together, the same bloodline. You saw the pattern of the nepotism, the pattern of the dictatorship, the pattern of the abuse, the pattern of the one that you degrade people and stuff like that. You divide people, and like divide, rule and conquer and stuff like that. If you guys think that this is the way you're convinced with your life, that's the way you want to live, and you have no purpose, it's okay. You're gonna be running around like a mouse, if you enclose your duck, the one, a rat. It's like, they just keep running in the same circle and stuff like that. You will be in the same circle. 50 years has passed. South Sudan has never gone anywhere. You got another 50 years to come and pass, nothing. So I'll leave it here. And I just wanted to thank you, producers, and thank you, James. And I wanted to welcome you, CJ. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your patience. And it's a great pleasure to have you guys to listen. I appreciate you so much. And I just wanted to say that listen with reasoning and challenge yourself. Don't close yourself into this cocoon that, four-cornered wall. In this day and age, you're allowed to get out of the box. You're allowed to challenge things. You're allowed to test things. You're allowed to and then you're allowed to do stuff experimental and come out with something that is better for you. You know, think outside the box. Challenge the man or the woman who you are. What are you? What is your greater purpose? What can you do for yourself and your people? Not what can somebody else dictate for you. Challenge yourself. That's what I'm saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Didi. Mr. CJ, go ahead. I want to just remind that in maybe like 40 minutes to 30 minutes, we will end our main topic because this one was supposed to be short, and it's good that we maintain it. It's short, and we try to make sure that this just for future preference that people want to understand Kiir games. I mean, of course, uh, we know his games, but do we really know and we understand deep in his deep cycle, like how is he planning and playing? Because it's obvious. They're playing an open card, and everybody can see if it was in the regime or the outside, it's the opposing side. They're all playing the same card, and they're all showing their cards out there to the people. Only those who can understand and see it clearly like it is, and also feel the pain, will not be deceived by any emotional incitement or emotional manipulation that is playing in today in the arena, the political arena, where they are using, especially they're targeting us as Equatorian. سواء إكواتوري يفتح عينهم شديد زي ريال، لأنه اللعبات ماشي ضدنا إن كان في جوا النظام ولا إن كان في الخارج مع الأحزاب اللي هم بيقولوا معارضات، لأنه ما في لمصلحتنا. فأنت كان شفت اللعبة الأساسية بتاع كيت-gwang وأكويلك، اللعبة ده كان واضح، الناس دي في النهاية خدتهم في الجيب، لأن هم زادوا بنفسهم ما عندهم الريل اوبجيكتيف اللي هم بيقولوا، يعني شفهيا بيقولوا هم دايرين اراضيهم، لكن كانت داير ارضك تيجي تمشي تدخل في اتفاقيه مع زول اللي بيغتصب ارضك، وانت مفترض انت قلت عندك جيش. حتى قبلك في يعني ايروني في كلام تامر ده، السيده تريزينا saying it that يعني بيستهتر في طبعا المعارضه السياسيه. وانا understand, I totally give her her right to say that. احنا طبعا ما مع المعارضه ولا مع النظام، لكن for her to saying it and then the irony انه the same people, I mean the same leaders or whatever, they went back and worked with the regime. يعني اتفاقية ده بمعنى استسلام. كان هو استسلام ولا لا؟ it's not about us for to judge them، لكن لأنه حس لحد هسه في كثير من حاجات بوري ما في شيء ظهر من النتيجة ده. وبعدين في نفس الوقت البرنامج ده برنامج بتاع منطقة على النيل، ده ما برنامج بخصوص استوائية، لكن احنا بندرسه في ناحية سياسي وناحية ناحية بتاع مثلا strategically on what's going on in this country، وحتى في في القوة العسكرية اللي هم بيلعبوها. يعني ميليشيات قبلية بيقوموا وبيعملوا جيش. Is this the way how we're going to be forwarded? No. وبعدين الناس اللي انتهازين اليوم عم بيحاولوا بأي طريقة يلعبوا لعبة الغش ومكايد. سو أنا ما اسكت، لكن انتوا عارفين كويس الجيم ده، وأنا متأكد في كتير عارفين، لأنه طبعا في تشويشات. حتى في واحد تاني يعني بقرام في فيسبوك بيتكلم كلامات كده سخيفة. طبعا ده كله أعداء الاستوائية، وهم مع النظام أو مع المعارضة اللي حاسين يعني بيقولوا شنو المعارضة الناقصة. أنا بقول يعني لأن هم ما واقفين على مبدأ صحيح، هم بيقولوا كلامات كده يعني استهتاري وتهديد وكده، لكن we are not worried because إحنا قاعدين نتكلم بمنطق هنا، وعاوزين حقوقنا يتحقق. عشان يتحقق ما بطريقة ده، لحد ما هم يحترموا حقنا ويحترموا أي صوت استوائي، then they will see like maybe we can talk to them in a respectful way, like we don't even disrespect them، لكن نتكلم معهم ونشوف يمكن في تغيير. لكن we don't expect that, we don't even hope. ما عندنا أمل للموضوع ده، لأن عارفين الناس دي أصلا هم أخذوا طريقهم وإحنا أخذين طريقنا. هسه النظام لعبة الأمنستي ده أخطر لعبة. وطبعا ما تنسى أنا خطينا ده كمان ليه؟ لأنه هسه في الانترناشونال كوميونيتي ما تشوف إنه كير ده هو ما مرغوب أمام العالم، لأنه كير هسه في لعباته كله he is actually getting supported by international community. It doesn't matter لو هم ذاته ضد الجرائم اللي قاعد يحصل ضد الإنسانية في جنوب السودان، still النظام عنده يعني بيقولوا شنو حق دبلوماسي اللي صعب يشيلوا منه. وهؤلاء الناس اللي بيحاولوا يفكروا النظام ده ايزي هسه بطريقة اللي يعني بس مش يعملوا حركات لسه قاعدين يحاولوا مؤامرات جديده ده. they are just playing a childish game. احنا كاستوائيين اللي انفصالين عارفين الخطط ده كله، واحنا درسنا حاجه ده before even that وضع ده، واحنا عارفين شنو السبب الاساسي، ما على اساس ان عايزين اقول احنا عارفين، لكن درسناه بكل وضوح ان this guy Kiir there is only way for him to be end to stop him is Equatorians. في ناس كتير عايزين يهمشوا كده شكل، تلقى هسه كنت لاحظت معظم الناس دول بيستغلوا استواء في اي مكان، ان كان في المعارضه ان كان في النظام، بيستغلوا ناس الضعفاء يخطون في وجه القياده ويقولوا انتم ما، لكن في ناس بيهمشون، ما بدوا اصواتهم ذات يتكلموا، وكان كلموا بيعمل لهم السيناريو، بيكتبوا لهم ورقه اتكلم كده، ما تتكلم عن قضيتكم، ما تتكلم عن استواء، يعني بيمنعوهم نهائيا. ده بوريك شنو؟ لانه هم عارفين استوائيه عنده قوه. في نفس الوقت استوائيين المواطنين هسه اللي بيقوموا والطالبين بحقوقهم يكونوا دوله، احنا قاعدين نشكل خطر لكل الجهتين، وقاعدين نشكل خطر اخطر للنظام، لان النظام هو بنفس ذاته عارف انه هو وقته محدود، والمعارضه قاعد يشوف على ناحيه جهه ثانيه، واحنا ما عايزين ندخل في المعارضه هسه، لكن حنجي بعد ايام حنتكلم عنه، وحنتكلم عن الحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل قدامنا هسه والتشويه اللي قاعد يحاولوها زي ما لاست تايم توكت اباوت. لكن ركزوا هنا انه الامنستي الكير قاعد يلعبوا لانه عنده دعم والسبورت بالاتفاقيه الموجوده، اتفاق السلام، وكمان بسبورت الانترناشونال كوميونتي انه هو لازم يكون ملزم عليه يعمل اتفاقيات ده. فهو بقى بيجيب الناس دي، الناس اللي دايرين وظائف بسرعه واللي دايرين يقعدوا في يتمتعوا الخيرات اللي بتاع السلام ده، لكن اتاكد ده ما سلام، لان ده مجرد شنو، بيقولوا شنو، باندج on a big wound، يعني لزقه على جرح كبير. So imagine هسه هم playing this game to get us and sooner or later you will know. عشان كده بس قاعد نقول الكتاب افتح عينكم زي ريال، لانه وقت حان الوقت استوائي يقيف بالحق وبجدارته لنفسه، بس ده حاجه واضحه. بدل احنا نجري ورا الناس اللي عاوزين نكونوا عبيد لسه. الناس ديلك اصلا ديلك ما عندهم مكانه، ديلك فرق تام بين وانيقا ما في، يعني وانيقا ودوس بيبل هم بيتكلموا هم ناس وطنيين، ديل المنافقين كلهم، لانه بكره تماسيح تام بيظهر بكره لما يسمعوا في زول مات، لكن لما يكونوا هناهم بيضحكوا مبسوطين. they waiting for how to get back in there، كانوا بيلقوا فرصه او يكونوا زعماء بكره باسامي والشهره. عشان كده بتلقاهم ناس بس عايشين عصابات، كتله عصابات بيقعدوا ككتله، يعني كانت جبت في وسطهم وانت ناقضتهم، انت هسه مطرود او انت بيشوهوك، حتى بيحاولوا يهددوك باي طرق. فانا ما كتير. ثانك يو سي جي، بليز جو اهيد تيك اوفر. سو انت سمعت كتير من الخطابات قبلك، وانا will listen to you. لان انا ما اعرف رايك شنو في النهايه. طبعا قبلك التهيلي ادى كتير توضيح في امنستي تاع كيت-gwang، وامين ناس كيت-gwang واجويلك واللعبات السياسيه اللي ماشيه تحت هناك، ونفس الشيء هنشوفه sooner or later هيوصل في نفس الجيم ده كمان. الباقيين اللي لسه عاملين حالهم they still trying to talk for the people when we know they're not. But go ahead. Unmute yourself. Yeah. Your mic is في صوت فوق. If you can take the mic, remove it out and speak. أيوة اتفضل، واضح هسه.
Oh, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me say thank you to Great Equatorial Nations show and every one of you guys. وين ما كنتوا في البلد وفي أرجاء الوطن المختلفة، صلواتنا أيضا لأهلنا الغلابة التعبانين those who are suffering home behind bars. Our prayers goes to them. And الناس اللي في المعتقلات وما شابه ذلك. Yeah. Let me say thanks a lot, for the program, but for the topic that you have brought. Indeed, this is something that any one of us is indeed بيحب نتكلم عنه. I would like to talk about it. Yeah, because it's one of the most important topics that people should shed a light on it. There's no doubt on that. So you might have talked a lot, but excuse me for just coming up late as well, although I've never gone through some other areas, but yet I believe you have covered a lot of it, and I strongly with you guys, and thank you for that. Well, coming to the main point, of course, of Kiir Amnesty Games, is will it get anywhere, and what is behind it? Definitely, yeah. Kiir Amnesty, as usual, if you know this guy. He has been there, and most of our people knows what is this guy's motive. لما الراجل ده بيجي يتكلموا في عن موضوع بتاعت امنستي لما يدي اللي هو العفو المحدود that means let's say a limited individuals or group amnesty instead of generalizing it all nationwide. Of course, he has got something on that, because his main point, of course, is to destroy the armed oppositions, those who step up against them, and the regimes, this tribal regime, conspiracy regime of Kiir. For sure, such people, Kiir has some tactics, he has been using all these tactics ever since. But we know, of course, the game is to get one it, all of us, his main purpose, of course, انه يقعد في السلطة لأبعد مدة ممكن لحد كلامه انه شنو انا هموت في كرسي. I'll die like getting and all that. That's the ambition. He has a طموحات to this. That's why he has to do everything that can come across him. So divide the armed oppositions among themselves. Whoever step up the next day, and of course this has become a norm for people. أصبحت عادة بتاع الجماعة بتاعنا طيبين اللي هو في عالم جنوب السودان. بكرة انت بتكون مع كير، the next day انت بتقول انا معارض، انا ضد كير. هو اللعبة. فما في زول وقف ضد هذا الموقف أكيد، باستثناء مثلا عدد محدود أو زي مجموعات ناس وقفوا ضدهم كده، مجموعات محدودة، مع إنه في كثير منهم بيحاولوا يستسلموا. ف after all الهدف منه طبعا التوظيف، positions. It shows you people are looking for positions or else إنه يحقق مطامحه لنفسه. زي ناس أقولك المجموعة اللي تقدر تقول بتاعت Kit-gwang ومع أغويلك اللي تحالفوا مع بعض ومشوا هناك went to Kiir. Then all of the students they were given amnesty under the conditions that they give them their land back. So such kind of things tell us beyond reasonable doubt, and this tactic will keep on going, even alone that طبعا الرجل كمان هل بالتالي يقود إلى أي موقع آخر؟ نعم. Yes, it will lead. Will it lead anywhere? For sure. It will lead mainly, of course, to a point that, try to persuade the العالم, persuade the international community, the regional and international community, and the actors, as well as the guarantees of the 2018 peace deals, كله ده عشان, to يلفت نظر أنه, he's working hard, to hold on the governments and resolve peace issues and conflicts that the international community probably might have accused him on it and brought many reports against. So when it comes to the weakness, of course, definitely those individuals اللي إنه مثلا بيمشي هناك يومين ثلاثة كمعارضة همهم طبعا their main purpose is, of course, to get a position, which is really sad. That tells us أنه شنو أي معارض, any oppositions, you don't have to don't trust any oppositions. Today he will be opposition mainly, armed oppositions mainly. Any people like Maloons and those who are, even though they are not, and the other political ones, there's no doubt they will come in, so that leaves us alone, Kashab, that leave us alone as people, mainly of Equatoria and South Sudan. Of course, when I say South Sudan, with the exception of the two tribes, of course, you know it very well. Those who are being marginalized also. All right, Upper Nile, Bahr Gaza. So here, mainly, of course, our main focus, of course, in Equatoria has been victimized, has been victims, and has been the dream of what so-called young conspiracy regimes, dreams of holding Equatoria as a land of theirs, in the long runs, based on their tactics and agenda. So this is not something new, and we shouldn't also take it easy. We're supposed to be very serious about it and make sure that it's part of our records or future records. If at all there's any kind of deal or any kind of غش أو أي غش بالنسبة لنا كإكواتوريانز، لأنه الحقائق واضحة جدا. This can stand as the truth. لأنه after all, if people can claim that أنه الناس كلها are suffering, then why do you have to move in without your brother? Why do you have just only to move in and say, okay, أنا ماشي أحل المشكلة بتاعي, in the state of bringing all those people collectively? Is similar to what is going on, الناس ثلاثة قاعد يقولون ماشيين DC, of course. It is clear, we're not against that, but what we have told them, and we have two parallel lines, leave alone أنه في ناس تحت من يولد جماعة in the state of coming up بكل شجاعة, عشان يقول أنه إحنا yes, we need all people to come on board and so move ahead and see respectively address anyone's rights and call such as self-determinations for Equatoria and all that kind of things. No, they don't want that. Of course, it's hurtful. لأنه this tells you أن المتآمرين, those who are against us as Equatorians, are there. Whatever the reason is, they will go, of course, and claim that, we want regime change and all that. But the next day, the issue is not about regime change, but rather positioning themselves, positioning themselves in the years to come. Yet the question goes to Equatoria. Will Equatoria guarantee its right afterward in the future? Should it be in a long future? Supposedly we managed to topple, any of the oppositions managed to topple that government. Do you think Equatoria will have its right? For those Equatoria among them, what did they question themselves? Did they ask themselves whether or not the way how they are behaving will lead to the Equatorial right to reach their goals or not? Those are some kind of questions that they should answer it. Because after all,
sorry to interrupt you. I just want to remind us that we are we're going to have this topic soon on that. Sorry to interrupt, but I want us to ركز هنا في موضوع مسؤولين لك بس directly. Do you think Kiir amnesty حاجات اللي قاعد يحصل كير قاعد get into the power, يعني قاعد get more powerful ده? Do you think it's actually because of people like us? Because طبعا في تهمات هسه تهمات كده تشويه, يعني على اساس يشوهوا اصوات الانفصاليين والاستوائيين على اساس احنا قاعدين نمكن كير, حتى رغم ما انت كويس جبت الموضوع بتاع المظاهرات ده, لان هم last time when we عرضنا على اسباب وانت اخذت اسئله واضحه واسئله اسئله ما فوق اي عيب عشان تسال سؤال ده, هم اخذوها بطريقه احنا بقينا مع النظام حتى في لغات كده استهتاري استفزازي. طبعا انت بتشوفهم قاعدين عصابات مجموعات بيتكلموا كلام ده كنا ما فاضيين في كلامهم لانه كلامهم ما بيجيب ولا بيدي. لكن اهم شيء بدنا نركز هنا هو القضايا اللي هسه حاصله في جنوب السودان ده. كير ليه قوته قاعد يستمد من وين؟ يستمد من لانه الضعف بتاع المعارضه ولا ده من لانه الشعب؟ وكان انت لاحظت هسه زي قبلك الفيديو اللي احنا خديناه واتكلم الاخت ده بتتكلم هي انه هم قدروا يلقوا حقهم وهم دايرين سلام بطريقه عشان السلاح وهو بقى بيستهتر في المعارضه اللي ما عندهم سلاح. ففي نفس الوقت ما في بيوري في نقد هنا, هي like she contradicting herself because هم نفسهم كانوا عندهم سلاح, هم رجعوا يتعاملوا مع النظام لانه ده كان فعلا عاوز تشيل حقك وانت قلت السلاح يا بيجيب حقك مفترض تشيله للنهايه. ما هو النظام يا بيجي بيتفاوض معاك بيجي بترجاك, لكن هم جا قعدوا وهم عندهم مطالب وقال كان المطالب دي تحققت طوالي هم شنو بيقفوا عنف. ف this thing isn't it showing a clear contradiction. وبعدين احنا كاستوائيين في مرحله شنو دخلنا مع مشاكل تاع الناس ديل اذا هم ما قادرين يخطوا كلام واضح ولا حتى عاوزين يعني يقيفوا على المبادئ. يعني احنا اراضينا ما زي بتاعنا، احنا ما عندنا جزء من الناس ديل كان في اراضينا، ولا حتى عندنا قضايا بتعمل لعنف مع بعض كقبائل مع بعضينا. الناس ديل ماسكين البلد اليوم بطريقه السلاح وعاوزين يشجعوا الناس كله يقعدوا يشاكلوا بالسلاح. فانا ما اعرف رايك شنو في الكلام ده، وشكرا. سوري طولت الاسئله.
No, it's okay. It's good. Okay.
كلامي مفهوم مش واضح؟
yes وانا
اوكي شكرا.
القضايا بتاعت الاستمرار في جنوب السودان تقدر تقول انه هو القوه بتاع المعارضه مش الشعب. القضايا اللي
شنو قاعد يمكن شنو قاعد يمكن كير من درجه القوه بتاعه قوي لدرجه هو بيقدر يعمل حاجات دي؟
هو الصفوف المزحزحه، يعني the shaking let's say positions of what so-called معارضة oppositions. It's not the sharp in the mainly their followers, and they have to follow. They have to see, like, when people are campaigning, the role of the people is to see who can bring the right solutions. So الشعب دورهم بيعتبر ثانوي، لأنه المعارضة الناس اللي بيكون صوتهم من بيحاول المعارضة بيكون عبر الميديا. It can be through media and more many things. That's why people will mostly listen to them. الشعب دائما بيسمع للناس بشكل ده. فالمسألة في الحد ذاتها، أنا زي ما قلت لك، المعارضة هي الضعف في المعارضة اللي بيقوي الكير، والضعف في قوة المعارضة، لا سيما المعارضة المسلحة والناس اللي كانوا يشتغلوا مع النظام قبل كده. الناس اللي اشتغلوا مع النظام قبل كده يعني وأكلوا شربوا مع النظام في زي ما تقول في كأس واحد. تعرف كيف هؤلاء الناس ما بيعتبر خطر. لذلك من الصعب أن الثقة في هؤلاء العناصر، من الصعب جدا أن تثق في هذا الناس. بمعنى آخر، خاصة لما تجي تلقى زول أنه شنو يقول هاي الناس كلها حكومية يلا نجيب ضد النظام، في الوقت اللي أنت تعرف ده منو who's the right guy and who's the wrong guy just randomly. يعني في ناس قاعد يكونفيوز أنه في خرطوم المظاهرات الخرطوم الناس كله مشوا سوا. no أبدا. كان انت اخو مسلم هناك، اخوان المسلمين ناس بشير واي زول كان يشتغل من النظام ده، هؤلاء الشباب الصغار كانوا كارهين الناس زي خالص خالص. في فرق، لانه انت ما ممكن تقول اسرائيل وعرب يشاكلوا مع بعض يكونوا مع بعض. تعرف كيف؟ اسرائيليين وعرب يشاكلوا مع بعض عشان يرموا حكومه بتاع نتنياهو مثلا، نتنياهو او الحكومه الحاليه بتاع اسرائيل. انت فكرك الكلام ده بيحصل بشكل ده which is really impossible of course. كانت قلت الاسرائيلي وعرب يا حكومه نمشي نكوب الحكومه للاسف النظام الاسرائيلي دي برا. من الصعب جدا جدا ده يكون مستحيل، ناهيك انه leave alone that you will not get your right. So there seems to be talking. So انا بيحمل الموضوع هنا في الفقره الاولى ان المعارضه هي السبب الاساسي، لانه المعارضه ما في. انت لو شفت المعارضه كل زول عنده اتجاه، كل زول عنده عباره باستثناء ايكواتوريا. كلامنا واضح جدا جدا وثابت، الا وهو انه هنا بنسعى لحق تقرير المصير. We need self-determinations and our country for our own, because we were once a country and we need to go back to that square one again. So our words is quite clear and sounds to everyone's, So it's unfortunate. So when, remember, a house divided cannot stand. That is the masal wadih. That's the parables, the clear parables, to everyone down there. And, when you're divided, you will never reach your goal, definitely. So this is a shocking point. Yeah, and probably, if I'm not mistaken, somebody will say, those people might have been prepared by a government like Agwelek
وكيت-gwang. يا هم كلهم سوري قطع عشان عندي سؤال لك ليتا. بس Agwelek طبعا هو تابع للشلوك، وكيت-gwang I think تابع لنوير، وهم كانوا جزء من الآيو انشقوا بعدين يلا جاء عملوا صف بتاعهم المهم. في النهاية هسه هم رجعوا تاني مع النظام بطريقة بتاع سلام وامنستي.
Thank you. Did you read this will tell you that يعني نازل هم من جوا بيخططوا وبرا بيخططوا. You understand that? يعني inside they will play it, outside they will play it. So there's no trustworthy to any of those groups. يعني لما الواحد يقول لك أنا معارضة مسلح، يعني don't, if you go and lie with him, tomorrow, don't be surprised if he shoot you. تعرف كيف؟ كانوا ضربك بطلقة ما تستغرب. So the other way, another way, I may say, probably this is a setup from the government, from the regimes. The regimes, of course, consists of two individuals, two elements, two tribal elements, Dinka and Nuer. They can play it that way. ممكن بيخلق الموضوع ده, and then, there will be some kind of conflict. This is what's so-called double agents, kind of tactics. They have to play it. تعرف كيف؟ بيلعبوها للشعب. بعدين الشعب بيقولوا فعلا زول اللي قاعد يجيب كده لكن في الوقت لانه شنو؟ لانه الزول اللي عنده مبدا, whoever have his principle, cannot be broken. Cannot be changed, cannot easily be taken, right, for granted. تعرف كيف؟ He will always stand until he gets it perfectly. تعرف كيف؟ particularly, فده بيوري انه اللعبه يعني كير ذاته احتمال قاعد يلعب اللعبات المقلوبه ده بيجي عشان يشوف ناس زي ناس ده بتاعت سيريلو والمجموعه الاخرى دي. طبعا هم نجوا يعني probably they will have to persuade and okay, let's ally together, against the regimes. All of a sudden, then the next day will turn, and we have learned that from NAS. When they make Soma مجموعات دي, we have learned a lot from them. انه يوزن سب الباقي ده قعدوا معاهم هناك بعد يومين ثلاثه. تخيل لما جاء في ساين بتاع الديل ده كمان ده ساين قاعدين without تفويض بتاعت القيادات الموجوده هناك كلها وسو-called ally or Soma or so. Then this tells you clearly انه the game is is بعيد المدى يعني
مخطط هيك. سوري انا قاطعك بس سي جي في كلام انت قلته مهم جدا لانه حاجات ده كويس نقدر نجيب عشان احنا لانه مرات لما نخلي ناس يبحر كثير sometimes we go back into things. I want to get kind of like عشان this is what I want us to get into المخططات بتاع الامنستي ده. So انت قلت هسه ان الناس ديل يعني واضح اللعبه بتاعهم وعندهم مخططات كبيره. طيب هسه كأننا لاحظنا كير امنستي بتاعه ده اللعبه بتاع I forgot in Arabic amnesty but يعني imagine العفو ايوه ثانك يو العفو على اساس انه يرجعوا ونتسالم ونتصالح. وقت ده ما في محاسبه. هل انت لاحظت حتى ذات الحسابات بتاع القتله قتلوا الناس اللي عملوا جرائم ارتكبوا جرائم الانسانيه ما في محاسبات. يعني ده ذاته بيوريك شنو هسه في ناحيه كده في ناحيه كمواطن استوائي وعاوز يعني انا قاعد نستغرب من استوائنا اخواننا واخواتنا الاستوائيين عاوزين يدمروا حالهم يخطوا حالهم في وسط ناس مجموعات اللي هم ما حتى عندهم ضمير يقدر يعملوا مقاضاة للناس اللي بيقتلوا بعضهم. هم يعني القتال يعني بقى حالة القتل عندهم عادي. يعني حتى ما في قانون كده بيقول يا أخي وقفوا قتل ده حاجة جريمة. أنت بتشوف يعني واحد بيقتل بدو دبورة كبير وبكرة بيدخل جوا فأنت بتشوف شنو في الناحية ده. وهل الحاجة دي بينجح بجد anyway لأنه الأمن سلاسة بيعملوها هل بيودي لقدام because that's also part of the question of the topic. Yeah. Does it get anywhere? Will it get anywhere? Does it help?
Does it help? It helps whom? Do you mean does it help us?
هل بدي للديزاير بتاع الناس دي إن كان طبعا هم بيقولوا بيخشوا الشعب بتاعهم قال أيوة solution.
It will not. It will always remain. That means أنه عاوزين they wanted to عشان يعززوا موقف بتاعت بتاعت النظام القائم. يعني they wanted to strengthen it in a way that means this is because there are many people who are really happy with this kind of regimes بتاعت فوضى والخراب there because until they reach their goal then of course based on their 39 articles of that tactics بتاعت Dinka Young Council or Kingdom وما بعرف أو دولة بتاع جنب ده اللي عاوزين يقيموا في إكواتوريا ده based on their dreams. That is why هذا البتاع ده فيه مخاطر ما بيؤدي إلى شنو للمزيد من الخراب. So this would have been an alert to any Equatorians, any Equatorian out there that are supposed to be fully aware and this is لعبة قذر جدا جدا. Whatever you trust these people, that is why we're saying there's no trust between us and these people. And if at all there's anything if anything were to take place, it should be based on the three regions. يعني كان في أي حاجة بيحصل أنه أي نوع من الاتفاق أو أي تداخل أو أي تلاحم بيننا يجب أن يكون يبني على 3 أقاليم. تعرف كيف؟ على أساس 3 أقاليم وليس إقليم واحد أو إقليمين لو فرضوا حالهم، لو من قاعد طبعا من قاعد نسمي نفسهم جنوب السودان. So بالنسبة لنا that is how we as Equatorians are looking to it, particularly as nationalists who are calling for self-determination. The way how we look at it is this way. كان بحر الغزال ولا النيل هم بيجوا لحالهم، هم عاوزين يقولوا نفسهم طبعا هم قالوا من جنوب السودان. Well ألف مرحبا بهم. هنا we're ready. If at all there's anything between Equatorians, كان في Equatorian في أي محل, wherever any Equatorians find himself get engaged with those people, let him be out speaking. تعرف كيف؟ let me speak out على أساس إنه يا أخويا أسمع أنا هنا أنا Equatorians because that's my identity. For you guys, I will just treat you as South Sudanese. South Sudanese توقف نهر البحر الغزال. أنا مستعد إنه يكون في نقاش بهذه الحالة. ما دون ذلك بيعتبر إجحاف لأنه there's no trust. And as you can see as days goes كل يوم الجاب بتاع trust اللي هو الحاجز بتاع التراك اللي هو بمعنى شنو الفجوة بتاعت الثقة دي قاعد يتوسع قاعد يزيد. every day it expands. لو كان بيني وبينك عدم الثقة يعني لو بدرجات مثلا من 1 ل 100 أنا قاعد أشوف حاجة دي قاعد يزيد كل يوم. يعني امبارح لو كان 75 today we can see it's 80-80%. لأنه شنو بتلقى واحد بيقول لك أنا معاك وذاك يعني أو زي ناس مثلا المجموعة زي ناس زي اللي بيقول عندهم تحالف بتاع سوما بتلقاهم هنا يعني العضو بتاعهم ذاته بدون تدخل في الشؤون بتاعهم، لكن العضو بتاعهم بتلقى العضو متذبذب ما بتعرفوا هل زول ده عنده موقف ثابت ولا ما عنده موقف ثابت. فده بيوري عدم الثقة. فبالنسبة للكلام بتاع الأخت بتاع السلاح، الأخت قالت عبرت عن السلاح about the guns.
قالت السلاح سوري قالت السلاح يعني ده الطريقة الوسيلة الوحيد عشان يحققوا أهدافهم ويتكلموا عن النظام. بمعنى ذاته بديك سؤال هنا في نفسه.
اوكي السلاح يا اخوانا الناس لا يجب الناس ان يؤمنوا بالسلاح يعني بقدر انه لانه السلاح في النهايه هو حظ الارواح. the more ناس قاعد hold guns انت بتشيل guns. انت لما تشيل سلاح you need to know انت عاوز تكون عندك فتره من الزمن. اراكم الثوره الامريكيه American revolutions it didn't take long. لما نازل اخذوا سنتين it was a hell in a cell. يعني كانت مأساة عشرات الناس ماتوا. فقلينا احنا كافارقه اننا قاعد ننوم لما نمسك سلاح ده عاوزين ننوم بالسلاح ده 40 يوم 20 سنه 15 سنه without any estimations بدون دراسه على اساس انه شنو how many people are going to die if I'm going to take guns to fight somebody how long is it going to take. This you need to ask your questions. يعني يا ريت السلاح اللي اسمه قاعد بيقول انه ناخذ سلاح ده بتحسم القضيه ده which would have settled this issue within a month's time or 6 months time. No, it's going to prolong. That means it's a setback. It's going to be a setback. That's why Equatoria هنا قال نقول شنو Equatoria has to have its own army. لأنه هسه Equatoria مع الدعاية لسه all these دعاية اللي قاعد يقولوا خليه كير يوقع وكير ما داير انه مثلا ناس كونتونمنت زي عشان يعملوا انتجريشن من الجماعه دي. What do you think that is؟ هذاك دينكا من هناك جيش. So Equatoria is in absentee. فأنا قاعد أقول إنه Equatoria عشان كده إحنا كإيكواتوريا بنقول إنه لو إحنا نقوم القوة بتاعنا Equatoria مطلوب إنه يكون عنده قوة بتاعه. القوة بتاعه على أساس إنه يدافع ويحمي حاله. وإيكواتوريا عنده كل الحقوق المشروعة دوليا سواء كان دوليا أو إقليميا. تعرف لما زول بيجي لما في نظام في زول بيجي بيعمل انقلاب على البلد وبيشيل النظام وبقول انا عاوز اسس دوله بتاعي في ارضك انت في ارض زول ثاني في ارضي بتاعت مثلا كم 30 قبائل او 40 قبيله ده بيعتبر خطا بيخاطر اجحاف. فلذلك هنا ده خطر جدا جدا. فالينو عاوزين البالانس. فبالنسبه للاخ دي سلاح دي بنقول له انه السلاح دي ما حل. انت ممكن تشيل اسلحه العالم ده كله تقتل حالك لكن في النهايه انت بتشرد المواطنين المزيد من التشريد والقتل وكده. انت لو عاوز تعمل مهمه بتاعك يجب ان يكون very very مدروسه وشورت not long. عارف كيف؟ يعني the more you prolong it جاي يكون لمصلحه الدوله. عارف كيف؟ زي ما قلت تكرارا انه الهدف الاساسي الناس كان المفروض لو انت كنت سالم سلاح فعلا وانت راجل زي وكاوت مره بالمعنى انت شايل سلاح الهدف بتاعك منه هدف بتاعك مش هلا تمشي نضرب ناس في هلا، لا. هدف بتاعك رأس السلطة الناس اللي جو في السلطة بانقلاب وبأسلوب بشنو كونسبيريتي، يعني بالخيانة. يعني اللي عملوا ناس كير وجمال ناس SPLM ده خيانة عظمى، ده خيانة عظمى المفروض يحاكموا عليه. هؤلاء الناس لو فعلا نحن كنا شعب وبالمعنى احنا واقفين سوا، ناس المفروض يجيبوهم للعدالة ويحاكموهم. عارف كيف؟ للأسف الشديد. فهنا كلام ده افتراء، لأنه في النهاية ما كل الناس يجب أن يكونوا شايلين السلاح، لأنه السلاح ذاته خطر في حد ذاته. يعني الجاهل لما تديه السلاح وزول السلاح بيلزم تدريب، بيلزم قواعد، بيلزم آداب وسلوك، سلوكيات. فنعم احنا لذلك احنا بنقول انه شنو خيار السلاح موجود، نعم، لكن بنقول كل الخيارات في الترابيزه. You know, everything's on the table. That's why that is our language. When we say that, let the lady knows that, you know, when we say that, we mean it. تعرف كيف؟ We mean it. That every أي حاجة بيمشي تدريجيا، بيجي زمن، كل زمن له وقت، كل شيء له وقت. عارف كيف؟ So that's what it is. لأنه السلاح خطر على المجتمع، ما بكون في حاجة اسمه دولة بعد ده. وأساسا يا ولد زي ما انتم شايفين إنه أسد عدوا ناس جهلة، ناس من مراه جابوهم ودوهم أسلحة. شوفوا وصلوا لهذه مرحلة. كير بيقول لهم يمين يمين، شمال شمال، خشوا في إكواتوريا بالأبقار بتاعكم. ونفس الكير بكرة يقول إنه يا أخي طلع أبقار من إكواتوريا. Do you believe كير؟ أنت بتبليف كير ولا بتبليف الزول ماشي هناك ده في إكواتوريا ده؟ يعني imagine اللعبة دي كيفين. فنفس اللعبة بتاعت لسه زي ما قلت لك المعارضة لسه قاعد تقولوا ده، اللي بيمشي جوا بكرة بيجي برا ده، نفس اللعبة بتاع كير مع ناس أبقار بتاعه بتاع إكواتوريا، ناس اللي بيمشوا يعمل invasion لإكواتوريا، يمشي يحتلوا مناطق إكواتوريا. That is how it is. So اللعبة كبيرة. You know, this game is very very big my friends. Guys, you out there. The same thing هسه زي هسه الرالي المشي في DC ده. They have used some elements من إكواتوريا خدتهم جوا هناك. أقول لهم ككشتنا. لكن let us ask ourselves tomorrow if things were to work out, all right? يعني قدر الله انه ربنا وصلنا للمرحله. Do you think انت بيكون عندك وزن هناك انت كتارين؟ 21 years انت تابعت زول انت ما استفدت. Again, you're still going after it time and time again. You're still following this guy. Do you think you're going to get anything? هنا السؤال بيسأل نفسه انه هل إكواتوريا يعني ما بنعرف. انا ما بقول انه إكواتوريا ما عنده الوعي، عندهم الوعي، لكن هذه النوع من الاساليب يعني there's something that, you know, people need to come, you know, probably we may need to come to a point that انه يعني من بتاعت التمثيل ما كل زول ينط. مثلا انت يجيبوك من طرف الهله هناك، بيجيبوك جماعه يجوا يلعبوا بيك والنازل denying انه ده انه ولا دي شباب يا رودي، دي شباب تبع ده كل جنوب السودان كل يزيد جنوب السودان وإكواتوريا. هل الشباب ده كل جنوب السودان وإكواتوريا؟ And did it come through a proper channels where everyone will trust and fail? Tomorrow these people, you know, whatever they say may bring something good, bring a good fit. يعني هسه I could remember لما تمشي في المنابر بتاعهم، لما تتكلم هناك when you talk in the clubs, you know, for instance in their show, once you bring something challenging to them, oh man, wali mo mamurtain either mo bisabituk aw ikubuk bara. So this is a weakness. This shows a weakness. أنه نازل ضعف. Those people cannot stand the truth.
بيشوي كمان سوري ما قاطعك، بيشوي كمان في يعني نازل عندهم مكائد، يعني ناس ما صادقين. لما انت تكون في مرحله زي ده معناته في حاجه هم خابين عشان يتعاملوك من وقت.
Yeah, we are all in America. أنا في أمريكا، أنا في يوروب، في أي محل. Why not? Yes, we can go and rally. Yes, we can rally that. But you know, do I trust you? There should be the point of trust. The لازم يتوجد. The trust, you know, we need to build the trust, you know, building a trust, that means it بتحط أي زول في صورة. You know, you put everybody in picture. Whatever you do, you put everyone's in picture. It's unfortunate. They don't do that. يعني مع إنه we saw it last time في خرطوم في جوبا ده. لما هم قالوا هم ماشيين يعملوا ناس بتاعت يونيونز ولا شو ما بعرف يونيون شنو ده، كانوا مشوا في جوبا قالوا في عساكر هناك هيحميكم ما تخافوا، تطلعوا في شارع وفي عندنا عساكر هناك وسطكم. كان عملوا جبان عملوا تلاعب بنلاقيك معاكم. Imagine, aren't they the same people today who are looking at them? So for me, I have no doubt they are the same people. They're the same elements we have just played. Last time لما لعبوها في جوبا ما من وين؟ كان اغلبهم كانوا في امريكا وفي محلات برا.
And then they start pushing the poor, the innocents inside the Amchu. They are the same people. So what do you expect of that? So there is more to be said. I will end up here. Thank you very much,
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you. I'll end this later, but I will leave it later.
Yeah,
Welcome.
go ahead.
Dr.
I'm more than,
yeah, and I was good. Taban, I think you have answered it, I think, but I was going to say what's behind it, but I know behind it is all they want to dominate. I think it's so clear, but let's welcome Dr. Alma for what she's going to say to us and what you have said, and also based on the topic, Kiir Amnesty طبعا game بتاعه واضح, and أنا بشكر Mr. CJ for mentioning more things that in detail, because السؤال اللي أنا سألته في اللعبات ده كله, هل إحنا كإيكواتوريان بالأخص فاهمين الوضع إحنا فوقه, ولا لسه إحنا دايرين نفهم أكتر, ولا إحنا بس عايشين طايشين كالمراهق الطائش اللي ما عارفوا ماشي وين؟ لأنه اليوم يعني بيجينا إحنا نستمع لعصابات, يعني بنخاف نقدر مثلا نناقض الغلط فوقهم, او نقدر نسالهم اسئله اللي هم يكونوا جاهزين يردنا, لانه تلقاهم هم بالفعل زي ما انت قبل قلت, يعني imagine في الروم بتاعهم تظهر they will be ready to even not allow you. عندهم ناس مخصصين, يعني بقى هم عاملينه كانه مدرسه والباقيين تلاميذ. يعني الدراسه غلط, يا ريت لو كانوا هم اساتذه شطار, اساتذه اللي بيدرس الشعب, دراسه غلط. عشان كده تلقى اليوم مجتمعنا يعني وصل لمرحله احنا في confusion كده. الاوروبيين ذاته 17 سنه ده اوروبيين wondering what's going on, لانه الشعب ما افض. يعني حتى شمال السودان قريبات ده زي ما انت تكلمت عن المظاهرات, الناس ديل كشباب هم برام واعيين, وصلوا للفهم وكاباسيتي to understanding انه العالم اليوم عايش على الديمقراطيه. Today 21st century must not be like the 20th century. ناس ديل they had to rise up. عشان كده حتى لما الربيع العربي بيقولوها و all these things is outcome of education and knowledge, understanding what is the basic need بتاع المواطن. هم قاموا بحقوقهم وطالبوا حقوقهم, حتى استشهدوا من حقوقهم من اجل حقوقهم, وفي النهايه هم وصلوا رغم انه في لسه ديكتاتوريه. طبعا السياسه ده لعبه قذره, لكن it still does not forbid the people have the capacity. لانه احنا كاستوائيين اليوم عاوزين نبني تشابتر جديد. عشان كده قاعدين نقول احنا انفصاليين, عندنا اسباب. يعني imagine بدل نقعد مع المياه العكره, فينا نقدر نحن نخلق لنا طبيعتنا برانا, لانه اوريدي احنا عندنا حدود وعندنا ارض. اللي ما في زول عنده حق من اي منطقه اخر يجي يقول لنا لا ما فيك تنفصل. انت منو؟ انتوا جيتوا هنا كغرباء ودخلتوا في اراضينا وعملتوا العاصمه ده كبقى شنو كحجه عشان تسيطروا علينا. قلنا لكم شيلوا العاصمه. احنا ذاته ما صوتنا للعاصمه. عندكم عواصم في على النيل وفي بحر غزال, امشي اختاروا واحد من ده واقعدوا فوقه, خلونا احنا في حالنا. في شنو بيقدر يضايقكم هنا؟ انتوا تقول لكم بترول, انتوا مرتاحين. يوم ده قلتوا يا اخي كان جنوب السودان طلع بترول ده بيساعدنا, انتوا اكلتوا البترول براكم, ما دايرين بترولكم, ما احنا ما محتاجين له. احنا عندنا خضار اللي ربنا خلقوا لنا ده نقدر نعيش فوق ونبني. اذا في دول في العالم ده ما عنده موارد طبيعيه زي ذهب ولا بترول, حتى كوريا مثلا, بديك كوريا الجنوبيه, قدروا يبنوا حالهم اليوم هم من دول العاصمه الصناعيه. اوكي, دوله technologically advanced equal to US, equal to Europe, equal to Japan. احنا ما بنقدر نعمل الكلام ده. واحنا حتى جابان ولا منو, حتى لو انت الدوله قدر كيف بتصغر حالك, الرقم زي ما قلنا العدد ما هو يعني اساس, لكن الكواليتي it what makes it different, not the quantity, the quality. So we want people to understand this. Equatorian عندكم كل الفرصه الذهبيه. انا بس ما اعرف ليه احنا لسه عاوزين نصغر حالنا ونقول ما بنقدر. اسرائيل لما طلعوا من مركب بتاعهم, لما طردوهم من ياهو, كان صاحبنا اخونا اسرائيلي جا كده اتكلم ودانا يعني نبذه من تاريخ بتاعهم, حتى شجعنا كاستوائيين احنا نقوم لارضنا, نفايت for our land. Imagine what they said. قالوا هم لما جو ما عندهم شيء بس غير هم بنفسهم آمنوا بحقوقهم و fought for it against the most powerful empire at that time, Britain, England ماسك كان الشرق الأوسط كله إفريقيا. But they defeated England, they defeated the Palestinians, and they took their land. Today, Israel, one of the most powerful nations, the most admired, the most respected. ليه؟ لأنه هم آمنوا بأنفسهم وما خلوا الضعاف فوقهم يقودهم, ولا خلوا المعرسين بتاعهم يقدر يقول لهم غلط. انت ما يعني انا بقول معرس, طبعا انا اسف have to say, لانه في ناس ثانيين ينجرحوا, قال يا اخي ما تقول, لكن ده حقيقه. لانه زول الخاين هو معرس. انت بتخون اهلك, ما ده تجيف لمصلحه اهلك, ده تقول لا لكن نجيف مع العدو. this is an abuse to the people. يعني اخواتك بيغتصبون بيقتلوهم وبيقتلوا اهلك، هنا درس تتكلم ده اخوك الثاني اللي بيقتلك ده. فاسرائيل stood their ground and they came a nation. Why can we not do it? فانا ما عاوز كده، لكن حاجات دي تكون واضح. بس انا I wonder if our people will listen. حتى اذا احنا بنتكلم هنا في ناس بتاع مؤامرات بيقعدوا بيفتحوا غرفات عشان يتكلموا في حاجات اللي ما عنده فايده لمصلحه استوائيه، لكن عاوزين يمشي يجذبوا الاستوائيين في مرحله بلاده، يخلوا الاستوائيين يكونوا جهله لحقهم ويكونوا في مرحله ان هم جنوبيين. يا جماعه اذا ديلك بيستغلوك ليل ونهار زي هسه سيسيلي mentioned, these people have tried it many times. انت بتكون اهبل، بقى انت ما زول ابله اهبل. تعرف الاهبل بمعنى انت معاق، انت ما عندك العقل وانت بتقبل انه تاني يهينوك عده مرات. لأن الإنسان الواعي one mistake will be learn from it، لكن 3 مرات 4 مرات 5 مرات يا أخي تبقى مو طبيعي. لكن في ناس عاوزين نكون زي ده، وكل ما الناس اللي بيمشي ورا الناس ديل هم ريلي ده خسارة كبيرة للمجتمع وخسارة لأهلهم وخسارة حتى لذاته. اسم بتاعهم يقول لهم إسرائيل، كانوا يقولوا إحنا بس جزء من على النيل أو بحر غزال، لأنه ما ممكن تيجي تقول لنا أنت إيكواتوري وأنت ما قاعد تجيف لحقك. بس أنا بجيف هنا لكن أيبشوم عليهم. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Alma.
Thank you. I've just woken up from sleep. إحنا عندنا هنا الساعة 7.
Oh Jesus.
الساعة 7 لكن صباح النور. أنا شفت المسج بتاعك فقلت let me see what's happening. So I missed everything. I missed your discussion except what my brother has just been saying. And I will look at the title, which is Kiir's Amnesty Games. Will it get anywhere? What's behind it? يا جماعة أنا بس داير أقول إنه بالنسبة لي كير ده ما جاء يشتغل كرئيس، جاء بس يشتغل أنا ما أعرفه a tribal leader. He's actually, and he hasn't made any bones of it. يعني ما قال أنا والله كده ولا كده، لا هو عديل يعني يتكلم وقال أنا I am for the Dinka. We to Equatorians, we to nowhere, you will pay. He told us that, and he في غرفة الناس قاعدين يتطرقوا على الكلام ده، قالوا إنه كير إنتوا سامعيني؟
حاسة واضح. Yes.
We do.
sorry.
Yeah, we do.
أنا كنت قاعد أقول إنه كير من ما جاء من from day one. كير لما جاء عديل كده قال لنا يعني ورانا عديل إنه he's not for everybody, he's just for his tribe. إحنا كسودانيين we are trying, كساوث Sudanese, we are trying really to cover for him. We are trying to make him look better. We are trying to do A, B, and C. But Kiir has broken every single rule in the book. يعني أنا متأكدة لو في زول سأل كير قال له يا زول هل أنت بتعرف what is what's in the constitution, for example the Bill of Rights, he will not know it لأنه هو ما شغال بحاجات ده، ما عنده زمن، هو جاي بس ينفذ حاجة معين اللي هو يشيل occupy the land of Equatoria. Full stop. How do you occupy a land? I will have to move لأنه أنا بتخيل لي this place is not very good. أنا ما أعرف هل أنتوا سامعيني هسه؟
نسمعك.
Yeah.
Okay, hey.
I moved away from where I have been. I hope it's better. أنا داير أقول إنه يعني he has broken every rule in the constitution. He doesn't know the constitution and he doesn't care. ليه؟ لأنه هو رئيس. كرئيس he can just rule by decree. He can do what he wants. ده بوري ده إنسان جاهل ما بيعرف what he's doing. لأنه الليلة لما أنت تجي تكسر أنت رئيس دولة. Imagine رئيس دولة how big it is, however small that nation is or that country is. You know, if you are the leader of that nation or country, then you should at least play up to the rule. But unfortunately, Kiir, with his mentality, he doesn't care. So Kiir's amnesty games, he has got, yeah, it's called games because everything he does it to benefit himself and to benefit his tribe only. يعني هو كده ليلة القدر حصل له الحصل له ده ليلة القدر. قرن مات وناس بتاعت بحر الغزال لزوه وقعدوا في كرسي وهو ذاته يعني so surprised to be in that position, and he's being propped up every single day by other gang so that he can stay. And when you know, some of the every single day they are trying to improve ways for him to stay longer. ما شغالين بحاجة اسمه انتخابات، ما شغالين بحاجة اسمه أصول، ما شغالين بحاجة اسمه أدب واحترام لأي زول ولأنفسهم بالذات. يعني they have come actually to destroy, and that's what I call a destructive leadership. Destructive leadership ده هو بيجي أول حاجة. يعني أنا I brought up some you know something from the internet about destructive leadership or toxic leadership. So when you are, you know, talking about transformational or good leadership and toxic leadership, then you will know something. An incompetent leader is a toxic leader, a liar, you know, somebody who steals the resources of his organization, exploiting others, belittling others, and all these things. You will find it in Kiir, belittling every other tribe except his tribe. His tribe is always picked up and praised, and the others are always Equatorians ده, إنتوا ناس بحر الغزال, إنتوا ناس واو ده, والله أنا لو كان هنا كان أنا شاكلت معاكم. This is what he said, you know, أنا وإنتوا. And he doesn't know that we are all together under one leadership, and that's his leadership. يعني لما الأب يجي من هناك يقول إنتوا يا عيال, you go and get your food by yourself. أنا ما responsible لكم ونحن قاعدين في بيت واحد. حتى ولو جناك عمره بقى 60 سنة قاعد معك في البيت, it's your responsibility. لما يطلع ده حاجة تاني. أي زول قاعد في بيتك is your responsibility حتى ولو عمره 100 سنة. So if you come and say أنا والله ما مسؤول من الناس اللي في بيت ده, بس أنا مسؤول من نفسي أنا ومن زوجتي مثلا, أو من نفسي ومن عيالي, معناته you have failed as a leader of that house, as a head of that house. So clearly, you know, Salva Kiir is a toxic, destructive leader. ده ما فوق 2 3, يعني ما في زول الليلة, حتى ولو الليلة أخوه ذاته لو موجود هنا, أخوه ود ود أبوه بيقول فعلا كلامك صح. يعني ده الصفات very destructive اللي عنده. So the amnesty games is part of it for him to prolong his time in power. What he has been doing, he has been, you know, redefining himself. He has been recreating himself. He has been doing all sorts of things. لما جاء عمل لنا نفسه هو مسكين, بعد شوية بدأ يقسم الناس. And in 2013 زي ما انتوا عارفين يا الدنيا كلها انقسمت. كل زول راسه بقى براو, كل زول بقى يضرب التاني ويقتل التاني, ناس يتهجموا على ناس. And he is the one behind it. ده المشكلة. ما قال يعني الكنترول فلت منه, لا, he's in control. He's in control of this dysfunctional nation because he's the catalyst behind it. يدي أسلحة لناس في وراب هناك، يقول لهم انتوا قوموا اضربوا لكلان بتاعه او لناس بيته، يقول لهم انتوا امشي اضربوا الناس التانيين ديل. This is how it started, and then it went on snowball to the rest of South Sudan, and this is how it is. Now he will say to you انت لما يشوفك انت بقيت قوي وبقيت رايدة يقول لك تعال انا بديك بوزيشن، عملوا للناس كلها. بعدين these people اقرب مثال يهو الاخير ده بتاع الناس غارويتش مع اولين، لقى الجماعه ديل they are too strong, you know, and they are very organized although they are not so much educated. لكن هم يعني the way they are going they can take the whole of South Sudan, you know, they can come and take him. So he was really afraid. فقال خلاص انا بسامحكم انتوا تعالوا في جوبا، انا بديكم رسل لهم منو توت كيو جاء دفع لهم قروش خياليه. الناس ديل خلاص يتجننوا. he confused them and then he put them in his pocket. Now they are in Juba there or wherever they are, I don't know, and then they want to control their soldiers, and this is what they are doing. زمانك الارو بويس بدوا بالارو بويس in Western Equatoria، عمل لهم نفس الشيء. تعالوا احنا بنستوعبوكم في الحكومه وما تعرف شنو بنديكم. And these are uneducated people. They always prey on people like that. But the Arab boys are very strong and they are defending their land because they don't want any Equatorian to be strong in their land. They want to weaken them. So كذبوا لهم and they used زي ما إذاك اتكلم قال معرسين بتاع زاند، أدوا لديل قروش ورسلوه قال لهم أمشي قول كده لجماعتكم ده. And احنا we are look at the lying. This is part of the destructive and toxic leadership of Salva Kiir, you know, and his cohorts. So كذبوا لهم وجابوهم قتلوهم في نص كده حجموا عليهم. Imagine while they were traveling ولا شنو أنا ما عارفة قتلوا الرئيس بتاعهم because this is what they do. They always kill the leaders. All the Equatorian leaders have been killed. They have been killed. كده أنا ما داير أعدد لك عددهم. Because they know that when you kill the leader, the other people will become confused. They will become disorganized and so on and so forth, and they will lose track. They will lose confidence, and this is exactly what they are doing. Any leader, and they were gunning for Thomas Cirillo until when now they have what they are doing. They are taking away from him his soldiers who are there because they are untended, because Thomas is unable to go to South Sudan. He has got no means. And the European Union are helping them by keeping Thomas there. They said, we will give you refuge. He's there and he's ineffective there. And they are saying to the people, look, and Thomas has got no money because he was playing the honest person. When he came out of the SPLA, he left everything, including even the pin. He left it there. He should have taken it because this is our resources. Everybody's doing that. This is what Ulin did, and this is why he's powerful. He took even the tanks. He took it, and this is how we deal with these criminals. But Thomas, for whatever reason, didn't take anything. He left it, and then the little money بتاعه ذاته الهو شالو جمدوا له في كينيا, because the Kenyans are another معرسين مستفيدين من South Sudan. So this is the dilemma we are in. Now, when we come to our people who are saying that they are for uniting South Sudan, it's because the Equatorian factor. Ya jamaa kede itu, just look at the map of South Sudan. Just look at the map of South Sudan. See the position of Equatoria, the strategic position of Equatoria. You know, although we are landlocked, we are in the best position. Look at the resources of Equatoria. Just take Equatoria out of South Sudan and see what you will get. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because as Itaka has just said, they have finished their oil, they have mortgaged it all, and now they want to sell even their Nile, their Nile water. They want to sell it. They want to not only sell it, but I don't know, they want to sell themselves, I would say. When you sell your water, that means you're selling yourself. So they want to do all these things and come and live in Equatoria. This is what they are doing. And this Amnesty Games is a game they're playing so that they can get you. هسا أنحنا كونا جيش في Equatoria, what they will try and do, they will bring أموال خيالية. لأنه هو سلفا كير ده ذاته في بيته هناك قاعد في تل من القروش، ده قروش الدولة زي بشير كان عمله. تذكروا زمن الانتفاضة بتاعت السودان، في بيوت لقوا عنده قروش يعني لغاية السقف. This is what he does لأنه زول مغفل. So he will take all this money and he will start buying people. So I warn our brothers, the Equatorians, if you want to be free, you have got more money than all the world, the whole world. You have got, the resources that we have got, it goes miles, under the ground. It goes miles. خصوبة الأرض ده أنت ما بتلقاه في أي محل تاني. أنت عندك النيل، عندك الحدود، عندك أي حاجة. So we are the ones who have got no confidence in ourselves. We have got no confidence لأنه we have got weak leaders. But the good thing about everything is that we as a people, we are leaders. يعني أنت لو شفت طبيعتنا نحن, we ask questions, we don't follow blindly. يعني عندك القبائل النيلية ده كله, they follow blindly. الليلة أنت عندك زول كبير بتاعك ده إن شاء الله كان قال لك أمشي دنقر وأنا هقعد أطلع في راسك, they will do it. But we ask questions. Why am I doing that? For what reason? And this sets us apart. And we don't need even any games, but we need to focus. And we need really, and the fact that we want to be a free nation is our right. This is our right. فلو في زول بيجي بيقول لك قال لا 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 انت يعني انت against South Sudan. Before I am South Sudan, I am a Zande from Western Equatoria. This is my identity. انت دار تغير لي identity بتاعي. انت دار تقول لي انا شلوك, I am shuluk, or I am a Dinka, or I am a Nuer. While they stand on our heads وبيجاهروا يقول انا دينكا وانا شلوك وانا شنو. يلا انت ده قبيله بتاعك ده هم ما دايرين يسمعوا, وكلامك اللي انت بتقوله ده بيجرحهم. لما انت تقول انا I want to have a say in my self-determination. I want to have a say because what is happening in South Sudan is just, is gone beyond understanding. And when you say that, they get angry. ليه انت بتقول كده؟ So في كلاب هاوس انت تتكلم زي ده, زي ما اخوي قال في gang, there is like a gang, and احنا حاسه ده نوير ودينكا ياهو ماسكين كويس. Now in this opposition اللي بيقولوا this unity of opposition, they شلوك are the ones ruling. انا شفته في كلاب هاوس. انت بتتكلم عن اكواتوريا.
سوري I second يعني حقيقة لازم حقيقة يقالوا. Yes.
Yeah, people are tiptoeing on this. I'm sorry for interjecting you. People are tiptoeing on this. People doesn't want to talk about it because not afraid. Yeah, if you see it, mostly human shiluk that they're using Equatoria, and especially nowadays they're using Equatorian women, even to destroy Equatoria and to destroy Equatorian men. إنت لو بتشاف even when they speak even they disrespect Equatorian men. يلا بيشتموا ناس يلا they will say ناس عمين ده بيقولوا لا it's okay هم لو دارين يشتموا قالوا يشتموا which is not right really.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you so
not
much.
right. Yeah, it's not right. And thank you, Didi, for reminding me about this. And I haven't been in many rooms yet. I am fairly new في Clubhouse. Lakin I wanted to show everybody. And I have been banned. Although I am fairly new, I have been banned
I'm the
by...
same here.
by
We are
I have actually been banned by a group of people, 2 groups actually, because I have been standing for Equatoria. And now it is very clear, it's crystal clear to me that actually Equatorians are being used by those groups, you know, I would say are being reused by those groups who are unfortunately some Equatorians who do not know what they are doing. They are just, running their mouth in these clubhouses. I don't want to mention them. And then there is this Shuluk, group. And they are doing the same even to other groups. Other groups are complaining about them that as soon as you open your mouth, they will put you down. Okay, if they are doing that, we will have our room. And we are not going to go to their room. We are going to have our room and people are going to listen to us. And the most important people who are going to listen are the Equatorians. You know, طبعا نحن Equatorians ده كتير مننا, they are not on the internet. They don't have maybe computers, but most of them have got smartphones. And if they can't listen today, it's all مسجل. So they will listen to it. And the news is reaching the ground. The news is reaching the ground. What we are saying is reaching the ground. So نحن كإيكواتوريانز we shouldn't be afraid. حتى الناس اللي قاعدين يمشوا ورا نشلوك حسادة زي ما ناس بيقولوا ده الناس ده ناس معينين. Let them go. طبعا الليلة كل زول حر. Let them go. But the majority Equatorians who are suffering in South Sudan there and in the camps, they have got the same position like us. Enough is enough. الليلة لو مرة وراجل مزوجين وكل يوم بيشاكلوا وبيتضاربوا وشنو, in the end people will say you have got to separate yourself, so that the children will have peace, the woman will have peace, and then the man will be left لغاية ما هو يفكر راسه كويس. So this is this is something which people will have to understand, that we, what they are trying to do. For example, this Shuluk, just imagine هم لما يكونوا برام without the Equatorians عندهم وزن, هم هنا عددهم كم, عدد الناس ديل كم يعني, and their position, what is their position? واحد قاعد يقول لي بلدنا أخذوه, and إحنا are we the ones who are responsible for that? Everybody is fighting for himself. And إحنا ما عندنا أسلحة, ما عندنا position. Instead, actually, the Shuluk have good position. يعني, if you look at the Shuluk in government, they have got actually more positions than the Equatorians, although they are fewer. So this is a nihilistic thing. And then they want to rule by using violence. يعني حتى في clubhouse, they're using violence. أنت بتتكلم معهم, you want to reason with them, but they don't. No, I don't want to listen to you. I don't want to know. I don't want to know about Equatorians. Okay, if you don't want to know about Equatorians, then Equatorians should listen to what you are saying. And Equatorians should make their own decision of, whether to go with you or not. So things are clear, and thanks to Clubhouse, it has really shown us the goats from the sheep. And we know now, I know for sure that Equatoria has got, for Equatoria to be free, it has got to secede. It has got to break off. Really, we should have done it right from 2005. You know, لما وقعنا CPA, إحنا الإيكواتوريانز, we should have stood and said, we are not part of South Sudan, period. But we did strong leaders to do that. But now we have, this is a chance for us to be free. أنا ما دايرك يا أخي، أنت مالك داير تتلصق فوقي، أنا ما داير أكون جزء منك. Do you have to force me? You know, you can't force anybody to be with somebody. No, you can't. So this is how things are. And if they are going to use violence, let them use violence. With us, we will use reason. Thank you very much. أنا اتكلمت كتير يا جماعة. أنا متأسفة. Okay.
No, كلامك كان ذهب. شكرا.
If I can
Go ahead.
interject in, can I say something? I'm really excited in what Alma said. It's like it's almost like, you know, sorry guys, let me mute my computer. So yeah, just it's just I'm really excited, really, Alma. I wish a lot of Equatorians will come out with the courage, the same courage, and speak out and leave the fear behind. احنا عايشين في زمن very dangerous, you see, and even the Dinka, they realize this word, and I've said it before, that the Shilluk are fighting to be in the place of Nuer. If they can, by all means, if they can go through even Agwelek, or if they can go through even the politician Toman and Hasi around there, they are fighting to be the second in power, and if they could take the power, and this is where they're going to dominate people. And this is why people are going to suffer miserably in their hands. Because you can see the aggression, you can see the unreasonable behavior, you can see even the tahdid, لغات اللي بيطلع منهم زي قبل كام يوم when one of their mates, one of their member insulted Equatorians. يلا إدوارد ذاته بنفسه فتح روم تاني زعلان وننن في روم داك لأنه في نسوين هناك كان قالوا لا كلام ده ما صح. نزل تحت قال أي ظلم ريال اسبل ينزل تحت. يعني there is no logic behind it. يعني إنت شايف ناس بكون opposition but people don't listen to people, but people just here to reply you back, to retaliate to you. This is what I've seen around with people who are calling themselves leaders in South Sudan. People just listen to retaliate back, but they don't listen to correct their mistakes. They are mushkila that we are suffering in South Sudan, and South Sudan that we suffer for so long, and that's why we cannot stay there in that country, because you find these people who are having the tribal anarchy mindset, you know. So over the room من هناك تكيان وقام من هناك إيكواتوريان جا ريزون ما وقام شتم إيكواتوريان ده كمان useless وننزل إيكواتوريان ده بقى تحت. Can you imagine? It's really so shocking to me. And أنا قلت كان بيجي شنو ذاته I will never become one of this opposition party دي لو كان بيجي شنو. I will never recommend it to anyone. And then this is one thing that every Zol Equatorian كان يفتح إنه كويس, you know. إنت كان يعرف نفسك where are you taking نفسك yourself into, you know. يعني إنت بتشوف ذات Equatorians اللي within them that they just like puppet. يعني إنت you can even tell يعني في حاجة بيقولوا هل مسكين تزول. إنت بتعرف إنت ذات بتشوف مسكين تنازل. يعني they just follow these people. They follow the orders تنازل. نازل بيتقال شنو بيجوا هناك بيقعدوا كله أهل. and يكون أهل كلهم من بيت لما كل لناس أهل تانين ديل لناس باغانا موندو هم كلهم أهل في محل ديل. أوكي. وبيجيبوا يلا برا بيجيبوا ناسهم ديل من ريكروتس بتاعهم تا أهلهم ديل, you know. كلهم في هناك. يلا كان جاب زول تاني من أبا نايل بكون دينكا تاني من أبا نايل يلا بيجيبوا داك التاني داك ملخبط بيه, you know, بيكوتوريا يلا يجي يكوتو هناك. يلا كمان طبعا they introduce him as أبا نايل هم كله هناك أبا نايل. يلا how do you expect إنتوا لو ما بتسمع لناس تانيين? How do you expect if you're arrogant? What do you think? How do you expect me Zato to listen to you? أنا داير منك شنو كمان? The most funniest thing, he is mouthful بيقول أنا كان if we come to power أنا make sure I will occupy Equatoria. أنا بجيب ناس to occupy Equatoria. Can you imagine? دي اللغة بيطلع من ناس SPLM. ده ناس SPLM ده بيتكلموا زي ناس إدوارد هم make sure ناس بيجيبوا ناس يستطلوا to occupy Equatoria. Who the same Edward ده بيجي بيبيت chest I have 2 وطن في جوبا Maluma Indu Watan fi Upper Nile. The regime is in Juba, in Equatoria, sitting there as a refugee. I usually call them refugee because they're in a different nation. That is not their nation. I usually that Equatoria is a refugee. The Hinai Bogoloshunu, the government over there is a government of South Sudan in exile because the contract for the capital city is expired. Yeah, it's a refugee government in exile, which is really shame. Upper Nile Mendom Fadia. They usually like to degrade, they pride themselves in degrading themselves. لما يجي تتكلم معاهم زي ده بيزعلوا. ده حاجه قاعده يوجعني ليه الناس رجال كبار كده بيديجريد themselves decade to decade from since 50s to 80s ومنو انا يوم ده قاعد يقول ابو حاتم behaviors طبعا exactly زي ابو حاتم زي جدودهم ما بيتغيروا ناس زي. This is a DNA series that is running on them in blood. The same their fathers كانوا لما الناس فاتوا في decentralization which is to equalize the power. They like قعدوا في كرتوم. All the means will be doomed to develop their places. Ma fatu home to develop their places. This is the issue here. And to Fadia naman galo South Sudan the capital city يكون كمان galo في عشان يكون في محل ده بيقولوا شنو رمشل. Ramshell doesn't have any building there. ما في محل they could find it over there to be a capital city. إلا where to Equatoria, which Equatorians زمان الناس بدهم means بتاعهم they develop their places and they all want to pride about the Equatoria. هم بيتكلموا من MDN they بيقولوا لأن مشينا في Equatoria بنعمل federalism and then in Juba we can dictate in Juba. They don't have a plan. شفتها؟ هم كلهم يندك جابوا uncle بتاعهم داك ده بيكونوا Peter Odwok or Munu was living in a hotel في Juba.
Peter Niaba, and that man,
Niaba, yeah.
And that man said that Equatorians want to separate. We have got all to fight them. We have got to unite and fight them. This is what he wrote.
Can you imagine? Imagine this is a man with a PhD holder will say such childish thing.
He did, I think, mention some stuff that which is really like really shocking, really. It's really baffling. Because they have properties in Equatoria. Even for Shota Edward,
he sounds like a Nazi.
Equatoria going to separate, they will have to fight against Equatoria because they have properties in Equatoria. That's why Ana Kiliomitu Tasmania and Bugulu, the problem here is not only Dinka is the one occupying Equatoria. Dinka Gadi displaced Equatoria, and then the rest of the tribes, especially Anagaset Homo Shuluk, they go in there and settle in Equatoria. They're strengthening the system. And Homo Zato Galo Benufusum Gal Homo Nas Katatin. Galo Hina fi clubhouse, Gal Homo Nas Katatin. You know, they plan against everybody. They play, the same. It is the same Naspagana Mona Shafin Hina, they are the very reason and Nuer Katolofi 2013. Like in Fizol Gadigul Kalamda? No. Then Yomatayam da Gadikalam Kalamda fi room Hinaka. Because they assigned me they gave their allegiance to Riek Machar, and they said they wanted to go and overthrow Kiir. And then what is the result? Shuluk Mamat. Who Mamat? Pagan, like a lot of people died. Who Klium Biji Hina Bitkalam. Nas Munu Katolo. Dakalunu Fisigin, Nas Dakalunu Mohammad, like he's still here. You see? And then they decided who started a rally, Tani Gabalkida rally, Dema went ahead. And then they started rally then as real SPLM, and then Equatorians ended up in Blue House. And has Gamuralo Tani, Gal Musagin Equatorians, Equatorians to go. Ashan Equatorians then as they spot Equatorians there, Yala Ahalta Equatorians there, Tulum Baranak to be arrested again. And then هما قالوا كمان رالي ده ما بينتهي هنا بيمشي لداك البلد هناك. طبعا رالي ده في داك الإيكوتوريا جوبا في إيكوتوريا إيكوتوريانز يا بيطلعوا طبعا. They want to push Equatorians to come. So this is not a way of people can live in unity. There is no way for unity. وبعدين الناس اللي بيحقروا فينا بيضحكوا فينا في فيسبوك. ما نساوين ديل النساوين إيكوتوريا اللي أدوا نفوسهم لهم ده بيضحكوا فوقنا مع رجال تانيين ديل وبيضحكوا فوقنا بيحقروا فوقنا في كلاب هاوس. بكره the end of it we'll see. إن بنسمع يا هنا last room ياهو أخونا يا فوتوناتو جاب كبر من ناسنا تحت هناك. الناس اللي they're living in exile. What they said, all these people are separatists. It's just a matter of time really. And these people عشان عندهم Equatorians المام هناك ده هم سايقين ناس they are lying to the rest of South Sudanese and South Sudanese to sleep because South Sudanese بيحبوا كذب. They like cowardness and they like lies. زي أنا قبل قلت كان في بيت كبير وبيت ده بقى ما في فوقه كنترول. انت ما بتقدر تكنترول ناس، ما بتعرف منو حرامي منو بيقتل ناس منو بيريف ناس، انت لازم تديفايد بيت ده. لأنه الزول كان عنده مثلا نساوين كتير. he cannot be in these houses all at the same time. حتى ذات Europeans has to separate their countries اللي كانوا under colony واللي كان هم كان being colonized into one big country. These people, they have disintegrated their countries into smaller countries so that they can control their countries. حتى في بلاد تانيين ديل Asian or Australia, New Zealand and all these places. Jamadel can there want to be one big countries, but the sorry it's never gonna work. Even America, Canada and stuff like that. If they say that, oh, we all America, let's be one, it's never gonna work. You cannot control. It will be disaster. You'll have to break people into little, into countries, whereby you can able to control people, you can able to, provide people with a system that can flow smoothly. The country can be governable, that way you can even able to deal, country and country. ما في زول قال if I separate ما في زول بيقدر بيجي في بلده ما في, but we cannot live like that. And then they allow these Equatorians to lie to them and tabanum recruit Naze, and then they have these people, they have a couple of rooms. One Tanindel Binadom youth. You see? Mulakbatin Fogo Henaka Shunu Fogo Shunu Olombare. And I heard another girl was fighting in room the youth Lebugul. And as politician David Kalamo Mai Tuwali, they say they're proud of me. I know how to talk. Taban Yal go to Henaka Labis Bishakol Bishitumu. Then my Yal so then the Banat Kubar. Fitalitinat come هناك بيشتموا بعضهم هناك طبعا حاجاتهم هناك social life بتاعهم هناك طبعا ده business طبعا ما business زول تاني. So لكن she was priding that these people, because these people like to recruit these people and they encourage these people to have this room sitting there on standby for them. They have these rooms that people are sitting in standby for them. لما كنا دخلنا في clubhouse, they try to use these people calling themselves youth عشان to antagonize us and then to create a collusion between us. يلا قالوا separatists they're harassing the youth, they're destroying the youth. هسا youth تانيين ده قالوا they want to commit suicide ولا ما أعرف شنو ولا شنو كلمات كتير وشنو a lot of confusion. تعرف. So I heard this girl was lady was talking really nas جماعة ديل the politician طبعا هو قاعد ناس opposition ديل هم بيتكلموا معي. they were saying I'm very good in talking. ما لو أنا ما بيجي بيتكلم معهم خلينا نجي نتكلم معهم. I'm very good and I'm a good person and منو. Can you imagine the kind of divide, conquer and rule what these people are doing to people? They're doing exactly the model of the SPLM. Exactly, Lano, they are part of the SPLM. They know this trick and they're doing it very good. So I will leave it here and I will just say that really people need to open their eyes on these people. They're the most dangerous people that we're living in the time of that, This time it's South Sudan drowned under these people, Tani Mara, there is no coming back. And Equatoria can drown Gisima South Sudan, there is no coming back. If Sudanese are happy to be drowned, Equatoria should not give that chance. And their home message, Alena Darena pass Lenas and directly we've been passing this message. Let our people hear. Let our people listen. And we're so glad that our people are listening, even those people who are in exile, sending us these messages. We are so happy 2 days ago to hear in that room. So thank you so much, really, to hear what you're saying.
Alrighty. Thank you, Didi. I want to say to our audiences, because some people in Facebook want to get in. I see Mr. Cristiano Ladu. I'll post you the link. If you have any question or anything to say, sorry about that. I hope you guys are listening carefully. In Clubhouse, are you listening to me, guys? Our come for interruption, Kira. One video open.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, Christian Ladu, I send you the link, and anyone who want to come up in Facebook to also put their thoughts, but I really appreciate so much from all of you, especially the speakers, starting from Didi, Mr. James, Mr. CJ, Dr. Alma. So great to see you, and it's a great honor, and I'm really proud with what you said, and also Didi, also what you completed on that note that you could really need to open their eyes. يا جماعة حاجة دي بقى واضح زي الشمس. تاني شنو مجاملات. Okay, احنا زمان كنا بنقول Arab. Today we have the enemy within, an enemy that hide with us saying that he's South Sudanese حننا له في النهاية جاي يذلنا وجاي يقول يا أخي بقدر يحتل بيتنا قال يا أخي إحنا حررناك وتعليم بيجي يقول يا أخي هم ياو شطار هم يا بيعرفوا كيف يقودوا إيكاتوريانز يا جماعة they're using us they have used us يعني أنت شايف هسه يا أخواننا في المعارضة هناك واضح لكن طبعا الخجل بقى بيقتلهم لكن شنو أفضل أنت تقول أنا غلطان لأن تقول أنت خجلان أوكي لأنه خجل بيقتل زي ما بيقولوا خليك reasonable and stand for your right لأنه وقت ده خلاص جاء إحنا نحقق أهدافنا لأن عاوزين نشوف مستقبل لأجيال عاوزين نشوف مستقبل لجنريشن الجاي ورانا واللي جاي واللي جاي شفت لحد ما الدنيا دي بنتهي كيف لكن نميك شو إحنا بنينا أساس إحنا اليوم يا بنبني الأساس لكن لو إحنا ما عاوزين نبني الأساس إحنا معناته خيبة علينا وخيبة يوم اللي جابونا في الأرض ده أجدادنا لما نم وحدونا كشعب تستوية لأهداف كبيرة نظرة بتاعهم كبير حتى هم كان ما عندهم PhDs ما عندهم شهادات عليا زي ما احنا اليوم نتكلم احنا اليوم في عصر اللي التعليم بتاعنا وصل برتب عالي لدرجة طبعا احنا بنختص في حاجات اختصاصنا ما معناته احنا اشطر من ناس تانيين لكن بدينا الوعي والكفاءة ان احنا نقدر نشوف حاجات بطريقة different مفترض احنا كقدوة المتعلمين يقوم يساعد الباقين واي زول انسان استوائي عنده حب لبلده شفت شهادة ولا ما شهادة انت اقوى من اي اسم بتاع زول تاني شفت انت بكره بتقدر تكون ذاته like ناس جوزيف لاغو you can be even like ناس منو ده ناس اجرين يدين وناس Joseph Oduhu others you know Tambura all these guys who have dedicated and died for the name of freedom of people of Equatoria first before whom atkallamu South Sudan just because galu South Sudan because they felt like you know they cannot isolate those people from us at that time when they felt the suffering is equal because عارفين العدو جاي من برا but today the enemy is within the enemy is trying to take our lands حتى الشمالين ما كانوا عملوا زي الشمالين كان they take our identity out they want to make us to be Arabs احنا رفضنا أجدادنا كان عندهم nobility even the Israelis when they came and supported us they were proud to see some people like Joseph Lago وإن شاء الله هنلقى ناس ديل هنجيبهم هنا ناس اللي كان ساعدوا because we're still working on that but I want you to know those guys have showed that you know كان في dignity لما SPLM جاء SPLM فشل الجنوبيين كله وفشل إيكاتوريا in the most لأنه SPLM ما كان واضح SPLM بكرة ما في شمال السودان إحنا السودان الجديد ما خواجات إحنا حرب ضد مسلمين ومسيحيين that's was how John Garang كان قاعد يتوك عشان كده اليوم تلقى نفس اللغة ده ناس النظام بيستخدموا والمعارضات بيستخدموا and they want to play us يلا كير هسه قاعد benefit كير is gaining momentum because Kiir is the one who is now holding the power those people are fighting وزي ما Alma said something very important and I really appreciate it Alma for mentioning this thing for one thing about it is that اسم شنو ده زول ده like الاسم أدودني أبدا imagine there is people in and out and the man was over even threatening Equatorian انا مذكر نفس الزول له كان كلم قال ما في فدراليه ما بيقبل ما بنطبق يعني he was against it now because احنا separatists as they call us Equatorian nationalists هم بيقول قال لا فدراليه بينفع لكن do you see any action from their side about فدراليه ده هم بس بيتكلموا شفهيا because they could implement it but هم بيتكلموا كلام انه يا كانوا دايرين يا اخي كنا نقعد سوا هنا كلنا one people let's come and discuss this and we can bring federalism ده نفس الجيم اللي كان لعبوه بإيكاتوريان لما لادو غوري استخدموه في كلام تاعيو ده they used him they say yeah we're gonna bring federalism واسا لادو غوري when he's been put on the side so I'm telling you my brothers and sisters حاجة ده game ده واضح these people are playing us Equatoria open your eyes ده open your eyes يا زي ما بيقولوها you know because time is ticking احنا عندنا مفتاح احنا يا باور انتوا قاعد تصغروا من حالكم trust me ثوره بتاع الجاي يحصل حقيقه هو من إيكواتوريا هم بدوا الثوره واحنا بننتهي من end the whole drama بتاع الثورات ده by becoming a nation of our own وخلينا نزل يدبروا حالهم because we know they have to be by themselves really they have to so they can learn the value of the next neighbor brotherhood and friend and إحنا لما كنا وقفنا معهم we never thought إحنا هنكون see that one day they will stab us on the back and they did stab us so it's time for us to rise up Equatorian listen to those who are here and listen إحنا ما عندنا شيء هنا for fame ولا شهرة بشهاداتنا ولا بدون شهادات ما to worry about us we're living our life you know. في ناس بيتكبروا طبعا، هؤلاء الناس بيجوا بيدوا عناوين. عندنا سفراء ما عندهم شغل، عندنا جنرالات ما عندهم عساكر، عندنا يعني حاجات كده مضحك. لما سالت ما laugh at these things، لكن طبعا هم بيرفعوا حالهم. بس ربنا قال اللي بيرفع حاله بينزل، ربنا بينزله. So let us, we the Equatorians, liberate ourselves, because these people have killed us. These people have destroyed us. Equatorian هناك تعبانين. 17 years is enough for us, plus the 22 years, add them together, that's enough for us not to go back again. خلينا نكون شطار. So انا ما عاوز اكتر، انا عاوز ادي فرصه الاخيره. لو ما في زول من فيسبوك اديت اللينك. If anybody want to come up they can speak, if not we can conclude here. واي زول في Clubhouse, if you want to say something you can come up, you're welcome to ask question, you know, because time is Equatorial to stand for themselves. احنا يا هو بنرفع نفسنا ويا بنكرم انفسنا، ما في زول تاني من برا. You know, حتى اسم تاع South Sudan we need to eliminate it from our memories، لانه ده اسم تاع اهانه. Because we are not Sudanese first of all. Sudan ده كان اسم مسمى على إهانة. أتراك أدونا له عشان يشتمونا. ده مملكة السود. You know, a black kingdom as an insult. إحنا كنا معروفين بالكوشيين وقبائل الكوشية. But today we can be our own. We are honored to be called Equatorian. لأن Equatorial إحنا نقع في الخط الاستوائي in the Equatorian Peninsula. So we are good on this. And we can even take it to the extent that إحنا فينا نقدر later when we become a nation, we can even declare what name we want to be, because it will be democratic, it will be egalitarian society. يعني مجتمع بيكون متساوي، ما في زول أقل ما في زول أعلى. كل زول بيكون على موهباته وعلى واجباته. This is what we want, because we have a vision for our people and we are determined to get there. اللي داير يضحك يضحك، اللي داير يتمسخر يتمسخر، اللي داير يقول احنا منو، اللي داير يعمل لنا، let them do all their evil. لكننا خاطين اسم تاع ربنا الحي والدم بتاع الشرفاء بتاعنا اللي ماتوا واجدادنا اللي دفنوهم اللي جالس استحتروا مقابرهم. they will stand with us، لانه احنا بنعرف عندنا السبر في اراضينا، عندنا السبر انه ما في زول بيهين اهلك. خليهم يلاف but their time will come. عشان كده شباب البلد ده مبرجل because they disrespected the most honored respected people in the society كله يا Equatorian. رغم احنا كان عملنا شنو but we never go and harm people to the extent انهم عملوا لنا harming. They rape our people, they kill our people, they even laugh with our dead people. ده ناس ديل يعني عندك بيجوا celebrities ثانيين في جوبا. They insult our people. They say we will kill you guys, we will rape you guys. Proud of it. يعني حتى المتعلمين بتاعهم اللي بيقولوا عندهم PhDs بيجي بيتكلموا قالوا والله let's declare war. تهديد على بيتي. Wow. So these people really we need to get out of them and we will. هم دايرين ده هم في اوقاتهم الاخيره زي ما قلنا لك. انت خليهم شايفينهم بيلعبوا في حاجات السياسات الفاشله ده كله ده اوقات الاخيره. Because they are not going anywhere. No even regime they're going anywhere. Kiir is already time بتاعه numbered, and the other group اللي هم بيحاولوا يلعبوا في عقولنا كمان time بتاعهم numbered, because Equatorian are waking up. Equatorian mind is becoming clear. الشعب الاستوائي, I'm proud of you. Continue waking your brothers, continue waking your sisters, because this objective اللي قاعد نعمله ده for all of us. ما لأي زول واحد, for all of us. Because tomorrow any one of you, even your children will be one day somebody or someone of great importance to the country اللي احنا جايين نبنوه كإيكوتوريا. هم let them laugh at us as a dream. ما إسرائيل لما أخذ دولة بتاعه, they said the promised land. You know, it was promised for them and they did claim it. And today it's become the land of Israel. So go ahead, Didi. Thank you. And thank you, Alma, so much. And thank you, Brother James and Brother Mr. CJ and all those who are watching us and listening to us. So Ayazol Kanderiji, Zamaguna, you're welcome to come up. Thank you. But really, you know, this words that you guys spoke really touched my heart today, because it makes a lot of, you know, inspiration more that إحنا لازم to continue fighting for our people. And I really thank you, humbly. Thank you.
Another question, even though it had if we go all up and down, even like what I heard Alma said, that Kid said it publicly that you know they're not here. He's not here. I mean that you know for other people who are here, they're not standing. We need everything, you know.
Nothing is come. Nothing is come.
Sorry guys.
The book and then زول بيجي يعني زول ده عين زي ما في طريقة رجع ورا في in his hometown and رجع ورا في موية that I return only to water ما في حاجة تاني. There's nothing. He could return for only water. He was living in water. يعني can you imagine? Does that even the زول أقول كبير وقال هو سفير وقال هو dictated who they title him as people who ignorant people title him as سفير هو ما سفير في سفير هسه which is to South Sudan and then you title him as lawyer and title him everything and then the rest of the people that sit there even support the room at the time. I was questioning myself. And the people that are really accepting this to go on country clubhouse, I don't know for how long before even we came in and we heard it. Is this the responsibility of Equatoria that this man, no worries. Now, since it's the blame of Equatoria that, Kokora, but is this Equatorians' fault that this man returned to water? The business that this man came and whatever business he was running in Equatoria, why he didn't run it in his country? Why? Why do you have to be in Equatoria? Why do you have to build in somebody's home? Why? ليه انت ما بتقدر تبني في بيتك؟ يعني مويه السنين ده كله بلادك وجات ده وإيكواتوريا قاعد يقعد إيكواتوريا ذات عنده مويه حقه كان بيجي مطر بيجي إيكواتوريا قاعد يقعد كيف في ذاك المويه ده ما رحل في بيت زول تاني كوجات ده قاعدين كيف في مويه تومن هم قاعدين كيف؟ Up to today you cannot build a system that sewage in your home and you want me to take responsibility? يا أخي إيكواتوريا رباك ربى أبوك ربى جدك ربى أهلك ربى أمك ربى أبوك ربى عيال أخواتك أنت كمان ده تقدر إيكواتوريا take responsibility تاكل لسه still. When I ask the question that is that the responsibility of Equatoria? Is that the Equatorians' fault? الزول ده راجع في موية ولا ده responsibility تو ده بيته؟ قمت again why you ask me? I'm not the one who wrote the book. If you didn't write the book, why are you reading the book then? Why you reading the book trying to put a guilt on Equatoria? And then we were saying that everybody was chased out of Equatoria because for the reason girl, all the tribes have came and dominated Equatoria. Defiato rights and anybody be allowed Zoltani you occupy your land. Hasada they were saying that their land of Suluk has been occupied. When they do it to Equatoria, it's it's okay. It's normal for this to be done to Equatoria. But when it's done to them, no, it's not right. Ana zato nasiga did it habu. My people are the only people suffering more than anybody else. Can you imagine the imbalance that is happening? What about the rest of the South Sudanese which are in the middle here? Can you imagine the imbalances that is happening? And when Equatoria said they want to separate, yala teji telga sell out someone there. نساوين ورجال ديل بيجروا هناك يقول أنا ما شفت the case why can you believe it أنا سمعت ناس بيقولوا في فيسبوك Equatoria woman and a man a grown well woman and a man matured بيضحكوا في case تا Equatoria قال Equatoria does not have a case and these are the supporters of these people the girl Equatoria do not have a case and Equatoria be separate bro and I was shocked and I was disgusted by these people and I could remember the two children and the woman that was hung up زي اللحم يا زي حيوان يا في جزر في جوارهم حقهم I was disgusted to the end that I don't even know nas there if I were to be given chance to deal with nas I don't know how to deal with them just to remember those family تزول that was hung up ده أنا ما أعرف الراجل ده عملوه كيف to think about the Equatorians رجال اللي بيرفوهم بيدخلوا كاسة في بورام ده after they rape them there while they يدنهم مربطينهم في الدهر يلا بعدين they bend them or they kill them في فوتو كنا لقينا رجال ونسوان they rape them and they cut them شنو I mean they قطعوا رقبة حقهم انت تجي تقول لي ان ما عنده كيف you're laughing وده ناس الرالي ده running the rally ده ناس ما اعرف ناس منو ده يلا بيضحكوا في فيسبوك
Thank you. Hello, brothers and sisters on Facebook. I just wanted to give you thanks, James. I mean Joseph Anoka. I just wanted to give you thanks so much. Like, yeah, you have written a lot of things really that I don't even know what to say. Really, a lot of things that are really so supportive, and I hope my voice is out there. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
clear.
Yes, clear. Oh, okay. I just wanted to thank really a lot everybody that is here, and I wanted to give thanks to people who are coming to listen. I really wanted to tell them that we appreciate them. We appreciate all the Equatorians which are down there and listening. We got your feedback. We really do, and we really appreciate. And حاجات اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلموا هنا ده أنا لمصلحة تاكن ده لفيوتشر تاكن ده مصلحة تاكن ده فيوتشر تاكن بلد تاكن يقرأ جاني فوقه بلد تاكن يقرأ حكم بلده ما في زول تاني بيحكم هي تاكن ما تكون سيب زول تاني كده أركب في راس تاكن عنا بالشكل إننا بونس إننا بننن لأنه إننا ما در ناس كده ناس ريديوسي تاكن تحت ما ده ما زمن الناس كده سيبوا ناس كده أركب في راسها الناس قدم ورا ناس more than 30 سنة ولا 50 سنة نجيني قدم ورا ناس لسه لو يوم عديلا زي كلامتا سي جي إنت قدم ورا زول you know 20 سنة ولا كم إنت لسه قاعد لسه قدور ورا زول واي ده you know زول واي كداب ده أسألوا نفسه تكون إنت كون عنده power بدل إن يفضلوا بيجي إن يقولوا كون رفيجي تكون إن يلا الناس جي يشيلوا بيتنا إنت كون عنده power حكومة طبعا الرفيجيز ده حكومة طبعا ده الرفيجي جيجن في بلد تاكت إيكوتوريا ده ما بلد ما سوا ما سات السودان ده بلد براو حكومة سات السودان ده رفيجي في داخل إيكوتوريا ممكن جي كلم قال إن كل يوم قونس كلام قال ندر سفرتنا ما يلا تفشنو قابو سنة إن در كده منطلع برا من بلدنا من إيكوتوريا ده ما إيكوتوريا في داخل سات السودان لكن ده سات السودان يا في داخل إيكوتوريا سات السودانيس يا رفيجي في داخل إيكوتوريا ومن يجي توشا إيكوتوريانس ومن يجي displace إيكوتوريانس ومن يجي كاتول إيكوتوريانس ومن يجي استامر إيكوتوريانس ما حكومة طبعا الرفيجي في جو إيكوتوريان هناك ده في جو إيكوتوريا مين هناك ده حكومة ده رجيم ده اسم تطوي شنو كونتراكت طبعا مع إيكوتوريا 10 سنة ده انتهى ده illegal المونجي جاني في إيكوتوريا ده illegal المفروض بايناو من كده راحوا الحكومة تومن ده في داخل سات السودان في محلات تومن تانيين ده أنا در كم شيء در أشكر تكون شديد وأنا كمان در أشكر brother Joseph. Thank you so much Joseph Anoka and thank you everybody who's here. Christina Ladu, thank you. And you know I didn't scroll my screen up. I زول الفهين أنا در أشكر تكون شديد. Without you guys here on Clubhouse and without you guys listening down there nama bagdar, you know, it's like we wouldn't go ahead really, but we do this because we know how much itakun taban, we know how much Equatoria suffer really narf tabta Equatoria and haja de magi kutu zol gaskot hatta zato rabbana spirit rabbana magi sibu kasmata zol askot magi sibu demirta zol kede askot ita zato kandera askot ita ma baskot, you know, لأنه ربنا ذاته spirit ربنا ما قسيبه دمير تنا كده أسكت ساكت ما في زول تاني كده كبسيطة كنت كان أقرأ إنجيل ده كله فوق شكله كل شكلات ما في كده زول تاني أقرأ في جبتة إنجيل ده لأن الغني ما فوق شكله وده شكله ربنا كنت ناستو كده شكله كده دفع نفسه تاتوما ما في زول تاني كده جونس لتا otherwise ما في ربنا ده كنت كده تدفند جسم تاتاكي against زول الجيجا حاكميتا في بلدك زول الدرجة مولتا بطلان دراش كريتا كن شديد وعندي راش كريتا كن لاني تكون ناس طيبين تكون ناس كايني تكون ناس patient you know تكون نقدر أسمع نجني ونسو جني push تكون for hours and hours and جني encourage تكون ده encourage في كلام you know بيروتان تكواجا قالي an iron sharpen an iron أنا ما بعربي أنا ما بقدر translate ده عربي يعني it's like you know زي سكين تكان سكين جسنين سكين ما إنت بقدر كنت ترسل سنين سكين تبي سنين سكين ما سكين you know so إنت ما بقدر سنين سكين ما بلاستيك so إن لازم إننا بسنين وجسم تنا سوا إن لازم بيسجع وجسم تنا صلا كان شنو إنما بيسيبوا بعدون تنا صلا كنا شكله إنما بيسيبوا بعدون تنا لأنه ما في زول تاني بيدفن إننا غير إننا بيدفنوا بعدون تنا ما في زول تاني بيكور إننا غيرنا بيكور بعدون تنا ما في زول تاني بوقف لنا غيرنا بوقف بعدون تنا صلا كان بيجا شنو إيكوتوريان ده إيكوتوريان تنا أي حاجة الفوق إيكوتوريان ده زول تاكي ده زول تاكي إنت كان جينا إيكوتوريا ita salakan wuladita min mulaqbat ma zol tani ita janata Equatoria, ita keda wogif ma nas take den nas take Equatoria ma besibita mata asuma kalamta iya zol ukalama tanna ta Equatorians tanna gon su sambala kanna indu yal tanna walado min nas tanin ita kiliyom dar geni sabah shia dar wonu su le zol de de janata munu min wenda sibta kon kalamta kon de ashin kida nagi taban ta kon ayin shin kida nagi taban na kida raba yal tanna betabiya tanna tas Equatoria وكنا ربا إيال تنا بالتبية بالطريقة عشان أمهم كده ربا كده من نعرف قال أمهم كان أمهم إيال تنا أمهم قلنا لنا أنكلز ولا كان أمهم إيال تنا البيو إيكوتوريا ولا كان الميكس إيكوتوريا كنا ربا أمهم بالتبية تنا تا إيكوتوريا بالتبية كويس you know وكنا أمسكوا بدون تنا كويس ده الزمن الحسد we need each other ولا إننا كان در ولا إننا ما در we need each other for the survival of ourselves. So أنا داير أشكر إيتكم شديد so much إيتكم كان جي أسمع بعدين ده شكرا تكون شديد أندر سلم إيتكم شديد. I want to tell you all that give you all my love and wishing you blessing and peace and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Didi. Again, to all my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters. Ito kan tismani كويس, Didi?
Yeah, أنا قاعد أسمع.
Thank you so much for your great word. As we said, we speak this from our heart for our people. Taban, we get inspired and we get encouraged when we hear our brothers back home responding to us in the way positively as we always expected, because we know they understand that we feel their pain. احنا قاعد نتكلم معاهم because حاسين بهم. قاعد نحس بالجوع بتاعهم. قاعد نحس بألمهم لما هم يكونوا مريضين. لما يكونوا في أصعب الأوقات في حياتهم بين موت وحي. We are there with you in spirit and mind. And that's why as Equatorian nationalists, we are not here for the sake of popularity or people liking us. طبعا احنا the most hated people right now among many of South Sudan, but it's good. Like أنا كل يوم قاعد نذكر إنه there's a history of scientific and biblical, and even if you can put it in all side. زي ما يوم أنا قلت يسوع المسيح بنفسه، احنا ما قاعد نقول إنه جيسس، لكن الحق دائما لما يتكلم انت بتلقاه هو مكروه ما مرغوب، لأنه الحق هو very radical لحقه. الحق هو عاوز وضوح، عاوز الحاجات الصح ما الغلط. enemies بتاعنا because they are in the dark, they are in the world of conspiracy, the world of لعبات اللي بيكون ضد الحق تاع المواطن المسكين، اللي هسه هم عاوزين يلعبوا، هم يلعبوا مشاعر انه هم معاهم. اصواتهم بقى قاعد هم قاعدين يحسوا ان قاعدين نهددهم because we're speaking against them. الناس اللي عايشين في ظلام لدرجه هم عموا الشعب. خليك من هم عميانين زي ما قبل قال like what Didi said, how could a blind lead a blind, وفي ناس رجال الدين بقى كمان يقف معاهم، منافقين تانيين بيقفوا معاهم. وفعلا حاجه مؤيبه. عشان كده انا متذكر years back when I was joining the military, there was some guys I met. He's a friend of mine. He was an atheist. He reminded me, my teenage. Also, I was in a situation where I was an atheist. And the reason why people, like young people, when they turn to atheism, because they see if you look at the older people and you look at the people who pretend to be religious and they cannot be sincere with their faith in God, and they only pretend that they love God, but في حقيقة هم منافقين. As a teenager at that time, and as seeing my friend saying that he's an atheist, he hates those kind of people who pretend to be religious because they are failures and they're not good people. I understood it because it was really it broke my heart, because these people, they use God only for the purpose when they need it, but they don't believe in God. They don't know who he is. They don't know even the word God, and it hurts. And I remember that moment I thought to him, I was like, yo, how could you say that? It's like, nah, man, I would never believe in those people, and I would never believe in this religion of theirs because this is religion for fools, he said, and he was laughing and mocking. But I understood he was hurting, he was angry. And that shows me something. Right now في يعني منافقين بيستخدموا عدة طرق حتى بيستخدموا religion, and we've seen it even in US as I've lived my young age, even to the point I grown up to be an adult, like in my teenage and then adult age. I understood that in US يعني اليوم هسه في ناس بيستخدموا religion على اساس عشان يقدر يلعبوا في المشاعر تاع الناس، وخاصه لما يلقوا الناس هم عايشين عاطفيا. Religion is supposed to be a connection with God, لكن ديل بيلعبوا بالمشاعر عشان يقدر يسيطروا عليك. And they did manipulate those people. And today أنا شايفين اليوم السياسيين بتاعنا في جنوب السودان إن كان جوا ولا برا بيلعبوا في المشاعر بتاعنا وبيحاولوا يغطوا الحقائق، عاوزين هم يرفعوا حالهم من هم ياهو المخلصين بتاعنا، ونفس الوقت ده نفس الناس اللي باعونا برا باعوا حقوقنا ودونا في جوا الظلام، قال راح كنا نكونوا جنوبيين ونكونوا دولة عندنا بترول. يعني imagine ده كلامه بترول على اساس ان بنكون عندنا عمارات، عندنا بيت، كل زول بيكون غني نقدر نعيش نتعلموا مستشفيات. وفي الوقت ده كله انا بس قاعد نستغرب ناسنا ده ما شافوا، ناس ما عملوا شيء، البنى التحتيه ما اتبنى، كل شيء ما اتبنى. طبعا ده حاجات واضح، لكن because we were blinded by the ecstasy of that we can be a nation ناس نسى الموضوع. لكن today also they're trying to silence Equatoria by blinding them ان عندنا قاده سياسيين، عندنا عساكر، واحنا كلنا سوا، ولما بيقولوا احنا كلنا قاعدين نتعب سوا، لا ما قاعدين نتعب سوا. اذا قلنا تعب بتاعهم بيختلف من تعبنا. في حاجات كتير انا ما عاوز اشبه ولا عاوز اعلي ولا عاوز انقص، لكن هم اللي بيسببوا في المآسي بتاعهم. يعني هم بيزيد بيعملوا مشكله، يعني زول بيدق حاله كف. and I like what Didi before said, you stab yourself and then you want to complain that you've been hurt when you stab the other guy who is victim of your own hand. يلا تيجي تسلاب يور فيس تقول يا اخي زول دقاني انا كمان دقوني كف، ما بتقول منو دقا كف، انا دقوني كف. that's what they're using the word. احنا كمان تعبانين. هم بيدقوا حالهم كفوف، يلا بيجي يقولوا احنا تعبانين، وقال هو نفس الزول اللي بيدق كف كل يوم. فعشان كده استوائيين افتحوا عيونكم زي الريال. حان الوقت نحن نقف لمصلحتنا، لانه اخواننا تحت هناك عارفين الحقائق. they feel it, they understand it, they see it, they know it. عشان كده هم serious و honest with themselves ان احنا بنجيب مع الحق، واحنا بنشجعهم كمان. هم لازم يكونوا مقاومين. بمعنى تاني شفته الموت حق والحياة باطل زي ما بيقولوا. في وقت لازم كان انت شايف بقى ما في chance for us to get away، يعني كأننا شفنا كل الطرق مقفولة، في حاجة واحد you have to fight for it. شفته؟ والتاريخ بيذكرك والشعب بيذكرك، وعيالك بيكونوا proud of you. لو انت عندك اطفالك بيكونوا فخورين بك، ولو انت عندك اخوان انت عندك اطفال، اخوانك بيكونوا فخورين بك. ما معناته انت تمشي تعمل حاجه كريزي، لكن قاعد نقول انتوا فكروا كويس وكان عاوزين تكومينيكيت معنا. احنا فتحنا لكم قلت لك يدينا مرحبا، تعالوا لنا، عندكم اللينك بتاع ايكوتوريا فري فورم، وانت لو في كلاب هاوس ايكوتوريا نيشن، ولو انت في فيسبوك ايكوتوريا فري فورم او اوديسيس اثيكا، communicate, send me a link, say something you want so we can talk. and وكمان بنعرف انه في النظام حيرسل جواسيس بتاعهم. that's why we already know them. يعني هم حاولوا عدة جواسيس بتاعهم رسلهم لنا عشان يحاولوا you get close to us to the point هم عاوزين يعملوا حالهم هم ذاتهم عندهم desire for Equatoria, I mean to help, but they are not. but أنا بقول لهم shame on these Equatorian sellouts اللي هم بيستخدموهم بالطريقة ده, because we know their game. وإحنا مستعدين نحارب, لكن كل شيء عنده وقت. وأنا بأكد لكم our time will come. yes في دقدق, لكن ما معناته إحنا واقفين من مشوارنا, because we have people, we trust them loyally, they are working behind us and they're supporting us, and we are sure to make it happen. إيكواتوريا حيكون دولة. اليوم بالساوند لناس تانين في الأذان بيستمع كأنه ده حلم, حاجة مستحيل. كيف بيعملوها ودين يعرفوا الأدلة لم يعرفوا كتير, صح؟ It's okay. When the promised land, people of Israel left the land of Egypt, did they ask how we're going to go? Can you tell us what road we're going to take? They took it by faith, and they worked with people are powerful enough, right? Which is God, of course. Lakin bitana is not have to be God, but God is with us in all this. I don't want to go far. I will say good night to you, good morning to you, good afternoon to you. I want to bashkurik Didi greatly, and also again and bashkur الناس اللي كان معنا, Miss Alma, Mr. CJ, Mr. James, yes, and also Mr. Charles, because I forget to say Mr. Charles Itahili. He really did great, and I really appreciate him. So إن شاء الله بكرة هنتقابل في topic. طبعا هنتكلم من هم المعارضة. طبعا ده the most hot topic tomorrow. إن شاء الله ممكن نعمله بدري كان لقينا فرصة. يعني between, I don't know what time, but we will figure it out because we need to do it. يعني today actually, but afternoon later. So it will be on a time that is perfect. So ربنا يكون معاكم until next time. God bless you. Long live Equatoria. Our Equatoria, our land, our people, our power. Good night. Until next time. Let me play our favorite and beautiful song from brother. Can you tell me, Didi, what's his name? I forgot. I can't pronounce his name correctly. I would love to see him here one day. If he's here, please let him give us a shout out because we want to hear one of his new albums. And Nagila, is his name Nagila? Didi, unmute yourself. I don't hear you. All right. I think Didi's far away from Facebook. You guys hear me clear, right? So I'm just going to put this music. G.Equatorian, the song. So here it is. Oh, sorry. I took it too far. Just a second. We are Equatorian.
Isidani gabana imando tako.
G.Records. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Oh na 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 na. Na na, oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala, na 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 na. Anina wani, anina sawa, oh yeah. Anina Equatorian, na sawa. Anina Equatorian, Bele Dwahid. Anina Equatorian, Anena. Nina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita Minyambio, Kanita Mintori, Weleta Minjuba, yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia Samagesi Manina. We strong, we stand together. Kanina Gulu Wahi, Equatoria Pirapa. Yapirwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibanagule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian, Nasawa. Anina Equatorian, Belet Wahid. Anina Equatorian, Anena. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande, Kanita Mai, Au Kukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelena Hibona Fusina, Kebilia Kedema Feriganina. Salam wasakhafa, behaja derino hasan belet na biraba. Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us ipanabule. Anina Equatorian, Nasawa. Anina Equatorian, Belet Wahid. Anina Equatorian, Anena. Anina Equatorian.
Nina Kulu Sawa Jama. So my Panangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka, Grele ya balanda bari, Kakuwa kiniko, Lambo lugoya, Ajoli kosa mulu, Yanga mulu mali, Mundari, Nyambara, Kutumu bari
Siasa bigesi manena, siasa ma bigesi manena, anena wahe.
Right, thank you guys again. Thank you so much. God bless. Until next time. انتهينا من التوبيك today, but إن شاء الله next time اتوقعوا بكرة أو اليوم بعدين بالنهار هنتكلم في مواضيع أخرى. التعريف عن المعارضات، لأن زي ما قلنا في controversial talks، وأنا بتمنى من كل الناس اللي عقولهم واسع وضميرهم مفتوح يقدروا يستمعوا علينا بدون هم يحسوا بانه ده اهانه ولا شيء، لانه في حاجات احنا قاعدين نناقضه، بنناقض النظام، بنناقض المعارضات اللي هم عاوزين يستغلوا الشعب الاستوائي. again بنناقض النظام وبنناقض المعارضات اللي داير يستغل الشعب الاستوائي. احنا ابناء استوائيه الحره، ما بنخلي اي زول يجي يستغلنا عشان تاني نحن نقع في الشركه اللي وقعنا فوقه من بدايه الحركه الشعبيه الى وقتنا الحالي. بدا مع حركه شعبيه، دن ايو، دن يلا سوا، واليوم سوما، وماشيين الى اخره الى 200. احنا استوائيين، احنا تعبنا، خلاص حان الوقت للحريه، وحريتنا هو تقرير مصيرنا على استقلال. وحتما هيكون هم اللي بيضحكوا اليوم هيبكوا بكره، لانه ده حاجه we are already, it's an idea, a living and breathing idea that we as Equatorian sons and daughters are working behind it. اليوم طبعا احنا ما عندنا الشعبيه في الخارج، لكن الشعبيه بتاعنا في الداخل موجود معنا، ودوز اللي support us is not for the popularity but اللي هم واقفين معنا لانهم عارفين انهم واقفين على الحق، وبنشكرهم على السبورت بتاعهم، وهم بيكرمونا بانه احنا نجاهد من اجلهم، وبنعمل كله بوسعنا نوصل لهناك. حتى لو وصل احنا نشيل give our life for it، give for life, because trust me, what we're doing here, we are dedicated to the death. We're not here to just leave it in the middle of the road and say, oh sorry انا كنت ما اعرف. احنا ما ناس ديل. We are serious and we will be for it. So God bless Greater Equatoria. Long live Greater Equatoria, our Equatoria, our people. I mean our land, our people, our power. Until then, have a great day, great morning, great evening, and great night. All right, guys, talk to you later. Bye for now.